Welcome to yet another video. In this fourth episode of the story, after 8 long years of enduring an unjust and miserable life, the very heavens themselves decide to intervene on young Naruto's behalf. But what will their cosmic interference spell for the world of Shinobi? He receives a gift so profound, it is considered legendary even in a world where people walk on water every day. Will this divine gift lead him to the peace he's always craved, or will its effects leave a hole in his heart too big to fill? Please support us by liking and subscribing. Let's get started now. Team 7, along with Zabuza, Amuri, and Haku, were on their way to Konohagakure. They all stayed in Nami until the bridge was finished and said their goodbyes. Even though they decided to take Zabuza and his accomplices were allowed to live, they were greatly restrained. Naruto applied chakra suppression tags on their bodies to prevent any surprises. The walk home was extremely awkward, seeing as Sasuke was glaring at Haku, the first person to ever defeat him. Amuri was glaring at Anko, demanding she give her a rematch without her little Bakugeki around. Zabuza looked at his missing arm, all hope of being a shinobi and killing Yagura seemed gone, and Haku was looking over Zabuza's arm to make sure it was alright. "Hey Zabuza, I have a question," Naruto says. "And that would be?" Zabuza asks, not really caring anymore. "Why did you try to assassinate your Kage? You're obviously a good man, saving Haku at the cost of your arm. It may not seem like much to most people, but to me that is one of the greatest forms of good there is. So why does a good man like you try to kill a Kage?" Naruto asks. Before the battle on the bridge, Naruto believed Zabuza was nothing more than a ruthless killer, but now he was having second thoughts. Zabuza gives the question some thought, not knowing if telling him was the right thing to do. Then again, what did he have to lose? He would most likely be sent back to Kiri and put to death anyway, so why even spare him? Gaki, the Yondaime Mizukage, is an evil man. I've spent years working under him as a loyal Kiri shinobi, so I would know. The missions he sent me on were some of the most deadly and cruel missions I've ever experienced. He was responsible for the bloodline purge, seeing Kekkai Genkai as an abomination and the reason for Kiri's troubles. One day, he heard that a survivor of the Yuki clan, one of the greatest clans of Kiri, had emerged and sent me to kill him. When I found the Yuki clan survivor, you can imagine my surprise when it was a young Haku. Zabuza says, shocking Haku, seeing as he never heard the story. "It was my job to kill him and yet I couldn't do it. I've killed many men and yet, I couldn't bring myself to kill a simple child. He reminded me too much of myself, someone who had nothing. When the Yondaime found out I let a bloodline user live, he labeled me a nuke-nin and sent some of my comrades, who I had fought with, after me. Naturally, I figured killing the Yondaime was the best way to free myself, but that didn't work out. I know it sounds lame, but it's the truth." Zabuza explains. Haku couldn't stop the tears that fell from his eyes, to think the man gave up everything just for him. "Hey, I have a question," Amuri says to Anko. Both kunoichi were the furthest away from the group. "Shoot," Anko says, not really caring either way. She would much rather travel through the trees or underground, but neither of their captives could use chakra and she really didn't feel like carrying them. "Is that blonde a Jinchuriki?" Amuri asks, earning her a hand over her mouth and a kunai to the neck. "What makes you think that?" Anko asks darkly. "When Zabuza and I tried to kill Yagura, he gave off the same vile chakra that Gaki released on the bridge. The only difference being the blondes felt a lot more malicious and evil," Amuri says. Anko lowers her kunai, not blaming the woman for figuring it out. After all, most of the 5 great shinobi nation had Jinchuriki and weren't as secretive as Konoha was. "Since you've figured it out already, I guess it couldn't hurt." Yes, Naruto is a Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko and it is a S-rank secret, punishable by death. His clan takes that law very seriously. Anko explains. Amuri gulps, but nods as they continue their journey to Konoha. Sakura tries to get Sasuke to go on a date with her, but the Uchiha shoots her down yet again. Sasuke was too focused on getting strong. While walking he trained his Raiton by charging batteries. Naruto was impressed, seeing the Uchiha in a new light. After all, he did take a hit for him. Sasuke, here's a tip for controlling chakra. The reason most chakra is light blue is because you're drawing it from one of 7 chakra sources, the throat chakra. You see, inside every human body there are 7 main chakras that regulates chakra. Each main chakra represents a foundation of humanity. Root chakra is red and it regulates survival. Sacral chakra is orange and it regulates sexuality and attraction. Solar plexus chakra is yellow and regulates the human will and ego. Heart chakra is green and regulates love and understanding. Throat chakra is sky blue and regulates expression. Brow chakra is indigo and regulates creation, and crown chakra is violet and regulates spirituality. Naruto explains, confusing even Kakashi. I've never heard of these 7 main chakras before, Naruto-kun. Kakashi says, finding the conversation more interesting than his Ika at the moment. Stop making stuff up, Naruto baka. Sakura yells, never coming across such chakra during her studies. He's not, Pinky. Haven't you ever wondered why there are different colors to chakra? Why your chakra turns green and can heal people? It's because everyone has a certain chakra that they have an affinity to. Most people have an affinity for the throat chakra, which governs expression. It's why people say their jutsus aloud, to express their use of chakra. Your chakra affinity is the heart chakra, which governs love and understanding. You use your heart to heal and become closer to others, or at least you would if you weren't so focused on Sasuke. Dantes explains. Oh yeah, well, why didn't we cover this in the academy? Sakura asks, not wanting to believe Naruto knew more than she did about chakra, something she studied intensely. Why wasn't nature manipulation and nature affinities covered in the academy? It's because it's an advanced subject, that not even some jounin know about. In the Alexandros clan, we study the 3 aspects that make up a shinobi: the body, the mind, and the spirit. Most people stop once they get to their nature affinity, because that's all most shinobi care about, but our clan takes it a step further. A lot of our jutsu involve using one or more of the 7 chakras, which means we must know them well. The spirit is an unlimited source of chakra and wisdom, so by finding balance, we can tap into these chakra. I guess actions speak louder than words. Naruto says, stopping as everyone gives him their attention. Naruto focuses on his own chakra affinity, the solar plexus chakra, as yellow chakra begins to emit from his body for them to see. It's just like the time a mirror emitted that strange chakra. Kakashi says to himself in awe. Sakura couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at Naruto shine like the sun. The solar plexus chakra is governed by the will. The stronger your will and determination is, the more powerful it becomes. This chakra cannot be converted into the natures like the throat chakra, because you must express your chakra for the nature to be manipulated. Instead, this chakra is converted into energy for the physical body by increasing strength, endurance, etc. Naruto says before stopping the flow to his solar plexus chakra. Why does my love for Sasuke-kun affect my so-called heart chakra? Based on what you said, wouldn't my love make my heart chakra stronger? Sakura asks, still not wanting to admit Naruto knew more than she did. It's because you're obsessed with him. Your ego may think you love him, but your heart chakra can't be fooled so easily. Obsessions form blockades in your chakra system, weakening you. Naruto explains. Before Sakura could retort, they all arrive at the gates of Konoha. Once Kakashi shows their passports and explains Zabuza and his accomplice's presence, the 2 guards nod and open the gates to Konoha. Once they enter the village, many of them are glad to be home, but Naruto has other feelings. To him, it was like walking into the lion's den, especially after the treatment he received from Nami. After Gata's death and the team giving them all of Gata's accounts, giving Nami all their stolen Ryo and then some, the citizens of Nami treated Naruto like a true hero. It was unnerving, but welcome treatment, much more so than Konoha. Anko felt true sorrow at watching Naruto's once bright and goofy mood fall to a dark and emotionless mask. Before they could make it too far, the sound of mushy buzzing and screams of terror sound nearby. Two figures, one with a hummingbird mask and long mint green hair and the other with a jungle cat mask and short hot blonde hair, dash past Team 7, before stopping upon seeing Naruto. "Naruto-kun," the jungle cat masked figure says with glee, vanishing in a swirl of lightning, reappearing next to him and embracing him lovingly. Naruto instantly knows who the two masked figures are, though the hairstyle caught him by surprise. The hummingbird masked figure soon joins the other in hugging Naruto. "Well, if it isn't Hummingbird and Jungle Cat, I've missed you both too. You guys go to the Hokage's office, I'll meet you there," Naruto says. Team 7 agree and head to the Hokage's office, leaving Naruto alone with the two masked figures. "Who were they, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asks, never seeing those two before. "Probably some gaki playing umbu," Kakashi says, reading his infamous Ika Ika. "I'm glad to see you two keeping my prankster ways. Tell me what your latest prank was?" Naruto asks with excitement. They both giggle, revealing their sex as female, at the blonde boy. "Well, if you must know, Hummingbird and I tried to eat at a restaurant, but they tried to charge us 3 times the price. So, Hummingbird simply told the neighborhood mushi that the place had a lot of free space, and the next thing they knew, it was a gokaburi, cockroach, hotel." Jungle Cat says, laughing at the prank they just pulled. Hummingbird snickers darkly. Once Konoha found out she was the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, she was treated with the same hatred as Naruto had. Naruto couldn't help but laugh heartedly as he embraced the two masked kunoichi. "Oh Kami, you two are brilliant. I say the next time, we hit the east side district of Konoha. Word from the grapevine is a certain cherry blossoms there," Naruto says cryptically. The two masked kunoichi nod in understanding, before a squad of Chunin circles around them. "I see you're back, Uzumaki," the Chunin leader says, the name Uzumaki with an acidic hatred. "That's Alexandros Uzumaki, and yes, I am back, but I think you should be worried about the suspects, who are gone by the way," Naruto says. The Chunin looks at him as if he were insane, until he scans the area and sees no sign of the masked vigilantes. "Damn it, you let them get away," the Chunin leader yells, drawing a tanto in preparation for an attack. "No, you let them get away. Instead of wasting our time, why not go after them, that is if they're not gone by now. Talk about incompetent, especially after I've fought shinobi from other nations. Kiri shinobi are the real deal, stealthy and brutal," Naruto says, flashing some kitsune kijutsu, fox magic, to give himself a feral and wild look. The effect is effective, causing all to see it to step back in fear. "YYUKKQB," the Chunin leader says, his entire body shaking from Naruto's appearance alone. Naruto adds fuel to the fire, taking shots of the Kyuubi's yokai and flaring it madly, giving caution to the wind. His chakra spirals around him in a mad dash, blowing civilians off their feet and forcing the shinobi to add chakra to their feet to anchor themselves. "I'm free, mwahahaha, now you all die." Kyuubi roars, unsealing himself from his scroll form and into his elephant-sized two-tailed form. The civilians scream in terror as the Chunin freeze from the Kyuubi's overwhelming yokai. "Where is Hokage-sama?" the low Chunin cries, cowering in the face of true evil. "Just kidding," Naruto says. Everything instantly calms, revealing no Kyuubi, and the skies return to normal. Was that a Jigenjutsu? But the reports say he can't use them, the High Chunin asks himself, having to remind himself how to breathe. "You guys work too hard. Try to relax, breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. I'm needed in Hokage Gigi's office, so stay breezy," Naruto says, vanishing in a whirlwind, leaving the entire south district of Konohagakure in a stunned, horrified silence. The Oni Torikusuda Senin, demon trickster wizard, Bitchius. has returned in the Hokage's office, and that concludes my report. Hokage-sama. Kakashi reports, saluting the leader and dictator of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage. The wise old Sara takes a drag of his pipe. Something felt off. I see, thank you for the report, Kakashi-kun. By the way, where is Naruto-kun? The Sandaime asks. Wherever the blonde trickster was, he knew he was up to no good. Before any of the members of Team 7 could respond, Yojiji, present and accounted for. Naruto says, appearing in a whirlwind and mock saluting the Sandaime. The wise old Saru exhales his smoke at Naruto, watching as the smoke glide around Naruto and back at him. I see **, cough cough. **, well, in that case, I'd like to hear what Anko-chan, Kakashi-kun, Dantes-san and Naruto-kun think we should do with our prisoners, the Sandaime says. Wait, what about me, Hokage-sama? My Sharingan was able to see the Yuki's Kekii Genkai. I can give you some knowledge of its abilities and weaknesses. Sasuke says, for once with professionalism. There was no arrogance in his tone, just confidence he could help. Alright, Sasuke, let's hear it. What do you know of this Yuki Kekii Genkai? And what do you think we should do with our prisoners? The Sandaime asks, giving the Uchiha a chance. He owed that to the greatest Uchiha he ever knew. From what I saw, the Kekii Genkai is an advanced nature manipulation that combines Suiton and Futon into Hyuton, ice release. With Naruto's help, we discovered that not only is it a nature manipulation, but it also doubles as an Jakuken, space-time, ninjutsu. His greatest jutsus to date are Hijitsu, Makyu Hyushu, Secret Art, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals, and Makyu Hyusatsu, Demonic Mirroring Ice Mutter. Each jutsu utilizes his Hyuton to form crystallized chakra in the shape of mirrors and use Jakuken ninjutsu to warp from mirror to mirror at the speed of light. Sasuke reports, shocking everyone in attendance. Zabuza, Amuri, and Haku couldn't believe the Uchiha had broken down his Kekii Genkai and two strongest jutsu after only one battle. For the older Nuke Nin, they didn't even know Haku could use Jakuken ninjutsu. All the Konohagakure shinobi/kunoichi were shocked the Uchiha didn't try to take the spotlight and proclaim he saved the day, and the villagers named their bridge, the Great Sasuke Bridge. As for what we should do with the Yuki clansman, I say we accept him into the village. As the sole survivor of a great clan, I can sympathize with him and to bring such a rare and powerful Kekii Genkai into Konoha. As for Momochi Zabuza and Ringo Amuri, they are both wanted for the attempted coup and assassination of their Kage. We should turn them into Kiri and claim the reward to be split among the team. Sasuke explains. The Sandaime was greatly impressed by Sasuke's sudden change of heart, though if the reports were true, he did escape death's grasp. Back in his day, that was a rite of passage into adulthood. Death forces all living creatures to adapt and grow, or else they are claimed by it. I see, thank you Sasuke-san for your input. Now then, Kakashi, what say you? The Sandaime asks. I agree with Sasuke-kun's decision, as does Sakura, I'm sure. Kakashi says, motioning to a nodding Sakura. Anko-chan, the Sandaime asks, giving the floor to Anko. I say we let them all stay. Amuri is one hell of a kenjutsu specialist and can utilize Rantun, storm release, through use of her infamous Kiba twin swords and her affinity for Suiton. Zabuza lost an arm, I doubt he'd be willing to risk death by trying to kill you, Hokage-sama. Anko says, not seeing the point in letting two great shinobi and one great kunoichi be wasted for some Ryo. She was trying to set a better example, after all Naruto's good will seem to rub off on her. I agree with Anko-senpai. Naruto says, blushing under the Sandaime's knowing smirk and Anko's seductive hiss. I also agree, and I'd just like to bring to Hokage-sama's attention the shinobi law, stating that whoever defeats a shinobi/kunoichi has final say as to what happens to the defeated. Anko-sensei and I defeated Amuri, Naruto Otuto, younger brother, defeated Haku, and Kakashi-sensei defeated Zabuza. If it pleases Hokage-sama, I suggest we be the ones to decide their fates. Dantes says with the professionalism of a seasoned hunter Nin. Very well, I leave their fates to you three. Naruto, what do you wish to do? The Sandaime asks. Hokage-sama, I wish for all three to be adopted into the Alexandros clan as branch members. I will gladly pay Kakashi-sensei and Enko-senpai the full bounty for each of them and contact my Otusan to sign any paperwork we may need to. I also suggest you use Kage Bunshin to help with your paperwork. According to Zabuza, the Mizukage is a chakra monster and you could use the time for yourself, Gigi. Naruto says. Well, I'll be, the boy is a mix of Apollo-kun and Minato-kun. Wait, what? The Sandaime thought about it, before realization hits him. Asterisk wham. Asterisk the Sandaime slams his head on his desk, revealing a secret fuin. A puff of smoke erupts from the seal and reveals, look up. The Sandaime blankly looks up. From a secret compartment on the ceiling, a Kage Bunshin of the Yondaime leaps out and slaps the Sandaime's head on the desk before throwing a kunai in front of Naruto and disappearing in a plume of smoke. Naruto sees a note attached and opens it before reading it aloud. Congratulations, you old arrow Saru, you discovered the secret to never having to do paperwork again. Provided you're not as old as the Uchiha Senji rivalry, you should be able to make a few to do your paperwork, while you train. You didn't become the Shinobi no Kami doing paperwork behind a desk. The Sandaime picks himself up from off the floor, chuckling at his predecessor's antics. That Minato-kun son of a bitch used a hosen, storage, fuin to seal away a Kage Bunshin. Naruto is definitely your boy, Minato-kun. The Sandaime got the vague impression that wherever that brave young man was, he was laughing his ass off. Even if he wasn't, Naruto sure was. Ah man, no wonder the Yondaime is my hero, such genius. To prank beyond the grave, I must swipe this entire office for fuin. Imagine the arrays I'll find. Naruto says, getting into the madness of his brow chakra. Hokage-sama, I agree to hand Zabuza over to the Alexandros clan. They are a trusted and capable clan. Naruto and Dantes performed better than even I thought they would, as did Sasuke. Kakashi says. Very well then, as of today Momochi Zabuza, Ringo Aimuri, and Yuki Haku will be sentenced to a 1-month probation under the watch of the Alexandros clan. You are to serve as their shadows, never leaving their side unless it is outside of Konoha. After your probation, based on what said clan decides, you may either serve more time or be given Konoha Shinobi status with the appropriate rank. Team 7 is dismissed. Naruto-kun stay behind. The Sandaime says as everyone leave the room in their own way. Kakashi uses a Shunshin, which Sasuke copies with his Sharingan, and the Uchiha also Shunshins. Enko uses Kawarimi with a spider from the Forest of Death, a creature that's legs only were 12 feet. Tora, Tiger, Katan, Karyudan, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. The Sandaime roars, inhaling deeply to gather Katan chakra and exhaling a stream of fireballs at the giant spider. The spider screech in agony, the fireballs lit it ablaze upon impact as it flips on its back, crawls up and dies. Damn it Enko-chan, who needs training when I have kunoichi like you, the Sandaime says mentally, lowering his hat to hide the cold sweat on his brow. Pressing his intercom, Hina-chan, the Sandaime calls. I'll send him up. Hina says, you can hear the sigh in her tone even through the intercom. Seconds later, a janitor Nin appears in a mist of disinfectant, looks at the spider and whistles. Gonna need to pull in the big jutsu, the janitor Nin says, going through hand seals. Tora, Tiger, Saru, Monkey, Inu, Dog. Seiju Kata, Shinju Goma no Jutsu, Clean Style, Body Eraser Technique, the janitor roars, expelling a fine mist that melts the spider's body down to a goo mist. While the janitor cleans up the mess, Dantes stops his rapid heart rate and takes a giggling Aimuri, and pales Zabuza and Haku to his clan grounds via Bakutan Shunshin. Sakura long ran out of the office at the sight of the spider. She should be home by now. Now then, Naruto, it is time for yet another council meeting, the Sandaime says with disdain. Kami, he hated these meetings. Am I going to have one after every mission? I kind of wanted to go home, take a dip in the lake to relax, maybe do some Geik Nobori no Ju, cliff climbing practice, and make some more nature crystals. I have a pretty busy schedule. Naruto says, trying to worm his way out. Suddenly, a plume of swirling flames appears next to Naruto and Amira steps out, her clothes and hair in disarray. Sorry I'm late Hokage-sama, I got into a fight with Apollo-kun. Amira says with a blush, knowing that was a lame excuse and lie. The Sandaime just chuckles, remembering when his Biwako and he were young and spry. Naruto wants to gag, seriously what was with his Ryushin, parents? He right, anyway I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but this is what clan heads do, they go to council meetings to ensure the peace in our village. Even though it may seem as if the civilians are nothing more than our servants, they are people of Konoha and as such have rights. They bring us food and resources, without them we wouldn't last too long financially, the Sandaime explains. **** alright Jig, I mean it couldn't possibly be as stressful as last time. Naruto says optimistically. Amira just sighs, knowing exactly how this was going to go. The trio all leave the Hokage's office and make their way to the council chamber, dreading each step closer. The closer they got, the more the three could hear an uproar. The Alexandros clan has gone too far. Not only did they adopt that boy, but then they go and bring in another beast into our walls. They're gathering power to take over Konohagakure, the fat banker yells. You're just mad you can't touch any of their money because they keep it in a clan safe. The Alexandros clansmen are strong and well unique. Some says, having worked with most, if not all, the clansmen before. In her honest opinion, they were like well-oiled machines, they each had a different specialty, hunter, tracker, long range, examination and torture, ENT, Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu and they were masters of their arts. Ever since this, Fu entered our village, there have been reports of infestations all throughout the South District markets. Shinko roars. He knew it was only a matter of time. Before the East District was hit, ruining his businesses and destroying his buildings. I have noticed even our clan's Kikaichu seem attracted to Alexandros Fu. If it pleases the clan matriarch, I would like to speak with her about her connection to insects. Shibi states in monotone. Amira knew she could trust the logical Aburame, who would do no harm to Fu. To the Aburame, she was the key to discovering new breeds of mushi. I don't see why not. Fu is free on Saturdays and would love to learn from the Aburame clan. She's been asking about setting up a meeting anyway. Amira says with a shrug. Enough, the Sandaime commands, the entire room goes silent, as the Sandaime, Amira and Naruto take their appointed seats. This gathering of the council is now in session. What are the grievances of the council, the Sandaime asks, deciding to get this over with. I would like to know the details of Team 7's most recent mission. Danzo says, getting things started. According to his sources, the Team C rank mission turned into an A rank and they even had captives. Danzo's roots couldn't get into the office to hear what was said, but he knew it involved 2 of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Surely a shinobi of his caliber would thrive as a root for Konohagakure. Naruto-kun, why not tell the council about your mission, the Sandaime says, giving the floor to Naruto. Don't hold anything back, I want to know how my Naru-chan did on his mission outside the village. Amira coos, scuffing Naruto's spiky hair. Kazan now is hardly the time. Naruto declares, causing several of the shinobi council to chuckle/giggle. During our mission to escort Tazuna-san back to Nami and protect him until he finished his bridge, Naruto reports, telling the council of his first, in his opinion, real mission. How they had to fight the Oni Kyudai, demon brothers, and then Momochi Zabuza and Ringo Aimuri. Many of the council, especially the shinobi side, were surprised the Genin team were able to survive, let alone help their Tokubetsu Jounin/Jounin senseis in a fight against such infamous shinobi/kunoichi. The civilians were all pale with the thought of people that gladly call themselves Oni were, once again, in their village. Hokage-sama, we cannot allow the Alexandros clan to adopt such powerful shinobi/kunoichi into their ranks. The clan is already far overpowered with 2 Jinchuriki in its midst. Danzo declares. He already lost Naruto and Fu to that damn clan. I'm sorry Danzo-san, but seeing as Naruto and Dantes helped in capturing them, and his team has already agreed to give him and his clan custody of our prisoners, that there is nothing we can do. I myself stop by the clan ground once a week to see Apollo-kun and Amira-chan clan rituals. It is an event for only the most trusted of individuals, therefore I give them my support. Do any of you oppose, the Sandame asks, daring anyone to defy him, with a stone-cold glare laced with ki. No one objected the Sandame's decree, verbally of course. That old Saru, giving all the power to some foreigners. He is a greater fool than I thought. Why does he trust them over me? Alright, bad question, still I have Konoha's greatest interest at heart. Danzo seethes mentally, before he masks his face of all emotions. Are there any more grievances, the Sandame asks, only for Naruto to take the floor. I have just one. I recommend all shinobi/kunoichi be cautious while training. Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan and ever since, I find him trying to watch me train and copying jutsus. Naruto warns. This is marvelous news. I say that all shinobi/kunoichi should show Uchiha-sama at least one of their jutsus. It'll help bring back the Uchiha's fame and discourage enemy forces from attacking. Hamaru says, the civilian council applaud and cheer his decision. Whoever wants to teach the Uchiha can, I refuse for the same reasons my Apollo Otto, husband, refused the first time. I'd kill the Uchiha and end the Sharingan forever, completely by accident. I also don't want him flashing his Sharingan at me or anyone in my clan. We all have Kekei Genkais, meaning he cannot copy any of our jutsu anyway. Anyone seeking jutsu protection is welcome to visit me at the TNI department on Thursdays. I'm in charge of patents that can literally protect your rights to your hard-learned jutsus. Amira declares, I, Inazuka Tsum, would love to take you up on your offer. Unlike your clan, my clan's arts aren't necessarily Kekei Genkai, and I've seen Uchiha simply Sharingan my clan's hard work in seconds. To a shinobi/kunoichi the art of stealing from the enemy is forgivable, but stealing from a comrade, especially their jutsu, is despicable. Tsum says, placing her trust in the Alexandros matriarch. It made her proud to see another powerful kunoichi in Konoha. The Hyuga, Jukenpu, gentle fist art, cannot be copied. It is an art form that takes years of training to just understand. Still, I'm interested in your clan's claims of having Fuinjutsu masters. Who are these so-called masters? Hayashi asks, deciding now was the best time to act. In truth, he was hoping for a way to possibly get someone to check out the Hyuga Juinjutsu. Hinata had been getting a little too vulgar and something had to be done to ensure the Byakugan was preserved. You're talking to one of them. Sorry, but I don't do requests concerning Fuinjutsu. I've been known to completely break Fuins down to their basic structure and then destroy it from the inside out, so unless you're talking about dispelling Fuin, you'll have to ask Apollo-kun. Amira says. So it's agreed. Anyone who wants to teach Sasuke can, provided they get permission from both of his senseis and it's supervised by one or both of them. While they're at it, they can help the entire team out if they're feeling so generous. Now are there other grievances? The Sandame asks. Does the shinobi have to teach the entire team? Shinko asks. He didn't mind if someone besides Anko taught his daughter. Every day since Sakura became a genin she would come home battered, bruised and crying. It was his job as a father to make those responsible pay dearly. That Hebe skank. Yes, it does. We are not going to play favorites. Helping one doesn't help us all, we must help each other to remain strong. This goes for all genin teams. Anyone willing to help is welcome so long as their senseis agree. Now anything else? The Sandame asks. Everyone remains silent, not knowing of anything else to talk about. Then this meeting is adjourned. Oh, and one more thing. Tomorrow is October 10th, there will be no Kyubi festival this year. If you want to throw a parade, throw a Heroes Festival for the true hero of Konohagakure, Naruto-kun, the Sandaime says, getting various reactions from the council. The civilian council were in an uproar about how they always had a festival and that Naruto was no hero. Enough. I have let this go on long enough. I will not stand for your blatant disrespect for the Yondaime Hokage, the Sandaime roars, unleashing massive levels of Ki throughout the chambers. But Hokage-sama, we would never do such a thing. The Yondaime is the true hero for slaying the Kyubi. Shinko cowers. The Kyubi was not slain, it was contained within young Naruto. Every day he lives, the Kyubi is held at bay and killing him will only free the beast. If any of you racist swine were to even pick up a book on Bijou, you would have known they are chakra monsters. You defeat it and it goes into a state of regeneration before they return years later when you are old and think they are gone. The only way to keep these beasts at bay is to seal them, the Jinchuriki who give up so much to protect you ungrateful bastards. This meeting is over, either throw Naruto-kun a parade or don't have one, that is the will of the Sandaime declares, before leaving the stunned council. Well, looks like I have to go tell the clan to get ready. This'll be the best birthday you've ever had, Naru-chan. Amira chirps, jumping up and down with excitement, before disappearing in a swirl of fire. Damn Jig, way to take your balls back. It's about time this place realized how valuable I am. Though judging from the hateful intent, I can tell the civilian side didn't hear anything past no parade, figures, Naruto says, disappearing in a whirlwind. With Anko deep in the forest of death, where giant spider's nest is located, Anko slithers around the paralyzed giant spiders and into the queen's den. The queen spider is a 20-foot green Latrodectus, widow gene, spider with a magenta hourglass pattern on its underside. Mama Widow, hello my dear, I have a G-rank mission to take a few of your eggs for research and development. Now I'd prefer to do this with as little spider guts as possible. Anko says, green guts and gory splashed all over her. The queen shrieks in rage, her once hundreds of green eyes turn red as they all focus on Anko. Oh please, Mandara no Jin, formation of 10,000 snakes. Anko roars, a countless number of summoned Hibi crawl out of Anko's sleeves and hunt down the queen. Such overwhelming numbers, a true wall of snakes is formed, making defense and evasion meaningless. The queen can do nothing but become buried by the Hibi, who bite the queen with their duck-laced fangs. The queen shrieks in agony, feeling the doku melt her body from the inside out, before the acidic doku pours out of a hole in the queen's body as she flips on her body, curls up and dies. With their job done, the snakes bury themselves underground and Anko uses them to form an underground chakra net to scan for any danger. Anko senses all the tens of thousands of male, 5 to 9 foot male spiders closing in to completely destroy the body of their fallen queen. Anko grabs the 2-foot green egg sac and pumps chakra into her legs to boost her right out of the den, just as the spiders fired acidic doku at the queen's denver. Alright, according to Apollo-kun, my G-rank scroll is a key to the Shunshin Underground Network, SUN. I have 6 Shunshin markers, SM, in Konoha, my apartment, mission hall, the forest leading to the Alexandros clan ground, Hokage's office, entrance to Forest of Death, and Team 7 training grounds. Where should I go? Anko ponders, meanwhile her body is evading spider claws, doku spit and spider fangs, leaping from tree to tree with the speed of a Hibi. She slithers and slinks to throw off the enraged snipers, before she twirls down the tree and lands without a sound. Mission hall it is. Shunshin no Jutsu. Anko chants mentally, holding her leather skin scroll in the snake, hand seal. A Fuin appears under Anko, before a large dark orange snake swallows Anko whole, before returning to the Fuin. In what seemed like an instant, Anko is spit out inside the mission hall, with the Latrodectus egg sac following after. Whoa, what a rush! I was literally inside a Fuin, being carried across Konoha by a beam of light. Plus the Hibi entrance and exit is definitely a plus. I have to start marking SM everywhere I go of importance. Anko says mentally in bliss, her knees were still trembling. Inside the room, Fu was looking at the woman as if she were crazy, but then she thought about it, Anko was crazy. Thank you Anko-san for your assistance. As a genin, I am forbidden to go into that part of the forest, but the mushi in the city informed me of her and I couldn't resist. The Latrodectus is unique to only Konoha and now I have an egg sac to start fresh from. By the Chunin exams, I'll have an army of fully grown magenta-back spiders at my command. Fu says, sealing the sac inside her cylinder and allows the Nanabi's chakra to begin assimilating the eggs. Anko shivers at the sight, whatever, Mushi-chan, now about my 50,000 ryo, I prefer it in gold coins. I want my coat to jingle like a big shot. Anko cheers, knowing exactly what she wanted to do with the money. First I'm gonna replenish my dango stash, then I'm going to get that dendu, electric, whip I've been eyeing at the rusty dagger. If I can get Dante-san to combine those with my Nezumi Warai and Katawa, oh the fun to be had. Fu gladly pays Anko, tossing her a silk pouch of gold coins. Anko opens the pouch and checks to see if everything was accounted for. Seeing the agreed amount, Anko smiles before sealing the pouch in her trench coat. Now if you would be so kind as to sign on the dotted line. Anko instructs, opening her leather skin scroll to reveal a mission log. Fu bites her thumb and signs her name into the sheet as the blood morphs into the kanji for complete. Before Anko can close her scroll, it emits vibrating chakra as does Fu's lime green exoskeleton scroll. Well now, G-rank missions love my fine ass. See ya Mushi-chan, I'm off to spread my awesome. Anko says before using the S-U-N to Hibi Shunin away. Fu uses her lime green scroll to open the S-U-N and visualizes her cabin at the Alexandros clan ground, a mint green room with various mushi-themed furniture, through the wall corners vines sprouted and thrive. In a shower of water, Fu disappears from the mission hall and reappears in her room. Rose sits in a tentamushi, ladybug, chair and perks up at Fu's arrival. You have been cleared from your duties to Konoha for the next 3 days. In that time, we would like you to begin preparation for a difficult surgery. Rose explains, leading Fu to the 2-story hospital. Inside said hospital was none other than Alexandros Apollo and Momochi Zabuza in a room. Zabuza-san, if there is one thing we have in common, it is we are men of ambition. Our ambitions may be considered too high for some people to understand, but we don't care. We follow our hearts and ambition until the end. So tell me, what are you going to do now? Apollo asks. Zabuza moves what remains of his arm. What else? I'm going to continue my reign as the Konohagakure no Kijin, demon of the leaf, one-armed or not. I taught Haku one-handed seals, guess I'll just have to practice to sharpen my skills in it. Zabuza says. Good answer, perhaps you'll kill Yagura yet. After all, the surgery we're about to perform is highly experimental, but the idea is brilliant. Apollo yells with excitement. Zabuza looks at him like he's crazy. That's when Fu enters the room. For the past week Team 7 was gone. Fu worked with Rose to learn Aura Chakra, to weave chakra, and fine-tune her Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear, still reattaching limbs and mixing in the Meitun Kekii Genkai was something new even to her. I don't care how much you're willing to pay, Apollo Dano, to do what you asked is impossible. To reattach the arm and all the severed nerves alone is science fiction, but to add the Meitun from your blood into the operation? Madness, I say, madness. Fu declares. Normally yes, but unseals Kubikuribuchu with this baby's unique ability to harvest the iron from the blood of its victims, my madness can begin. I want you, Fu-chan, to use your Jiangu to break down the Kubikuribuchu and reform it into an arm. Once you're done we can begin the next step. Apollo says, tossing the massive blade to Fu, who weaves her Jiangu into a single large tendril of chakra that pierces the Kubikuribuchu. What's going on? What the hell are you two on about? What are you doing to Kubikuribuchu? Zabuza asks outraged. He didn't care what happened to him, but Kibikurabuchu was too great a blade to be destroyed. To his awe, Fu's chakra tendril seemingly devours the Kibikurabuchu. Sitting in full lotus, Fu enters a trance, entering her subconscious mindscape. Fu's subconscious in a forest of sunflowers, Fu clears her path towards Nanabai's tree. Each petal represents Fu's memories, the weltered flowers were her more painful memories. Building-size mushies stampede through the field, each one a protector of Fu's mind. The Kajiro, dragonfly, protector of her innocence, a 5-year-old Fu inside an emerald pendant around its neck. The Sanji, silkworm, weaver of chakra, with thousands of chakra sanran, silkworm eggs, surrounding it. And the Mizu Sasori, water scorpion, embodiment of Suetun, that rides on waves. In the center of the enchanted sunflower forest, stands Nanabai's tree, with Chomei and Noel both looking over something. I can handle the shape manipulation, if you handle all the medic stuff. Nanabai says, forming a suitable arm made from Doton chakra. Noel holds her hand out, the Sanji spins a weave of chakra into her hand. Once the chakra weave was thick, Noel skillfully sews the chakra into the arm. Fu watches in awe at the duo's teamwork in making an arm for Zabuza. Alright Fuamuto, younger sister, this is just a visualization of what you will have to do. Nanabai will help you shape the Kibikurabuchu into an arm, while I will help in restoring the chakra system found in an actual arm. Got it? Noel asks. Fu goes over the visualization one more time, before she's satisfied and leaves her subconscious. Outside Fu's subconscious, Fu opens her eyes before she weaves the Kibikurabuchu into an arm with gradual success. The Kibikurabuchu was no ordinary blade, its regenerative properties made it difficult to break down into chunks. Once the Kibikurabuchu was successfully formed into an arm, Fu began the next task of using chakra threads to connect the new arm to Zabuza, in theory anyway. Seconds became minutes, became hours as Fu worked tentatively on forming the arm's chakra system. Zabuza and Apollo hadn't moved from their spot, even when the sun began to set, watching Fu work her Kijutsu, magic. Suddenly, Fu stops sending chakra threads into the arm and sways a bit. I'm sorry Apollo Dano, this is harder than we thought it'd be. I know I can finish this, if I may have the rest of the night to rest. Fu says, not wanting to show just how exhausted she really was. The Jiangu was like a life force, living inside Fu, and she had to use a lot of chakra to not be overwhelmed. Shibuki had told her of Kakuzu, the only Taki nin to ever become overwhelmed by the Jiangu, giving him a ragdoll appearance with black threads, creepy. Don't worry Fu-chan, you did a great job. Go get some rest and remember, Naruto-kun's birthday is tomorrow. Apollo says. Oh, I remember, I got him these, Reiku Mushi, Lightning Bug, and Hataru, Firefly. Fu says with glee, holding a bulb glass cage containing 2 unique breeds of mushi. The Reiku Mushi, a small orange beetle with a yellow tail, was from a mission she had back in Takigakure to the Kaminari no Kuni, land of lightning. Like its name suggests, the Reiku Mushi was capable of using Raitun chakra and jutsu, despite its small size. The Hataru, a small red beetle, was from her explorations in Konoha, a mushi with the ability to use Katan chakra and jutsu. I'm sure he'll love them, now go get some rest. Apollo says. Fu nods before disappearing in a splash of water. Apollo grabs the prototype arm and seals it away. Why don't I show you to your living quarters? Apollo suggests, leading Zabuza to the vacant house next door to his own. Meanwhile, Fu appears on top of the forest lake's surface. Opening the door to the mushi cage, the Reiku Mushi and Hataru buzz freely from the cage and around the lake. Fu gracefully skates across the surface with the ease of an ice skater. In Fu's mind, she was performing on a grand stage for her only. The crackling electricity from the Reiku Mushi and sparkling light from the Hataru add to the show, giving Fu a form of red and yellow spotlight. Skating across the water, Fu dives into the water and before resurfacing. Applause alerts her to her intruder, Naruto. Well Fu-chan, it's good to be back. Not many people get to see some who has mastered Suimen Hoka no Ju, a tear walking practice, like you. The way you skate across the water is exotic and graceful. Naruto says, his sapphire eyes shine with honesty and a bit of lust. Fu just giggles. No one in Taki had ever complimented her, but Naruto never missed a chance to remind her how beautiful he thought she was. Even with Kami knows what's sealed inside her body, Naruto didn't seem affected. Why thank you Naruto-kun, I'll have to give you lessons on how to truly master Suimen Hoka no Ju. Fu says, walking out of the lake with a warm smile. It never ceased to amaze her how caring and understanding Naruto was. Taking her around Konoha, taking her to his favorite ramen shop, going with her to pull off pranks, even if Angel came along. I'll take a rain check on that, for now I'd like to rest. Just came back from a big mission and the council meeting was just as stressful as ever. See ya Fu-chan, oh, and here's a bowl of watermelon, I figured you might be hungry after working so hard. Naruto says, handing Fu her favorite treat, before turning around to go to his cabin. Tomorrow was his birthday and even though the clan tried their best to make it the best day of the year, the Kyubi festival happening inside the village made it pretty hard. People celebrated the supposed Kyubi's death by drinking and indulging in whatever they please, they even burned a giant wooden model of Naruto himself. With the festival cancelled, perhaps he could have a normal birthday for once without fear of the villagers getting too happy and forming a mob. Wait, why don't you join me, Naruto-kun? Watermelon always tastes better when you have someone to share it with. Fu says, taking a slice of watermelon and eating it in a few bites. Naruto chuckles, before taking a slice of watermelon and eating it. The two Jinchuriki sit by the lake, watching the night wind blow the water gently, the crescent moon glistening off its surface. Despite the shitty neighbors, Konohagakure is such a beautiful place. To think I'd be living here still blows my mind to this day. I mean I have an actual team with a sensei. Sure Guy Sensei and Lee are well weird, but they're two superb shinobi. Plus with my green hair, I didn't have to wear that green abomination. Fu says, both teens share a laugh at the thought of Fu in green spandex. Naruto knew her team well, Tenten had been his friend for years. Attention to where her hand was headed. By the time she figures out her hand wasn't in the watermelon bowl, it was already on Naruto's thigh. Oh man, is this it? Otusan said that if a girl touches your thigh then there's a 60% chance she wants to jump your bone. Naruto panics mentally, his body already began to sweat from the heat from his loins. Well, this is awkward, I'm not sure if I should move my hand or keep going, Fu ponders. Go, 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 the Nanabai and Noel chant in her mind, egging her on to keep going. Instead, Fu takes her hand off Naruto and grabs a slice of watermelon. Inside Fu's subconscious, a depressed Nanabai and Noel slink into the furthest parts of her mind. Hee sorry my hand must have slipped. Fu says before returning her gaze to the lake. Naruto calms his racing heart, taking a slice of watermelon and hopes it'll cool him. The two teens sat at the lake for hours, the moon began its cycle across the sky, before reaching midnight. Hey Naruto-kun, guess what? Fu says with a mischievous smile. What? Naruto asks, not liking her smile. Fu pins his hands with hers and crashes her lips on a shocked Naruto's. The juice from the watermelon still lingered on her soft, plump lips in a kiss that seemed so fast, yet so short. Happy birthday, and no, that wasn't your gift, see ya Naruto-kun. Fu says, rubbing his cheek before dissolving into water and disappearing in a splash. Man, does every girl do that? No wonder Otusan wants me to master sexual arts. If she were an assassin, I'd be dead. Naruto says, getting over the shock of what just happened. It was one way to start a birthday, that's for sure. With nothing else to do, Naruto disappears in a whirlwind heading for his cabin. With Apollo was out for one of his midnight strolls through the forests leading to New Konoha. It was one of those rare nights where he didn't have to remove corpses of those foolish enough to try to raid his home. Thanks to Fu's connection with Mushi, the clan grounds had yet another net of security to ward off most threats. The clan defenses were set up in 11 different security measures, one for each member. Once Apollo reaches the entrance of the forest, he finds Enko waiting for him, and from the looks of it, she was not happy. "What's this bullshit of a mission you're trying to pull? I am not a whore." Enko roars, glaring intense ki at Apollo. "Relax, Enko-chan, I didn't say you were, nor did I intend to make it seem I was paying you for sex. Look, the best way I can explain it is like this. Today Naruto turns 13 and it is our clan's tradition to have him lose his virginity before October 11th. It's a sort of rite of passage into manhood." Apollo explains. The hebe that slithered out her sleeves stopped. Enko was calm for the moment. "Why not ask Angel-chan or Fu? Hell, I'm sure Hinata-san would jump at the chance of taking Kit-kun's virginity. I mean, sure, I've seen Kit-kun naked, but he's 9 years my junior and Amira-chan would kill me." Enko says. "You know one thing about having the sense of smell of a dragon? You can smell an ant take a shit, I can smell your arousal. You want this, I've suspected it since the Taki mission, and I'm sure after the Nami mission you want him even more." Apollo says with a knowing smirk. Enko blushes from being figured out so easily. Sure, she could tell herself Naruto was 13 and she was 22, but when she saw him in action or when he got serious, he had the aura of a man easily in his 20s. "Come on, Enko-chan, just do it. We could have so much fun with that foxy fellow," the seductress within Enko says. It was every seductress' dream to take the virginity of a worthy young fellow, plus the whole sensei-pupil sex affair was always hot. What about Amira-chan? Enko asks, putting up her last defense as to why she couldn't do it. Apollo chuckles at her resolve. Her body screamed yes, but her mind says no. "You let me deal with her. You shouldn't deny your sacral chakra, Enko, it's practically oozing sexual energy." Apollo says. "You know, Kit-kun and Bakugeki-kun were talking about sacral chakra and the 7 main chakras. Would you mind explaining it to me?" Enko asks. Anything involving sex was her specialty, or she would make it her specialty. The scrotal chakra, or sexual cortex of the human chakra system, is the second chakra of the 7 and it governs sexuality and attraction. When opened, it gives off the appearance of orange plasma and attracts certain people to you. In the Alexandros clan, all kunoichi are capable of opening this chakra and use it to woo men into their deaths. While telling people about the 7 main chakras is allowed, teaching anyone outside of our clan how to open them is forbidden. Apollo says. "Oh, come on. I'm Konoha's best seductress and you're Tsuma's wife, best friend." Enko yells, "It didn't seem fair Amira could just turn on a literally hunk magnet and attract men to her like flies. You also have the hots for our Masuko, son." Apollo says blankly, causing Enko to blush. "Well, it's getting late. You have until tomorrow night to decide," Apollo says before vanishing into the night. Enko looks over her leather-skinned scroll and goes over the V-rank mission once more. She could refuse to get paid to avoid feeling like a whore, even if it was 75,000 Ryo. Plus, if word got out she had slept with the Kyubi Jinchuriki, then her reputation, well, it was already bad, so maybe that wasn't the problem. Deciding to sleep on it, Enko uses the S-U-N to shunshin to her apartment. October 10th, dawn. The sun rises high, blanketing Konoha in a comfortable heat. The civilian villagers of Konohagakure were up bright and early on this day of remembrance. The Sandaime banned their usual Kyubi festival, so they decided to remember this day in a different way. Each villager, man and woman old enough to remember the Kyubi attack, marched with flaming crosses towards the forest of Old Konoha. Each civilian was dressed in samurai battle armor and carried various weapons. Once they arrive at the forest entrance, they bury their crosses into the ground, forming a burning divider that stretches for miles. The Sandaime has forgotten the true meaning behind the Kyubi festival. It is to honor the Yondaime for the sacrifice he made and the brave Konoha forces that defended our walls. On this day, the 13th anniversary of Kyubi's defeat, we the villagers of Konohagakure will defeat the Kyubi once and for all. Shinko roars, inspiring the entire civilian population to cheer. Yeah, keep the Jinchuriki out of New Konoha. The beasts have already defiled our ancestors' lands, we don't need their kind in New Konoha, the fat council member roars, followed by the rest of the mob. One of the braver civilians throws his cross into the forest, only for Dante's layer of defense, Bomu tags, to denote in an explosion. The shock wave sends groups of civilians flying through the air, careful you fools. The entire forest is booby-trapped. Shinko warns, making sure not to get too close to the mysterious forest. None of the civilians ever bothered to venture into the old Konohagakure. No one thought to invest in the empty plots of land, out of respect for the Shodai Hokage. It was a mistake Shinko greatly regretted, seeing as all of the Alexandros businesses, Dante's Infernal Glassworks, Bullseye Weaponry, Apollo's Jutsu Factory and the Hou Hospital, Phoenix Hospital, were stationed in Old Konoha. We can't just stand here like cowards. We should burn them all along with Old Konoha, a lanky civilian yells. Don't be a baka Hayaro. I've been surveying these lands ever since the Oni lovers moved in. It has 10 security nets all around the forest that each operate differently. No one I've sent in can make it past the third net. From what I could make out, the first net is customized explosive tags that are set to denote with even the slightest motion. The second net is some kind of chakra absorption field that will drain you of energy with each step. The third net is simply one big explosion. Shinko explains, causing many of the civilians to cower away from the forest. All the more reason to burn down the whole forest. Hayaro yells with only a few men cheering him on. You saw what happened when you try to burn the forest. Even if we tried to set the forest ablaze, what if one of the other layers is a water flood to put out the flame? Even if that's not true, we'd still be blown to bits by the first layer. All we can do is wait, when the Kyubi Jinchuriki comes out of the forest, we will make our stand. Shinko declares. The burning of wood reaches the clan grounds, waking the sleeping Alexandros clansmen. What's going on? Naruto asks with a yawn. He planned on sleeping in today to avoid the ignorant villagers, but it seemed they weren't the ignoring type. It seems the citizens of Konohagakure want to wish you a happy birthday. Let's roll out the welcome mat. Apollo roars, opening a long scroll and applying root chakra to it. Kuchios no Jutsu, Okibi Tenjin Doragon, Summoning Technique, Blazing Fire Celestial Dragon, from the scroll a 10-foot tall, 33-foot long sapphire blue Chinese dragon materializes and hovers above Naruto. Alright birthday boy. Let's show Konoha how to celebrate a hero. Apollo says, jumping onto the blue dragon's head, holding his arm out for Naruto. What about presents? Amira yells. She had something special for her little man and everything. Well, the Sandame said throw Naruto a parade, well, I'll give the village a parade they'll never forget. Mwahahahaha. Apollo says with a mad laugh. Naruto eagerly hops on the dragon's head with his Otusan as they both soar high into the sky as the dragon roars mightily. Woo yee. Naruto yells, his face flapping from the blowing wind. He did it, sort of, but he achieved flight. He could feel the water in the clouds, his body going against the wind, before the blue dragon slithers in the air and goes with the wind. It was truly the most exhilarating experience in Naruto's young life. The blue dragon shot in the sky like a rocket, traveling at Mach speeds towards the burning crosses. This is amazing. Angel yells, using a constant flow of chakra in her hands to stay anchored on the wiggling dragon. I know. Wait, Angel-chan. How did you dash? Naruto starts, finally piecing the facts together. 1. He was supposed to be the only one up here, and 2. He knew that voice anywhere. Hinged into one of your scrolls and Kawarimi with it, nice trick isn't it? Angel says with a knowing smirk. Naruto has enough sense to know when a trap is being set. Yes, it is, highly effective, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Naruto says with mock surprise. Angel just shakes her head with a giggle. Oh Naruto-kun, I know you better than you think, oh and happy birthday. Angel cheers, moving closer to Naruto, uses her index finger to have him face her and plants a gentle kiss to his lips. It was swift, but left an all too familiar feeling to brew in Naruto's gut. Her lips were firmer than Fuzz and softer than Anko's. Why am I comparing kisses? It's official, every girl I met ends up kissing me. Naruto says, accepting his fate as any man would. Who said he wasn't cool? Youngest known Fuinjutsu user and the heir of a clan, sort of speaking, but what was blood when you had bonds like he did? What can I say, blondes have more fun. Angel says with a mild blush. Apollo clears his throat to let the two teens know his presence, causing both to blush since they forgot. Alright, now that you two are done with your little make-out, we're about to have a good old-fashioned smackdown on the civilians. Ground rules are, no killing, dismemberment, or maiming, everything else is fine. Apollo says, seeing the disbelief on the villagers' faces at the sight of an actual dragon. He had a clan to run after all, he couldn't very well just kill them outside his clan grounds, not without consequences even he doubted he could overcome. A village of shinobi, even Konoha shinobi were still not odds he liked. Stand your ground, it's one of their ninja tricks. My Sakura Muzum, daughter, tells me about them all the time. This is probably a genjutsu, a ninja trick that affects the mind. The only way to dispel them is for us all to focus and yell Kai, together. Come my fellow citizens. Shinko rallies, showing the necessary hand seal. Once everyone got the hand seal they all focused and at once yelled Kai. Separate their chakra burst was barely a pop, but together, a huge wave of chakra washes over the dragon, but it continues to soar towards them. It didn't work Shinko, I thought this was some ninja trick. Hayuro yells, trembling at the sight of the blue-scaled dragon, its fangs were twice the size of the tallest villager and flaming saliva leaks from its maw. Banzai, the trio yell, jumping off the dragon's head and crashing into different locations of the mob. The blue dragon rushes past the villagers, kicking up winds powerful enough to knock most off their feet. The blue dragon soars high into the sky, before it simply vanishes to parts unknown. You people have been plaguing me my whole life. Mistaking me for the Kyuubi, I've tried to explain my relation as his jail not the tenant himself, but no. You people don't understand that, you understand action. Allow me to reintroduce ourselves, my name is Aliaxtros Uzumaki Naruto and this. Asterisk Tori, Bird, Rin, Hitsuji, Ram, Kyo, Saru, Monkey, Rin, Kyo, To, Tatsu, Dragon. Asterisk is the Kyuubi no Yuko. Meshidesu Tetsuka, Kurama, to summon familiar, Kurama, Naruto chants mentally. The Kyuubi grins, unsealing his self from the scroll and grows to his lion-size form. Kyuubi touches the Hak no Fuin, 8 trigram seal, on Naruto's stomach, it begins to spiral in on itself before a black hole appears and 7 tails of chakra pour out of the Shiki Fuin and into Kyuubi's body. The Kyuubi's body grows to the size of the Hokage's tower, the power feeling so good he roars in excitement. I'm free, the Kyuubi roars. The Kyuubi has returned. Shinko screams, followed by all the other civilians, screaming for their lives as they run back to New Konoha. Apollo and Angel appear in front of their path, both in their respective taijutsu stance. Ah nah, you been asking for dis as huppin for years. Apollo says going through Mandras. Rin, Kyo, To, Bore. Meitun Kage Bunshin, Steel Release, Shadow Clone. Apollo chants mentally, pulling out hundreds of small steel cubes and throwing them at the mob. The steel cubes begin to combine and morph into 10 silver Bunshin of Apollo. The gang of Meitun Kage Bunshin rush the mob and begin to beat down on any civilian in their path, with the force of a train, breaking jaws, arms, legs and even a few skulls. A few civilians managed to slash one of the Meitan Kage Bunshin with their katanas, only for their blades to snap in two, followed by a spinning backhand strike from the Meitan Kage Bunshin. The Meitan Kage Bunshin makes swift work of the untrained civilians, unleashing a barrage of snap kicks, jabs, hook kicks, and other acrobatic stunts to confuse and catch them off guard. Poor bastards. Jaws were broken, faces caved in, and even some limbs were snapped in odd and painful angles as the civilians panic. Angel uses her superior speed to race through the mob and kick civilians with her powerful legs, evading and jumping over any that tried to capture her. The armor they wore might as well have been napkins, as Angel's kick easily shattered it. Due to their numbers, a ground of civilians swarm her, but she backflips out of the corner and leaps into action with a flying kick to the face that sends him flying into others. Another civilian tries to slash her with a blade, but she blocks him by the wrist and does a spinning back kick to rid herself of the annoyance. Following up, she dashes through the mob, sweeping a few from under their feet, and does a heel drop, landing on one guy's chest with enough force to drive him into the ground. Using the body as a springboard, she launches herself into a dropkick and nails two women in the face with the kick. Men and women alike were sent flying in all directions as Angel and the Meitan Kage Bunshin made easy work of the civilians with their combination of kickboxing and street brawling. Apollo uses the silent way to slink in the shadows and avoid the conflict above him, stalking ever so closer to the cowering Shinko. "What happened to all your strong words, Haruno?" Apollo asks. His head slinks out of the shadows, scaring the life out of Shinko, who crab walks away from the detached head. What are you? Yaju, monster, Akuma, devil, Gaki, ghoul? Shinko asks, completely petrified by Apollo's ominous ki. "I'm the Shodai Psychotakage, it's a shame your wife couldn't be here to see this ass whoopin'." Apollo declares. His entire body slinks out of the shadows, before he kicks Shinko in the chest, sending him crashing into a tree roughly. Before he can fall to the ground, Apollo rushes him and unleashes a volley of jabs at every single bone in his body, breaking them on contact. Shinko roars in sheer agony, feeling Apollo's fists crush each of his bones at high speeds. With one final right jab to the chest, Shinko is sent through the grand pine tree and skeets on the ground before coming to a halt. Blood pools from his eyes, head, ears, mouth, and nose. Apollo walks over to him and leaves a medical kit laying next to him. "I hope you enjoyed our little reenactment of the Kyuubi's attack. This is the part where the Kyuubi kicked your village's ass. Let's watch," Apollo says, helping Shinko sit up against a tree as the Kyuubi roars in the distance. Kyuubi no Yuko Gufu, nine-tailed demon fox tornado. Kyuubi roars, swiping his claw and conjuring a raging tornado to rip through the forest. Naruto guides the tornado around fleeing villagers, saving them from a grisly death, but still sending them flying in all directions. The fearsome winds rip trees from the ground and sends them flying miles away inside New Konoha. The flying trees crash into the homes of the civilians, who were all fleeing in panic. "And that's my cue," Angel says before disappearing in a swirl of electricity. Kyuubi no Yoku Reshin, nine-tailed demon fox disastrous earthquake. Kyuubi roars with insane laughter, slamming one of its claws into the ground, causing a massive earthquake to rock the entire village. The ground was derooted from the massive impact and sends waves of destruction throughout the forest. Trees shook. All animals were wise enough to sense the danger they were in and left long ago, leaving the battered and beaten civilians to cower at the sight of their worst nightmare. "This is it, you've won. Jinchuriki lovers. Konohagakure is finished," Shinko groans, just wanting it all to end. His Tsuma, wife, Muzum, daughter, his home and everything he ever earned was going to be destroyed. He didn't want to be around to see it. Apollo just laughs. "Oh ye of little faith, this is a reenactment. The yondaime should be stepping in, right?" Apollo says, just as Naruto arrives on the head of the blue dragon. At the Hokage's office, sitting in his office, enjoying a cup of Kusa imported jade tea, the Sandaime watches the events from his chair. "Happy birthday, Naruto-kun," the Sandaime says with a chuckle. A squad of Umbu enter the room, weapons drawn. Hokage-sama, the Kyuubi has returned. What are your orders? The Nico Umbu asks, schooling her features despite the serious events. Don't worry Nico, this is simply a reenactment held by the villagers to remember the Yondame's sacrifice. Instead of the usual festival, they felt the need to relive that day to truly honor those that lost their lives 13 years today. It is obviously not the genuine Kyuubi, since this beast has 7 tails, not 9. My guess is, this is a high-level henge by none other than the Torikusuda Sennin, trickster wizard. I say sit back and enjoy the show, it's about time the civilians learn to respect our shinobi, the Sandame explains, taking another sip of his tea. The Nico Umbu bows before leaving along with her followers. Back with Kyuubi, let's make this authentic, Bijadama, tailed beast ball. Kyuubi roars, converting a half of one of his tails into raw chakra and gathers black positive chakra and white negative chakra and shapes it into a sphere the size of the Hokage Tower. Wo Kyu-kun, let's take it easy here. We're not trying to kill anyone here. Naruto says nervously. No matter how much power Kyuubi put behind the Bijadama, it was still his greatest technique and highly destructive. Speak for yourself. Kyuubi says, before firing the massive gray sphere, with swirling black and white chakra around it, at Naruto, who pulls out 2 black scrolls and 2 white scrolls. Aligning them in a 8-pointed star via Kage Bunshin, Naruto goes through Mandras/hand seals. Rin, Tatsu, Dragon, Kyo, Hitsuji, Ram, To, Inu, Dog, Sha, Tori, Bird, Saru, Monkey, Tora, Tiger, Uma, Horse, Tori, Bird, Tatsu, Dragon, Yu, Hare, Inu, Dog, I, Boar. Fuinjutsu, Sodai Yanhu Huin, Sealing Technique, Grand 4 Directions Sealing Method and, turns out Fuka is fire not seal so from now on sealing method will be Huin. I'll correct the Fuka from other chapters at a later date. Naruto roars. From the black scrolls 2 black holes form and draw all the black positive energy from the Bijadama, shrinking the sphere into the size of a boulder, before the 2 scrolls close with black chakra leaking from them. From the white scrolls, gusts of white chakra rush out and spirals around the Bijadama, making it smaller and smaller, before completely sealing it inside the 2 scrolls, which leak white chakra. The 4 scrolls begin to tear as more of the chakra leaks out, threatening to overwhelm their containers. Naruto throws all 4 scrolls high into the air. Apollo sees them even from his distance and knows what to do. Yajujin Buraku who are you, 4th dimension black hole. Apollo chants, pointing his finger in the general direction of the 4 scrolls. In the center of the scrolls, a spiraling black hole opens and sucks the Bijadama into the 4th dimension. The scrolls finally give way to the Bijadama's separated positive and negative chakra and explode in a destructive burst of chakra, which can be seen even in the 3rd dimension as ripples wave in the skies above. The blue dragon soars towards the Kyuubi before launching Naruto at the Kyuubi. What the hell Kurama-kun? Firing a damn Bijadama at me, must have lost yo damn mind. Naruto roars, landing on the Kyuubi's snout and glaring him in his huge eye. I just wanted to test my partner, after all, in order to be affiliated with the great Kyuubi no Yuko, you have to be able to handle at least a half of my Ichibi Bijadama. Seriously, let's wrap this up before I decide to really reenact my last visit to this place. Kyuubi says. Naruto swiftly dispels the Meshidesu Tetsuka, sending 6 of the Kyuubi's tails back into the Hack no Fuin and reverting Kyuubi back into his scroll form. Naruto free falls from the sky, many of the still conscious civilians gasp believing the teen would surely die. The blue dragon rides the wind and catches Naruto from the sky, before setting him safely on the ground. The blue dragon flies in a circular motion, flying faster and faster still, before reverting into a scroll and closing. Apollo catches the scroll and places it back in his scroll belt. And the day was saved, thanks to Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto, the Shodai Tejinkage, first conjuring trick shadow. Naruto declares, before throwing a blue crystal at the burning crosses. The blue crystal shatters, unleashing a torrent of rushing waters that puts out the flames and washes the civilians out of the forest and back into New Konoha. "That's my Masuko, son," Apollo says, wiping away some stray tears from his eye. He was just so proud. The deceit, the name, the truth behind it all. No one could counter Naruto in the trickster ways, except Angel of course. With his job done, Apollo opens a Chijiku Shijudo, superdimensional shift, beneath him and falls into it, reappearing back in the Alexandros grounds. From behind a tree, Anko walks out and observes the aftermath. The Shodai Tejinikage has a nice ring to it. Anko says to herself. Do you need another reason? He could have easily killed all these fools and yet he let them live, albeit painfully. I say we give him the gift that keeps on giving, the seductress says within Anko, who gives it some thought. A part of her knew it wasn't appropriate to have these feelings for Naruto. I mean, he just turned 13 for crying out loud. You can't hide what's inside, the seductress says. Anko shakes her head of such thoughts and shunshins away from the forest leading to Old Konoha. At the Alexandros clan grounds, all right everyone, the Naruto parade is over, now it's time for the party. Apollo cheers, all of Naruto's friends roar with excitement. Each guest brought with them a gift to celebrate Naruto's 13th birthday. All throughout the clan grounds, orange streamers are hung from the roofs of the buildings and spiral around them. Inside white curly sphere streamers, little orange origami foxes also hang with the streamers, appearing to run down the white trail, like a fox in the wind. Across Apollo and Naruto's cabin, a banner that says, "Happy Birthday Naruto." With every guest's signature and hand print, paw print in Akamaru's case, signed on it. Hanging high in the trees are ninja wire that hold orange and blue fire-patterned lanterns, and yellow and purple star lanterns. The party refreshments, tea included, sushi station, and ramen station run by IM were up in Fu's tree cabin. The ex-Kiri Shinobi/Kunoichi were even present, though they found themselves working. Amuri plays a shamisen, 3-string instrument, Zabuza plays the koto, 13-string zither, and Haku plays shakuhachi, bamboo flute, giving the grounds a festive and lively tune. Most of the Konoha 12, their senseis, the Sandaime and Team Guy were all in attendance for the festivities. Only ones not there were Ino, Asuma, Hei 8, Sakura, Sasuke, and Anko. Tenten brought a huge storage scroll, with a orange bow wrapped around it. She figured the new teen was low on storage scrolls. Lee bought him a new pair of weights to fan his flames of youth, while Niji bought a scroll titled, How to Treat Your Betters. Fu has her Reiku Mushi, lightning bug, and Hataru, firefly, wrapped in gift trap, though the Reiku Mushi and Hataru shine through. Guy brought the greatest, most youthful gift he could think of, his green spandex. The way it clings to your frame and showcases your youthfulness, it was a must-have for any youthful shinobi. Hinata brought 4 boxes of her Naruto-shaped onigiri, not really knowing what else to bring. Shino and Kiba collaborated their gifts into Cold Hard Rio, 15,000 to be exact. Angel brought a Persian dagger with chakra-conductive metal. It has a finely hollow ground blade, the profile of the blade is a acute trailing point, and has a razor-sharp single bevel edge. The filework is meticulously defined in every inch, with a compressed vine pattern. The pattern echoes the curvature of the blade in interlocking and overlapping forms reminiscent of leaves of grass or entwined thorns. Kurenai brought a bottle of Daijinjo Shu imported from Gakoku, rice. It was real high-end alcohol. After all, Naruto was a man now. Genma brought a set of senbon, knowing the importance of said weapon personally. Roland brought a futon scroll his team recovered from Suna during a G-rank mission, while Shikamaru brought a Ichiraku gift card good for a month of free ramen and Chuji brought a gift card to his family's barbecue. Kakashi brought the latest addition to Aika Aika, Arashi's Aizu, Legacy. Dantes brought him a set of figurines, that look like all of Naruto's friends and Sakura and Sasuke. Dante made Naruto a glass fox fighting a dragon figurine, while Rose made him a few of her Ibra crystals and Amira had the best gift of all. She got Naruto his own clear crystal quartz orb to begin the next level of Fuinjutsu training. Naruto appears in a whirlwind, only to see his friends and family, all with fox ear party hats. Happy birthday Naruto, everyone cheers, some throwing confetti and others blow party horns. It was quite the scene to walk in on. Naruto couldn't help the few stray tears that fell from his eyes. This is why he protected Konohagakure, not for the fame or recognition from those ignorant villagers, it was for the people before him. The people that saved him from loneliness, from neglect and from the hatred of the villagers, they were his precious people. Diving right in, Naruto rushes the ramen stand and orders a large miso with roasted pork fillet, causing everyone to laugh before they do their own thing. Haku and Tenten talk animatedly about weapons and acupuncture points. Wow, so you mean your Kekai Genkai not only serves as in defense, but can even aid in long to short range offense? You have to show me times. Tenten says with hearts in her eyes, she couldn't help she was a sucker for a man who knows how to use weapons. Haku blushes, not really used to interacting with females other than Amuri. Sorry, but I'm afraid showing you would result in you dying and we wouldn't want to harm such a beautiful face. Haku says with a warm smile, hoping he said the right thing to get off the subject. He was wrong. The hearts in Tenten's eyes only grew at the thought of his deadly Kekkei Genkai. Oh, I think I'll manage, no one in Konoha knows more about weapons than me. Besides my Otusan, but he doesn't need to know that. Tenten says, her head getting bigger by the minute, that was until Angel deflated her. I don't know, I mean didn't my cousin tech you a lot about weapons? Angel asks with a smirk, she so loved messing with her Onizen. Tenten just growls at her, before sighing deeply, all flirting put on hold for the moment. Shouldn't you be with Naruto-kun somewhere, Angel Imachuo? Tenten asks, in classic blonde fashion. Angel becomes animated and remembers why she came over there in the second place. First was to tit-block Tenten for all the times she did so with Naruto. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Angel says leaving via Jintun Shunshin. I swear she's such an airhead. Once Naruto comes up, it's like nothing else matters. And I could have sworn I told her using Jintun for everything is taxing on her reserves. Oh well, I guess, she'll learn one day. Tenten says, going to flirting with the rather feminine Haku. Man, what was with her and the girly guys? Inside a private room in Fu's cabin, the Jounin mingle among themselves, mostly about Kakashi and Apollo's fight on the Taki mission. According to the reports, you used an advanced genjutsu that not even Kakashi's Sharingan could dispel. I'm just a bit curious about this genjutsu. Kurenai says, taking a sip of her shochu, a strong type of sake. Oh that? Sorry, a shinobi never kills and tells hee. Apollo says with a chuckle, taking a gulp of chuhai, Japan's version of Mike's hard lemonade, though this one is peach-flavored. Come on Apollo-kun, I'd like to know how you defended my honor. Amira says with a bright smile. Even though her and Kakashi made up, it still filled her heart with joy that her man fought for her. It was a power thing, gets her off. Well, if you must know, I used one of my ninjinjutsu to send a genjutsu directly to Kakashi's brain using nociceptors. Unless you're trained not to feel pain, the ninjinjutsu cannot be dispelled by anyone but me. Apollo explains. Kurenai drops her saucer of shochu, having never heard of a thing such as ninjinjutsu. Oh, could you elaborate more on this ninjinjutsu? Kurenai asks. The other Tokubetsu Jounin were listening as well, even Kakashi, who put his Ika away. Well, basically it's a combination of ninjutsu and genjutsu. The way my jutsu works is simple. I cause my enemy pain and use their pain to guide my chakra into their brain subtly. Once there I can do one of two things. I either turn my ninjinjutsu into strictly genjutsu and place an image in their heads along with affecting the nociceptors causing the most amount of pain possible, or I could turn my chakra into a nature transformation directly inside their brains. Apollo explains, sending chills down his audience's spines. Kakashi especially, remembering firsthand what the ninjinjutsu could do. That's my man. Talk about a mind fuck. Speaking of, Amira says seductively, rubbing her finger along Apollo's chest. That is quite the jutsu you've invented, Apollo-san. What rank would you give it? Kurenai asks. In her professional opinion, it was easily S rank. I'd give it a C+ rank. I mean, it'd never work on anyone immune to pain. Plus you have to have great chakra control in order to get your chakra inside the body without detection. Too much chakra and you'll be discovered, too little and it dispels. Besides, I have much worse jutsu than that. Apollo says with an insane grin. Yes, I have far worse jutsu than that. He. The shinobi/kunoichi from New Konoha decide now was the perfect time to go mingle with someone else, all disappearing via shunshin. And that's how you clear a room. Apollo says, picking up Amira and places her on his lap. He crafts 2 Fuin arrays, out of raw chakra, on his index and middle finger, on his index finger, a Saichu, restriction, Fuin, and on his middle finger a Sarensa, silencer, Fuin, before he fires them on the door, which flashes with dozens of Fuin arrays before they blend into the door. Now I think it's about time I affected your dopamine receptor. Apollo says, kissing Amira along her neck, giving it a few nibbles. Ah, Apollo-kun, it's Naru-chan's birthday. Amira squeals, trying to resist him and failing badly. That hasn't stopped us before. Apollo says, crashing his lips onto Amira's, who stops fighting and gives into Apollo's sexual energies. With Naruto is busying eating his 10th large bowl of miso ramen, working on his 11th. Before he can enjoy its savory goodness, a pair of caramel arms to wrap around him gently. Should have known you'd be here, birthday boy. Fu says, with a goofy smile. She had spent the better part of 10 minutes looking throughout the crowded clan grounds to find the blonde. She even ran into Angel, who went looking in the woods for some odd reason. That girl had no sense of direction. Then again, when you zip through the air in a streak of lightning, following directions seems like a moot point. What can I say, it's a weakness. Naruto says, slurping down his 10th bowl. How could he resist such a savory meal? It had everything, flavor, texture and the broth, the food of the poor. Ramen beat having to hunt and kill any day. I thought women were your weakness? Tenten asks with a giggle. I'm not limited to just one weakness, still thanks for coming to my party, guys and gals. Means a lot, after the villagers thought they'd come slay the Kyuubi. Naruto jokes, causing Fu, Tenten and Lee to laugh. Everyone in attendance at the party knew about Naruto's Jinchuriki status, either being told by the blonde himself or figuring it out on their own. I mean, if anyone bothered to research Bijou, they'd know you can't kill them, only seal them. Then you have Naruto's birthday, his insane chakra and how the villagers treat him, and it pretty much explains itself. Tenten didn't really mind, since she sealed weapons inside scrolls daily and could tell the difference between Naruto and the Kyuubi. I'm from a civilian mother and ex-shinobi father, so I come from both sides. My mother never saw you as that beast, I mean you're too nice to be a Oni. Tenten says, shaking her head at the foolish villagers. Yash, Naruto-kun's flames of youth are too bright to be dimmed by the Kyuubi's unyouthfulness. Lee declares. Was I just insulted? Kyuubi asks from his scroll form. It sounded like an insult, but he could never tell with this kid. Naruto just chuckles, a genuine smile graces his face. Before the group could talk more, Team 8, minus their senseis, joins them. Jinshin, self-confidence. Happy birthday, Naruto-kun. Hinata says, showing the results of Angel's confidence training, that girl was scary when angry. Still, the girl couldn't help but blush as she held her present out for Naruto. Naruto notices the lack of stuttering and is impressed, amazing what can happen in a few weeks. Taking the gift, Naruto opens it and can't help the massive grin on his face. Aw man, Hinata-chan, I haven't seen a better looking treat. You're awesome. Naruto proclaims, greedily devouring the Naruto like onigiri. Hinata gives Angel a sly smirk as if to say, I'm winning. Sure, she can fatten you up on treats, but do you have your own dagger? Angel asks, pulling out her gift. Naruto stares at the shiny new dagger like a deer caught in a Raiton jutsu. Sealing the onigiri away, he carefully inspects the custom-made weapon, as does Tenten. The craftsmanship was remarkable, the steel was of the highest caliber and the design, he simply had to name it. I shall call him Jetto Kiryu, Jetstream. Naruto says, mesmerized by the craftsmanship of the dagger. Channeling Futon chakra into the dagger, Naruto is shocked at how easily it flows and how his chakra seeps from the vine patterns of the blade. I thought you might like it, spent 3 years on that beauty. Had to save up 120,000 ryo to get the material imported from Tetsu no Kuni, Iron Country, but it was worth it. I made it myself, with you in mind, Naru-kun, happy birthday. Angel says, smirking widely at the deflated Hinata, custom-made weapons beat food any day when you're a shinobi. Words cannot express how I feel right now, so allow me to express it with action. Naruto says, before he channels Futon chakra into his feet and bursts into the sky, pumping his fists in the air and screaming to the heavens, thanking them, an angel, for his Jetto Kiryu. It just kicked so much ass, how could he not celebrate? Can you make me my own custom weapon, Angel Amuto? Please, please, please. Tenten asks, almost begs, her honorary little sister. Kazan already promised you a pair of guns. Those are pieces of weaponry all the way from the west, no other kunoichi nor shinobi in the east will have such a weapon. Angel explains. Tenten could only sigh, wanting the Chunin exams to begin already. Hinata wasn't going to be beaten so easily. Once Naruto falls back to the ground, she puts her plan into action. With a deep blush on her face, Hinata pulls out a photo album and hands it to Naruto. Looking at it, he sees a note that says, "For your eyes only," and seals it away for later. You did it, Hinata, you gave him the photos, there's no going back now, Hinata says to herself, trying to not faint from the thought of Naruto seeing those photos of her. Well, since we're giving gifts now, happy birthday Naruto-kun. Tenten says, handing the blonde the huge storage scrolls. It's a Matryoshka scroll, Otusan, and I made specifically for you and your clan. Inside of that scroll are dozens upon dozens of smaller scrolls that get smaller and smaller the more you unseal, much like the Matryoshka doll it's named after. Tenten explains with a warm smile. Naruto eagerly seals the gift, so big it takes 14 Fuin arrays just seal it away. Well, in comparison to their gifts, mine will probably suck, but happy birthday anyway, Naruto. Shikamaru says, handing the blonde a ticket worth 1 month of free Ichiraku. Upon seeing that, Ayam cries, knowing the blonde would be there practically every day and night gorging himself on bowl after bowl of ramen. It was the young waitress' dream/nightmare. Shika-kun, you do love me. Naruto cries, mock crying into Shikamaru's shoulder. Come on Naruto, man, you're being so troublesome. Shikamaru sighs, trying to pull the blonde off of him. I have something chomp even better. Chuji says with a mouth full of beef sushi. Sure, it wasn't his family grill, but it was still good and edible. I'll be sure to only use this when you're around, Chuji. Naruto says, having Chuji cry on his chest in sheer joy. You are a wonderful man, Naruto. Chuji cries. Even though it was his family's grill, he still had to pay just like everyone else, but not for the next month. It was totally worth the 69,000 ryo. Well, weapons and food are great, but I have with me 2 rare breeds of mushi, Reiku Mushi and Hataru. The Reiku Mushi can perform E to C rank Raiton Jutsu and the Hataru can perform E to D rank Katon Jutsu. With training from yours truly, these 2 mushi can be considered personal summons. Happy birthday Naruto-kun. Fu says, unwrapping the container, and freeing the 2 mushi. The Hataru uses Ninshuen, burning flames, to shoot a stream of flames at the Reiku Mushi, that uses the Inazuma, lightning bolt, to counter with a bolt of lightning. Fu seals the two mushi in separate glass containers and chuckles nervously. Apparently, the two mushi are naturally enemies and will constantly fight if released near each other, but think of all the collaboration jutsus you can perform with two different nature transformations at your disposal? Fu asks, seeing the mischievous gleam in Naruto's eye. Food, bugs, and weapons? Pfft, nothing compares to Dante's artwork. Behold! Dantes declares, pulling out his Sakura replica doll. Taking a senbon, Dantes stabs the doll between the legs. Seconds later, the entire grounds hears Sakura screaming in sheer agony. He Budo Yu Ninjyu, voodoo doll, using Roland's Meiton and my sculpting skills, we craft replicas of people. These replicas are bound to the original thanks to Roland's ability to steal people's chakra and place it into objects. I figured you'd want these as a gift. Dantes handing the dolls to a cackling Naruto, the pranks he could pull. Angel manages to grab her doll and seals it away, as if I'd let you have that kind of power against me. Angel says, sticking her tongue out at Naruto, who only growl. Not wanting to give up such leverage over her, Naruto attempts to get the angel doll back, but the girl simply vanishes in a streak of lighting, before appearing behind him in a whirlwind. Wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck, she leans into his ear and whispers something that goes unheard by all but Naruto. Said blonde just blushes before trying to hide his face. Whatever was said effectively silenced him. Since everyone is giving you something useful, I hope you find use in this, the Kamitashi no Jutsu, sickle weasel technique. I acquired it from the corpse of Asuna Kuniochi. Apparently they use fans to use this jutsu, but those with great chakra control and a futon affinity should be able to use it without. Roland says, handing the scroll to Naruto. Shino studies the two mushi intently, never hearing of mushi that could use nature transformation, but the proof was before his very eyes. Kiba just gives Naruto their gift, before setting his sights on the Kuniochi around him. The sun began to set while the Alexandros clan grounds were lit ablaze with merriment and cheer. Friends and family of Naruto were mingling, enjoying each other's company, but someone was missing. Has anyone seen Anko-senpai? Naruto asks. He figured maybe she would just be late, but it was getting late and he couldn't even smell her scent in the grounds. Yeah, where is Anko-chan? She's usually my drinking buddy. Hey Naruto-kun, wanna be my drinking buddy? I have shuchu. Kurenai says, her face blush from hours of drinking. Before Naruto can even think of a response, Kurenai wraps her arm around his neck and leads him to Fu's cabin. Come on Naruto-kun, don't be such a prude, you only turned 13 once. Besides, you're a man now according to Konoha's shinobi laws. Kurenai slurs, dragging Naruto along. At the home bar in Fu's cabin, the shelves are stocked with all kinds of alcohol from sake, to shuchu, to umeshu, to wine, even whiskey and gin. The bartender for the evening was none other than Fu herself. What can I get for you Naruto-kun, Kurenai-sensei? Fu asks, shocking Naruto. Fu-chan, I didn't know you had a bar in here, let alone know how to bartend. Naruto admits, granted he had been gone on a week-long mission, but still. There's a lot you don't know about me. So what will the birthday boy have? Fu asks with a smile. Naruto looks at the wooden sign overhead and searches the menu for the best-sounding drink. It was his first drink after all. Let's start with a sake bomb. Naruto says. Kurenai encourages him, since the sake bomb was a popular cocktail. Fu pours sake into a shot glass and drops it into a glass of beer. Two chopsticks are placed parallel on top of the glass of beer, and the shot glass is carefully balanced between them. Naruto then chants Ichienai-san sake, and slams the table with his fists, causing the sake to fall into the beer, before swiftly drinking the brew. Kurenai and Fu cheer him on, but Naruto can't seem to feel anything at all. It's one of the benefits or maybe curses of being a Jinchuriki. You see, my yokai naturally dispels any toxicities that enter your body, including alcohol. Doesn't mean you can't enjoy it though, the Kyuubi explains, but that did mean he couldn't enjoy it. What's the point of drinking if you can't get drunk? Looks like you've learned the Jinchuriki's secret. Fu says. It was one of the reasons Noelle taught her how to bartend. I mean, when you couldn't get drunk, there was less chance in you getting drunk on the job or sampling the stock. I mean, a woman has needs, and it was much better to have someone serve you drinks than make them yourself. Maybe he just hasn't drunk enough. Get us 2 blood and sand. Kurenai says. Fu just shrugs her shoulders and prepares the concoctions. She gets a medium bowl, combines 200 grams of orange juice, 2.5 grams Versawhip, and 1/2 gram xanthan. Using an immersion blender along with whisk attachment, Fu whips the juice into foam. In a chilled cocktail shaker, she stirs together scotch, vermouth, bitters, and ice until well combined. Straining it into a chilled double old-fashioned glass, she tops it with cherry ale and orange foam. Both Naruto and Kurenai enjoy their drinks. Kurenai gets tipsy, especially since this was her 8th drink of the day. You do a good job, go. Do what you do and give us a voodoo. Kurenai slurs. Fu fills a shaker with ice cubes, adds 2 parts aged rum of Haitian, 2 parts apple juice, 3/4 part sweet, vermouth, 1/2 part lime juice, 1/4 part syrup, and 1 twig of cinnamon cane. She shakes and strains it into a chilled highball glass filled with ice cubes. With a shrug, Naruto picks up his drink and chugs it in one go, along with Kurenai. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Anko's absence was really bringing his mood down. Sure, they didn't have a romantic relationship, but they were still more than just sensei and pupil. They had a bond, or so he thought. Aw, Naru-kun, Miss Anko-chan. Isn't that so cute? You have a crush on her. Kurenai slurs, using Naruto to keep herself from falling over. Kurenai was beyond the point of tipsy, if her swaying was anything to go by. I have no idea what you're talking about. Naruto says with a blush that doesn't go unnoticed by Kurenai. Even in her drunken state, she knew a blush from being drunk. Besides, he couldn't get drunk. Is that so? Mind explaining why you're more flushed than Hinata is when you're around her then? Kurenai asks with a smirk, causing Naruto to blush more. So this is where you've been? You better not be getting my Naru-chan drunk. Amira says, accompanied by the Sandaime and Apollo. Happy birthday, Naruto-kun, I have a special gift for you, the Sandaime says, holding a scroll behind his back. A part of him felt bad for denying Jiraiya the chance to have Naruto sign the Toad contract, but for some reason, this just felt right. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement. The Sandaime always gave Naruto the best gifts. Naruto-kun, I want you to become the next Saru summoner. Take this scroll, cut your finger and sign your name on a blank spot. My only request is that you meet my Magoda grandson, Konohamaru, and have him sign it as well, but only when he's truly ready, the Sandaime says, unrolling the scroll of the Saru. Naruto stares in awe, never expecting the turn of events. To be offered a summoning scroll was one of the biggest honors a shinobi can give another shinobi. To the Sandaime, it was the least he could do after failing to uphold the Yondaime's dying wish. Naruto marvels over the intricate fuin and the name Sarutobi Sasuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Sasuke? Naruto asks. The Sandaime chuckles, remembering the day Uchiha Mikoto named her son after his father in the hopes the boy would be as splendid a ninja as he was. That was my Otusan Naruto-kun. He was the founder of the Saru contract, having discovered their residence via Gyaku Kuchios no Jutsu, reverse summoning technique, the Sandaime explains. All of his guests watch in anticipation as Naruto signs the contract, but to everyone's shock, his blood is literally rejected, being thrown clean off the scroll. What happened? Naruto asks, feeling a bit dejected. Did the Saru not accept him as a summoner? Was he not good enough, or did they hate the Kyuubi? I don't know, but I'm going to find out, the Sandaime says. Boar, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Saru, monkey, Hitsuji, ram. Kuchios no Jutsu, the Sandaime roars, slamming his palm on the ground as a plume of smoke erupts. From the smoke, Enku, Enma, Monkey King, Enma, stands on his mighty tail. His body and tail are covered by white fur which protrude from his sleeves and pants. He has long white hair that reaches into his back and long sideburns and a goatee. He wears a black suit with mesh armor underneath, over which he wears a sleeveless, kimono shirt with white, fur trimmings and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes on it which is held closed by a sash. He also wears a Konoha Hitayate. The great Sara looks at the Sandaime analytically. Well, you're not dressed for battle, Hiruzen-kun, so what do I owe the summon? Enma asks. From the looks of it, this was not a social call. Enma-kun, I would like to know why the Sara have rejected Naruto-kun. He is a fine shinobi and I wouldn't trust anyone else with this responsibility, the Sandaime says. Nothing personal, Hiruzen-kun, the Gaki already has a summoning affinity. Enma explains, confusing everyone present. It didn't make sense, Naruto hadn't signed any summoning contracts. Oh, I get it now, of course. Due to our Kekii Genkai aligning your spirit with the Kyubi, it made him your summoning affinity. Since the Kyubi is a great mass of chakra, his form can be broken down into countless Kitsune spawn, each with their own abilities and whatnot, much like having a summoning contract for him. I wonder, would an alliance between the Kitsune and Sara be possible? Apollo asks. Enma rubs his chin in thought. It had been a while since an alliance between summons was forged. It didn't end well. Naruto had never thought of his bond with the Kyubi in that light. Looks like they were more partners than he thought. Let's say I agree to this alliance. What are the terms of this alliance and what would the Sara get from this? Enma asks. After all, he needed some insurance to trust them. I, boar, inu, dog, tori, bird, saru, monkey, hitsuji, ram. Zufuku Kuchios no Jutsu. Amplification summoning technique, Naruto chants mentally. He visualizes an orange baby kitsune, with sapphire blue eyes, then spreads his blood across Kyubi's scroll form. From the scroll, a pint-sized orange kitsune appears and gazes at Naruto. He gazes back into its eyes and for some odd reason, knows everything he needs to know about the fox. This is Karabursu, Cerberus. He will act as our envoy. In exchange for only one of your willing Sara members, I will give you him. He is an amplified summon, with the Kyubi's yokai coursing through his veins. Naruto explains. The Kitsune know as Karabursu follows Naruto's mental orders and unleashes bits of yokai, before using it to grow to the size of a fully grown Inuzuka Ninken. Not only that, but I can use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu as well to relay messages. Karabursu replies, shocking everyone in attendance at seeing a talking kitsune. Then again, Kakashi has talking Ninken, Anko has talking Hibi, Guy has a talking Kame, turtle, and Kurenai has talking Ga, moths, so maybe it wasn't that strange. Enma laughs heartily. The new generation was brighter than even he thought it could be. You've got yourself a deal, Naruto-san. I know just the perfect Sara for the job. Get your ass out here, Saiku. Enma roars, slamming his palm on the ground and covering the area in smoke. Yo Faja, what's good witcha? Saiku asks from within the smoke. Once it clears, an ape with white fur is revealed. Unlike Enma, Saiku's hair is down in 6 dreadlocks that reach his back and his tail as a bush of hair at the tip. He wears a white suit with red armor underneath, over which he wears a sleeveless, kimono shirt with black, fur trimmings reminiscent of a panther on it which is held closed by a sash. He also wears black stylized sunglasses and had a pointy beard. Sara no Uji, Monkey Prince, Saiku, next in line for the Sara boss summon and my son. Saiku-kun, this will be the perfect test to see if you're ready to be boss summon one day in the far future. You are to be the envoy of the Saru in an alliance with the newly found Kitsune summons. Enma says to his son. Saiku walks around Naruto, inspecting him to see if he was truly worthy. You must be smokin' some bomb herb, Faja. Me think this brat be nothin' but a shrimp on the barb. Saiku says, using his tail to rise himself up above Naruto, barring down on him with crossed arms. I don't know what you just said, but it sounded like an insult. I don't take insults kindly. Naruto says darkly, he'd be damned if some Saru insulted him on his birthday. So the brat is feelin' froggy now? Bring it on, ya wet noodle. Saiku says, getting into the Saru stance, while Naruto crouches on all fours in his own kitsune stance. This is not negotiable, Saiku. I have decided to place my trust in the boy, besides he has shown great control over the Kyuubi's yokai. That in itself shows his worthiness. Enma says, getting between the two before the festivities could be disturbed. Well, if Mifaja says you're okay, I suppose we can be friends. Saiku is the name, being awesome is what I do best. You'll be the first to sign a private contract with the likes of me. Unlike the old Saru over deer, this contract links you to only me, but between you and me, I'm getting tired of the same old tree vines. I want to explore the human world, and you're my ticket there. Henge. Saiku roars, erupting in smoke and turning into an ink brush. Just dab me in some blood and sign on the dotted line. I prefer to only be summoned for the best fights and to remain out here in this form. Saiku explains. Naruto dabs the brush in some of his blood and signs his name as the scroll closes and disappears in a plume of smoke. Everyone cheers as Naruto shakes hands with Enma, finalizing the alliance between the Kitsune and the Saru summons. Let's get this shit poppin' now. I got dat boom boom. Saiku roars, beating his chest on a fuin and summons forth a hookah, filled with dank cannabis. Many of the party-goers are appalled at the sight of the drug, but the Alexandros clan don't seem to mind. Most of the guests leave the Saru, not wanting to be involved with drugs, legal by religion or not. Humans don't smoke the ganja. What the matter with you people? The herb is good for ya, good for the mind, body and soul. Surely you understand, Naruto. Saiku says, feeling greatly offended no one took his offer to smoke. Not wanting to be rude, Naruto sits down and puts his mouth on the hose as Saiku lights the contents in the center. Once the smoke hits his throat, Naruto coughs, causing Angel to giggle. Geez, Naru-kun, you hit it like a little bitch. Let me show you how it's done. Angel says, taking deep, slow hits from the other hookah hose. She holds her breath for a few seconds before exhaling the smoke in Naruto's face. She is definitely mating material. Saiku says, winking his eye at a blushing Naruto. Why thank you, Saiku-kun, I'm glad someone notices. Angel says. Not wanting to be outdone by Angel, Naruto takes a deep hit and exhales it, starting to feel the effect set in. Whoa, I feel everything. Naruto says, and quite literally meant it. He could feel the ground beneath his feet, the wind blowing all around them, he could smell all the food, the air, even an ant taking a shit, EW. I thought I couldn't get drunk? Well, technically speaking, cannabis isn't considered a toxic once it enters the body, in fact you have a why explain it? Just enjoy it, the Kyuubi says with vigor, and enjoy it Naruto did, hell even Apollo and Amira got in on the action. This is a sign of bond-in and acceptance, to me at least. Saiku says, howling like a Saru at the festivity of his new partner. Oh, I almost forgot, happy birthday my Naru-chan. Amira cheers, giving him the crystal quartz orb. That's right, we've decided that after 4 years of Fuinjutsu training, you're finally ready to make the next step. You've already developed over 4 Fuinjutsu of your own, so it's high time we move to how to apply Fuin arrays as you would a Genjutsu, subtly. You see, most of your Fuinjutsu take too much time to set up in battle and they're quite large, which is understandable with your current chakra control. The next step in Fuinjutsu is to compact the arrays and make them barely visible to the naked eye. This orb will help you learn that. Apollo explains, before he goes back to hitting the hookah. As the sun set on the Alexandros clan grounds, and all non-Alexandros clansmen left for the night, Naruto sits by the lake, looking at the stars' reflection in the water. He had a great time, only thing he felt was missing I'm sure she had a good reason to not show up. Fu says, taking a sit next to the blonde and watching the water wave gently. It was how she went to sleep at night. Being from Taki, she would always listen to the rushing waters of the waterfall at night, or watch the water nearby to lull her to sleep. I guess so. How you know it's funny? Naruto says with a chuckle, remembering something his father had told him. Oh, and what's funny? Fu asks with a smile. There's this rule in the clan, that says all heir/heiress must lose their virginity on their 13th birthdays. Isn't that crazy? I had this idea that Enko-senpai would be the one, but with only an hour to go, I doubt that's happening. Naruto says with a sad smile. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he just wanted her. Maybe it was because she was just like him. She was hated for something out of her control. She was goofy and well sexy. He'd be lying if he didn't admit that. That big goofy smile of hers always put one on his face. You don't say? You know, Angel-chan told me about that rule. She said that it couldn't be with someone of Alexandros blood, right? Fu asks with a devilish smirk. Everything seemed to be lining up for her. Here was a boy that understood her better than anyone probably ever could. Sure, he was goofy as all hell, a bit of a douche when he wanted to be. She'd never forgive him for putting itching powder in her panties, but he was genuinely kind, and not bad-looking either. She may not have been in love with him at the moment, but she couldn't really think of anyone else she'd rather do this with. That's about right. It's one reason Angel-chan couldn't do it, and trust me, she tried to get around it. Naruto says, chuckling to himself. So Naruto-kun, who would you have sex with out of all the girls if you could? Fu asks, inching closer to him subtly. She couldn't help the giggle from seeing Naruto's face turn red with blush. Honestly, it wasn't that hard of a question. I don't know. Never really thought about it. Naruto lies. Oh, course he thought about it. He did see all of the girls his age naked, more than once, and doing borderline sexually things, but he wasn't going to tell her that. So you've never thought about having sex? Not even with Anko-sensei, Angel-chan, or me? Fu asks, pointing to herself with a pout. Naruto begins to sweat heavily, trying his best not to look the girl in the eyes. Those sexy-ass orange eyes. I mean, I don't know why would any of you want to have sex with me? I mean, yeah, Otusan told me about it and showed me some stuff, but I've never done it before. I doubt I'd be any good. Naruto says, not noticing Fu just inches from touching him. A small blush graces her face, her heart races. It was now or never. And, this is the first lemon of the story and my first one, period. I hope this lives up to many of your standards. And if you were rooting for Anko, sorry, maybe next time, hahaha. Well, the only way to find out is to try. Fu says, throwing caution to the wind, and kisses Naruto smack dab on the lips. Even though he was a bit surprised, he didn't fight her. In fact, he easily gave into the kiss and returned it with equal passion. He couldn't deny kissing Fu was unique in itself. There were just so many emotions that came crashing every time they locked lips. Fu wraps her arms around Naruto, leaning against him to deepen their kiss as she slips her tongue into his mouth. Sweet was the only word to come to Naruto's mind once Fu's tongue brushes against his own. Once they broke the kiss for air, Fu rises to her feet and motions for Naruto to do the same. Once both are on their feet, Naruto shows some boldness and grabs Fu by the shoulders and pins her against a tree, before returning to kiss the mocha-brown kunoichi. Fu couldn't help but moan at Naruto's slightly rough actions, his kiss getting more and more heated. Both being new at this, they simply enjoyed the taste of one another and the passion and lust steadily building. His hands roam all over her backside, spending extra time fondling her sugary sweet ass, something Fu greatly appreciated. During the sexual training the girls went through, each girl had to tell just what turned them on and got them hot. Fu's were roughness and fondling her butt and right breast. Not wanting to waste such valuable intel, Naruto breaks off the kiss, leaving Fu in a dazed state, only to feel on her breasts through her clothes. They were so soft and yet somehow firm at the same time. The more he felt them through her clothes, the more he wanted to rid her of them to feel them raw. He had no idea that simple things such as foreplay could get his blood pumping into his organ downstairs. The friction alone was far better than anything Fu experienced doing it herself, and she let him know with a soft moan. Not wanting anyone to hear them, Naruto slams his lips on Fu's to quiet her moans. This was getting hot. Are you sure this is what you want, Fu? Naruto asks, breaking off the kiss just to make sure. He didn't know if he could stop himself if she said yes. Fu takes a moment to regain her lost breath. Man, was he a great kisser, or maybe it was because she never kissed anyone. Na had to be the first option. When he had it, you had it, and boy did he. She looked into his sapphire blue eyes, seeing everything she needed to find her answer. She saw his desire, his lust for her, and it only made her want him more. Finally, someone wanted her, and from the tent steadily growing in his pants, he needed her. Stop talking, Fu says before she grabs Naruto's cheeks and resumes kissing the blonde Jinchuriki. That was all the answer he needed. Naruto tests the waters by using his left hand to slide down Fu's stomach to her bare thighs and rubs them feverishly. Damn, were they so soft and creamy, like running his hands through rich milk. He couldn't help the sense of pride he felt when Fu began to wrap her legs around his hand and steadily buck against it. Do you have any idea what you're doing to me right now, Naru Aijin, lover? Fu asks breathlessly. The way she was being teased was driving her mad. She wouldn't be the only one teased though, as she rubs the tent in Naruto's pants, earning a few moans from the blonde. Why don't I get a closer look at exactly what I'm doing? Naruto says huskily, before falling on his knees and lifting her skirt up. Fu could only blush madly and hide her face at the way Naruto gazed at her nether regions. She wanted to tell him to stop, but her lust-roasted mind silenced all thoughts. Naruto couldn't believe how sexy it was underneath the skirt. Fu wore a mint green thong that was literally dripping with her essence. The scent alone put him in a trance as he slowly removes the last barrier to her feminine gem. It wasn't the first time he saw her mocha-brown vagina, with the pink lips and little pink bud, but he'd be damned if it were the last. Curious as to what she tasted like, Naruto gave her valley a gentle lick, making sure to pay attention to her clitoris his Otusan told him about, and good thing too. Fu was in heaven. The shock waves he sent throughout her body fired her already lust-roasted mind. Get it, get it, get it GURL. Get it, get it, get it. Good GE get it GURL. Noel cheers, before her and Chome leave Fu to her pleasures. Naruto couldn't get enough of Fu's essence, finally understanding why his Otusan loved oral sex so much. He applied everything Apollo taught him. He changes the tempo of his licks based on Fu's body reactions. When she would buck into his face, he gave her valley a nice, long lick before probing her clit with his tongue. Eventually, Fu's legs gives out from the pleasure as she slides down the tree Naruto pinned her against. That didn't stop him though. Propping himself on his elbows, Naruto continued to devour her. Ah Kami, it's like eating ramen, but better. I didn't even know that was possible. Naruto says, taking a small break from eating Fu out. Fu smiles brightly, hearing Naruto say she was better than his favorite food only increased her desires and sends more essence trailing down her legs. Wanting him to continue, Fu grabs a hold of Naruto's head and forces him back into her valley, not wanting him to stop for anything. Even though she wasn't a screamer, her body did all the screaming for her, bucking into his face like it were his manhood. She could feel it coming, it was so close, all she needed was one last lick, and did Naruto deliver. Grabbing her by the thighs, Naruto lifts her up at an angle and drives his tongue as far as it'll go inside of her. That unleashed the floodgates. I'm coming, Naruto. Fu screams, unknowingly turning Naruto on even more. The erotic tone, the way she slammed his head into her, he even marveled at the intense rush that flowed from Fu and into his waiting mouth. He felt great pride at pleasing his lover, it felt so right. It felt amazing, it was like nothing she ever experienced before. Her mind screams in sheer ecstasy as Fu rides her orgasm gracefully. Lapping up the excess cream, Naruto savors the flavor as he marvels at Fu's state. Body all sweaty, eyes glazed over and the rise and fall of her chest as she tried to steady her breathing. Once she returned from Cloud 9, Fu captures Naruto's lips in a grateful and steamy kiss, not minding tasting her essence in the slightest. Using the tree for balance, Fu rises to her feet and walks over the lake. Before Naruto can join her, he is left stunned as Fu removes all of her clothes tantalizingly slow and stands before him with all her feminine glory. Her ample B-cup mocha breasts with the chocolate brown areola and hard nipples. With a "come here" motion of her hand, Naruto snaps out of his trance and swiftly rises to his feet before holding Fu in his arms and returns to kissing her sweet lips. It wasn't long before his hands roamed over her breasts and gently fondled them. Fu felt the burning in her loins once more and decided to cool things off. Subtly removing his clothes, while he was occupied with her neck and breasts, Fu leads them over to the lake. Naruto couldn't get enough of his mocha-skinned beauty, trailing kisses from her face, to leaving hickeys on her neck. It all felt and tasted so good. By the time he even realized he was naked, Fu wraps her arms around his neck as she takes him into the lake with her with a splash. The water from the lake did nothing to cool the two teens off, if anything it only made them hotter for one another. "Enough playing Naruto, you've earned all of this," Fu says seductively, lying on top of the water's surface with her legs spread wide and fingers opening her valley for him to explore. Far too into it to even ask if she was sure, Naruto swims over to her and brings her hot valley into the water as Fu hisses from the sudden cold. With her help, Naruto lines his manhood with valley and slowly enters her, marveling at the sense of connection and warmth her insides provide. Once he is fully inside of her, both teens let out a loud and long moan, closing their eyes from the intense pleasure coursing through their veins. Unknown to them, both of their bijou's yokai begins to mold together, forming tattoos on separate parts of their bodies. On Naruto's chest, where his heart is, a fox chasing its own tail appears, and on Fu's left breast a kabutomushi in flight appears, before their bijou's yokai fades away. Naruto couldn't believe how tight Fu was. It was a chore just getting his manhood inside her, but it was worth it. Once he was fully inside her, he allows her to get accustomed to him, all the while, sucking on her neck and running his hands through her hair. Fu sucked in the cry of pain she felt once Naruto was inside. Thank Kami her hymen broke during training. Once her inner walls were accustomed to Naruto's girth and length, Fu gazes into his lust-filled sapphires with her fiery orange orbs. "You can start moving now, Naruto. Don't hold back, I want you to fuck me so hard," Fu whispers in his ear, before biting on it as Naruto followed her instructions. Instead of slow and steady, Naruto thrusts his manhood deep inside Fu, then takes it all the way out before repeating the process. Water splashed every time they made contact, which only served to drive Fu even more mad, feeling both Naruto's manhood and water slam inside of her. All screams were caught in her throat as Naruto continued to thrust into her with all his might. Each thrust sent her further into bliss as she wrapped her legs around his waists and arms around his neck, both with vice-like grip. Fu, you feel so damn good, it's like you're trying to milk me of all I'm worth," Naruto says, too entranced to care how he sounded. He just couldn't help but tell her. That sentence was music to her ears as Fu started to meet Naruto's thrusts with her own, causing more water to splash around. It felt so good to have him thrust into her, to hear him tell her how good she felt and the cold water hugging them. Her inner walls squeezed down on Naruto, getting tighter with each thrust. "Tell me more, Naruto, tell me how great you feel," Fu insists, wanting to hear him cry out her name once more. "I have a better idea," Naruto pants, removing himself from Fu. Before she can complain, Naruto rises her ass in the air and swiftly re-enters her, both feeling the access the position gave them. Oh Kami Fu, I'm so close," Naruto moans, his pace now frantic and wild with desire and urgency. "You wanna come in me, Naruto? Huh, you do, don't you?" Fu asks through her moans, feeling Naruto's manhood engorge. Fuck yeah I do. I want to sue bad, I want to make you mine and mine alone. Naruto says, feeling his own orgasm steadily approaching. His words alone drive Fu over the edge as she clamps down on him and her essences blends with the water of the lake. Even with the intense pressure from Fu's climax, Naruto still holds on, feeling his own approaching any moment. Fuck do it. Come inside me, Naru Ijin and mark me, please. Fu begs, as Naruto happily gives her her wish. Coating her insides full of his seed with a few more powerful thrusts. Fu's eye roll into the back of her head as she feels Naruto's seed shoot inside of her, thank Kami she was prepared. Naruto pulls out of her and picks her up bridal style, before he walks back to shore and falls down from exhaustion along with Fu. And you thought you wouldn't be any good? Fu says, lying her head on Naruto's bare chest and listens to his heartbeat to lull her to sleep. Naruto couldn't hear her though, he was already asleep, as any man would. The sun rises over Konohagakure, shining brightly to signal a great day for its citizens to soak up the sun's rays. The birds were chirping merrily and the wind blows gently throughout both new and old Konoha. In one of the training grounds of old Konoha, Angel can be found, practicing her kicks and knee strikes. Her powerful and slender legs move gracefully and yet swiftly all in one. With each kick, 4 kicks follow as she trains her body without the use of Jintan chakra. If there was one thing she learned as a member of Team 8, it was that her Jintan chakra wouldn't always save her. Yo Angel-chan, beautiful form as always. Naruto says, with a cheery smile on his face, and who could blame him? Last night was the best birthday of his life. He got to scare the shit out of the villagers, he got to party with all his friends, made an alliance with the Saru and, most importantly, fucked the brains out of Fu. Having learned to channel sacral chakra through her body, Angel can easily pick up on the waves rolling off Naruto. Flattery will get you nowhere, Naru-kun. So how was it? Angel asks with a knowing smirk. She was a bit upset that she wasn't the one to take it, but it was a clan rule. Besides, now that he finally lost it, he was free game. Not really picking up on what she meant, Naruto's smile grows even brighter. It was truly the best birthday of my life. Thanks again for my Geto Kiryu, I can't wait to test drive this bad boy. Naruto says animatedly. Unsealing said dagger, Naruto takes a moment to marvel at the gift, before giving it some practice swings, it felt so light. You can thank me by not beating around the bush. How was she? I mean Anko-sensei is known as a seductress, so I figure she must have really worked you over. Angel says, hands on her hips in mock scolding. As far as she was concerned, Anko was competition and damn good competition too. Whereas Angel was still a virgin, Anko must have had sex before, if not tons of it, she needed to know how the woman did her thing. To say Naruto was confused was an understatement. Why did she think Anko was the one he had sex with last night? Alright, probably a bad question, since he himself wanted to, but he wasn't going to complain after what he experienced. Actually, I didn't have sex last night. Naruto says, obviously lying, and badly at that. Angel wasn't a fool, I mean she could literally see the sexual energy pour off him, hell it almost affected her, almost. Right, I'll believe that, when you don't reek of sexual energy. Or did you forget I've been working with sexual energy since I hit puberty at 7? Now spill, I want details. Angel demands, walking over to her fellow blonde and flicking him on the forehead. Naruto rubs his forehead with a mild blush on his face at being figured out, he honestly didn't want anyone to know. According to Apollo, telling and bragging about having sex was not only disrespectful to the lucky lady, but downright ungentlemanly. After all, girls like bad guys and women like gentlemen, so long as that gentleman knew how to put the boots to her of course. Shouldn't you be with your team by now? Naruto asks dully, trying his best to change the subject. Angel knew what he was trying to do and couldn't help but smirk. Actually, today all rookie genin will be put on different teams in order to familiarize ourselves with our fellow genin. Today it will be you, Fu, and I along with a chunin named Inazuka Hana. Enough about that, tell me about your first time. Angel demands, getting tired of his little game. She wanted to know and she'd find out even if she had to go up to Anko herself to find out. Deciding enough was enough, she allows her sacral chakra to flare and mold with Naruto's, watching with glee as the blonde began to buck from the pressure. She found it easier to influence him now, but chalked it up to him having experienced sex and wanting to again. Why not use that? Come on Naruto-kun, don't you want to tell me all about it? I mean, keeping it all to yourself, that's not fair. How will I know what you're capable of if you don't tell me? Angel asks enticingly, walking over to Naruto with a slight sway, much like a cat and cupping his cheeks in her hand. He was pretty much putty in her hands at that moment, the rush from her sexual energy, the provocative look in her jade eyes, too much for the new teen to bear. I didn't have sex with Anko-senpai. Naruto admits blankly, completely enchanted by Angel, who is surprised to hear him say that. Tell me, who did you have sex with Naruto-kun? Angel asks sweetly, she knew for a fact he was supposed to have sex with Anko. Everyone in the clan, except Amira, knew that much, her especially. After being rejected by Apollo to take Naruto's virginity, she made it her business to know just who would do the deed. Fu-chan, Naruto admits, shocking Angel to her core. Fu? You mean Fu with the mint hair and orange eyes, Fu? Angel asks just to be sure. Yes, Naruto says, before Angel releases him from her charms. This was bullshit. After all the gripe Apollo gave her about it having to be outside the clan and Fu ends up jumping the blonde stud? Da fuck man. This is some bullshit. I can't believe it was FUU. Angel growls, grinding her teeth in her fury. She even subconsciously releases static and howling winds in a mad twister that pushed Naruto back. Angel-chan, calm down. Naruto says, fighting his way towards the raging girl to try to calm her down. Sensing the influx in chakra, Apollo appears next to the raging Angel and places a hand on her shoulder. Whoa there Angel-chan, I know you wanted Naruto-kun, but it had to be Anko-chan. Apollo says, applying soothing waves of chakra into Angel's body, successfully calming her down. It wasn't Anko Apollo Dano, it was Fu, da fuck? You said only an outsider could take his virginity. Angel yells, royally pissed at the clan head. Fu? But I was sure Anko-chan would be the one, damn it, and I had everything planned out too. Apollo sulks, now he'd have to wait before making Anko his apprentice. Naruto, on the other hand, was beyond confused. What are you both on about? What do you mean it had to be Anko-senpai? And why is it so bad Fu was the one? I mean she's not technically of Alexandros blood, so it's cool right? Naruto asks, not really understanding the problem. It was his Otusan's idea to bring Fu to the village for this very purpose, in a sense anyway. Apollo just sighs, sometimes it really sucked to be him. Well, to put it simply, Anko-chan was supposed to take your virginity. Reason being, I wanted to spread the Meshidesu Tetsuka to her and make her the next Dragon Sannin, but I suppose giving it to Fu was bound to happen anyway. Apollo says, praying Amira hadn't finished the scroll of candy he gave her to keep her occupied while Naruto did his thing with Anko, or at least who he thought was Anko. What was that, Apollo-kun? Amira says from behind him, causing Apollo to scream like a little girl and jump with fright. The sweet look on her face betrayed the furious phoenix raging behind her, burning the grass underneath her. She must have been hearing things. It sounded like Apollo pretty much gave her Naru-chan to her best fucking friend. Amira-chan, my lovely Tsuma, did you hear that? Apollo asks, face growing pale blue and cowering in the face of Amira's wrath. Her once sweet smile soured into a scowl that struck fear into Apollo. Hell, even Naruto and Angel were terrified, holding one another for protection. Yes, now run that by me again. You wanted who to take Naru-chan's virginity? Amira asks, all good nature absent from her face. To be betrayed by not only her best friend but her husband? Okay, he kept things from her all the time, but not this time. It just so turns out that Fu-chan took it. Yeah, Fu-chan, which means I have a lot to explain to her and Naruto. Naruto, could you go find Fu, immediately? Apollo asks, slowly backing away from his furious wife, only for her to stomp over to him, her once pink eyes now a deadly violet. Tired of the games, Amira pulls out the G-rank scroll and opens it, to reveal a secret V-rank mission. V-rank mission log. Take 1 Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto's virginity before October 11th. Accepted by 1 Mitarashi Anko. Amira reads aloud before closing said scroll. Apollo couldn't believe it. How did she get a hold of that? Oh wait, that's right, she has half my soul. What's hers is mine and mine is hers. Ah shit. With that thought in mind, Apollo did the one thing he was good at and vanished in a dimension Shunshin. A blazing purple fire dances on Amira's hand as she literally punches a hole in the air and pulls out a kick and screaming Apollo, before she drags him to their cabin. Is it so wrong? I wanted the best for our Masuko? Have mercy, sweet love. Apollo begs, crying anime tears and clawing at the ground to anchor himself, but Amira effortlessly drags him away. Damn her super strength. Never. Amira roars, throwing Apollo into their cabin and slamming the door behind her. Naruto and Angel look on, completely terrified as girly cries of agony echo from the house. The poor bastard was done for. Wait, how did you know Anko-senpai was supposed to do it? Naruto asks, still holding on to Angel for dear life. Once she notices their embrace, Angel smirks with a Nico mouth, before she licks Naruto's cheek affectionately. Oh, I have my ways. Well, now that sweet justice has been served by the hand of Amira Dano, I think it's about time I got ready. Meet me at the mission hall in 10 minutes, don't be late. Angel says. With a Nico mouth and pause, before disappearing in a streak of lightning. Naruto absently rubs the cheek Angel licked, a mild blush on his face. Why did that girl fluster him so damn much? With nothing better to do, he decides to go find Fu, not only to tell her about their joint mission, but also to discuss last night. Was it a one-night thing or was this just the first time with more to come? Then there was what his Otusan said. What did he mean by next dragon Sennin, and what does my virginity have to do with my Kekii Genkai? Ugh, no point in racking my brain about it. Naruto ponders, before he heads to the lake, if Fu was anywhere it'd be there. Walking past the log cabins that house the members of his clan, Naruto is stunned to see a burned, bloodied, and battered Apollo, hanging from the surrounding trees completely naked with a banner hanging from his waist that reads, I'm a dirty boy. A big ol' dirty boy. Naruto wanted to laugh, hell it was a funny sight, but he figured he had more pressing matters. Alright Otusan, tell me something. Why did you make losing my virginity a mission? What, you didn't think I could get it on my own? Naruto asks, honestly a bit offended. I mean, after all the talks of sex being primal and how a real man goes out and hunts his partner, he took it upon himself to pay someone. And then, she didn't even have sex with him, but she accepted, so that was a confidence booster. But if she accepted, then what happened? Naruto-kun, it wasn't like that. I only had your best interest at heart. Apollo groans, too tired to try to lie to his son. Lying got him in this situation in the first place. Naruto just sighs, knowing his Otusan didn't mean any harm by his actions. Too bad he didn't think things through. Well, I guess I can't be too mad. I mean, how many 13 years old has a Otusan that would pay a seductress to take his Masuko's virginity? I should feel honored. Still, I do have one grievance, and that is, why was it so important? Naruto asks. Take your jacket off and see for yourself. Apollo instructs. Naruto gives him a blank stare, not really sure how to take what he just said. I mean, he is naked after all, and he kinda told him to jack it off, or at least that's what registered in his newly pervert mind. Don't give me that look. If you would just do it, you'd see what I mean, damn it. Now come on, all this yelling is opening my wounds. Apollo groans, she didn't have to cut his body so many damn times. I mean really, after inflicting cuts deep enough to reach the white meat, you'd think she had enough. Knowing about his heal factor didn't even help him, she just keep on cutting until it stopped healing. Who does that? Getting over the awkwardness, Naruto takes off his jacket and is confused when he sees the kitsune tattoo on his chest. Alright, I'll bite, what is this? Naruto asks. That, my Masuko, is the next evolution of the Meshidesu Tetsuka. It is known as Saiken o Gazu Suru, to forge bonds, and it is a sign that the Meshidesu Tetsuka has been passed on to another. Remember the phoenix tet that appears whenever I seal your Kazan? Apollo asks. Wait a minute, why didn't I just seal her when I was getting my ass kicked? Oh wait, that's right, she can break out of that now, probably would have pissed her off more. Naruto nods, remembering how cool it was to see. That's my Saiken o Gazu Suru with your Kazan, might Suma. You see, unlike other Kekkai Genkai, where the abilities are passed down from the parents to the child, the Meshidesu Tetsuka can be passed down in two ways. The hard way, which is how you received yours, or through sexual conquest. I like to think of it as AS, K, G or Sei Kansen, sexual transmitted, Kekkai Genkai. You see, when two people have sex, they are exchanging their spirits with one another as well as chakra and bodily fluids. Whenever you, specifically, have sex with someone, you are giving them some of your spirit, which has the Meshidesu Tetsuka inside it, thus giving your partners the same Kekkai Genkai. There's another feature to the Saiken o Gazu Suru that is important to know. You see, not only do you give them your Kekkai Genkai, but you also give them some of your jutsus as well, but it's a two-way street. I would imagine, Fuchan now has the Meshidesu Tetsuka along with some of your personal jutsu. That means that you have some of her personal jutsus as well, but you don't have her affinity and neither does she. One flaw to this, is that if you use condoms it won't work and you still have to master the jutsus you gain from her, Nefty no? Apollo explains, getting a bug-eyed expression from Naruto. Wait a minute. You wait. Until now to tell me this? Naruto asks with several tick marks on his brow. This was the kind of shit you tell someone beforehand, not the day after. I didn't think it'd matter until now, really. Apollo says with a dry look, no use worrying about it when he wasn't sexually active. Don't you think Fuchan should know about this? Naruto asks, a tick mark appears on his brow. Probably, which is why you should go tell her while I'm hanging out here. Your Kazan is watching, Apollo says, breaking out in a cold sweat. Gazing into his upstairs window, he can see Amira's cold purple eyes glaring at him, watching to make sure he didn't leave. That woman can be very vindictive. A chill runs down Naruto's body as he shivers and holds himself for warmth. He found it odd a phoenix was capable of producing such a cold atmosphere. Leaving his Otusan to his fate, Naruto makes his way over to the lake. Once he's made it there, he can see Fu skating across the water far off to the other side of the lake. Fu-chan. Naruto shouts, but the girl can't seem to hear him from the distance. Deciding to get closer, he steps onto the surface of the water and is shocked when his feet slide across like ice. Trying to gain some degree of balance proves pointless as he trips and falls into the water with a loud splash. The noise draws Fu's attention over to a drenched Naruto, who looks both frustrated and embarrassed at the same time. Hello Naruto-kun, if you want to do a few laps, I'd advise you take your clothes off first. Fu giggles with a smile. She had been thinking about the blonde all day, but after the night they had it was easy to see why. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Me without my clothes on in the water. Naruto says with a perverse grin. Fu gives him a blank stare, before she sports an even bigger perverse grin. Aw, look at little Naru-kun. Getting all cocky after having sex. Is that what you came for, HM? A round two? Fu asks, hands on her hips with an inflated head. After all, she was the one to bring about this change in him. Are you serious? Naruto asks with all the hope he can muster and a shine in his eyes. Nope, last night was for the clan. Fu says, hands over her mouth to hide her giggles. Naruto is instantly deflated as a dark rain cloud hangs overhead as he balls up into the fetal position. You didn't have to get my hopes up, Naruto says dejected. Fu can't contain her fits of laughter as she wraps her arm around Naruto's head into a headlock. Aw, don't be so down in the dumps, Naruto-kun. Maybe if you play your cards right, you'll get to hit this again. So what did you want? Fu asks, effectively getting Naruto out of his funk. The promise of vagina will do that to a guy. Well, two things really. First, we have a mission today with Angel-chan and Hana-senpai. We are to meet in the mission hall in 5 minutes. Naruto informs her, getting a nod from Fu. Everything she needed was already sealed, something she picked up back in Taki when villagers would burn down her home. And the second thing? Fu asks, noticing Naruto scratch the back of his head nervously. That didn't bode well. Would you mind taking off your shirt? Naruto asks. If he were anyone else, she'd slap the shit out of him, but this was Naruto, the guy she had sex with not even a day ago. Not really seeing the point, but not minding, Fu does as instructed, showing off her mint green bra and the kabutomushi tattooed on her left breast. Well, that's odd, I've never had that before. Fu admits, noticing the tattoo right away. Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to tell you. Now don't be mad, I can't stress that enough, but I may have given you not only my Meshidesu Tetsuka, but some of my jutsu last night. Naruto says, honestly this was more awkward than he thought. I mean, to tell someone you've given them a Seikansen Kekii Genkai it was hard to say. Fu's eyes spiral in confusion, never even hearing of a Seikansen Kekii Genkai. I mean, what was that? Do you mean an STI? Wait, but you were a virgin. How the fuck could you give me a ST anything? Fu asks in rage. The water around her began to form violent waves. Naruto frantically waves his arm in defense. No, not an STI, if I had one, I swear I'd never have sex. No, this is a Seikansen Kekii Genkai, or to put it simply. When we had sex last night, I gave you my Meshidesu Tetsuka along with some of my jutsus and you, in return, gave me some of your jutsus. I suspect I gained your ability with the Suimen Hoku no Ju, water surface walking practice, but since I wasn't at your level, I fell in. According to Otusan, whenever I have sex with someone, I give them a piece of my soul and with it, the Meshidesu Tetsuka and some jutsus. I swear I just found out today. Naruto says, half expecting her to kill him for placing yet another burden on her shoulders. So let me get this straight. On top of having the Nanabi sealed in me, I now have the Meshidesu Tetsuka and some of your jutsus? Fu asks, wanting to make sure she had it right. Nodding his head in the affirmative, Fu just shrugs her shoulders. Fine by me. Fu says. I mean, not only was the sex great, but she got a Kekii Genkai and jutsu out of the deal? In her professional opinion, she called that a triple threat deal. Really? Oh, thank Kami. I so thought I was going to die. Anyway, I think we both need to keep this a secret. I don't know if you having sex with others will mean the same thing or if it's solely me, but from how Otusan explained it, it could be passed down to anyone you have sex with. In the meantime, we should find out what jutsus we gain from each other, but only after the mission. Naruto explains, getting a dull nod from Fu, who disappears in a splash of water. Walking over to the lake, Naruto seals up a decent amount of water for the mission. Since most of Fu-chan's jutsus are Suiton-based, I'll need this in order to use them properly. With that taken care of, Naruto disappears in a whirlwind. At Mission Hall, the scene Naruto shined into was by far the most terrifyingly awkward he had ever seen. Even the receptionist was cowering in fear from the scene of Angel and Fu glaring at each other with enough intensity to produce clashing lightning from their eyes. Hana looks at the two puzzled, knowing they were both from the same clan and not understanding why they seemed to despise each other. Angel couldn't believe she lost out to this mushy chick, while Fu couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. I'm here for a mission. Naruto asks more than says. His reward is an intense glare from Angel that sends jolts down his spine, before she returns to glaring at Fu. Clearing her throat to get their attention, Angel huffs before turning away from Fu and giving their squad commander her attention. Now that everyone is here, I'd like to go over the mission. We will be embarking to Kiba no Kuni, Fong Country, Giggle to deliver this envelope sent to us by Tsum no Kuni, Claw Country, smiles brightly. This is a G rank mission and should be treated like a C+ rank mission with the possibility of enemy shinobi and bandits. Any questions? Hana asks, the three genin nod in the negative. With that taken care of, the team Hana all shunshin to the west side gate to leave. Hana-senpai, are you linked to the S.U.N.? Naruto asks, he knew that his Otusan had given the S.U.N. scrolls to Anko and everyone in the clan, but wasn't too sure about other people. Judging by the confused swirly eyes she gives him, he has his answer. S.U.N. stands for Shunshin Underground Network. It is a system developed by my Otusan to make travel easier for Konoha Shinobi/Kunoichi. Suppose you're on a mission and you become gravely injured. You can't move, but can still mold chakra. With the S.U.N. no matter where you are, you can shunshin to wherever you leave S shunshin marker or SM. I'm not surprised you don't know about it, since it's fairly new. Otusan and I only recently started it. Naruto explains. Both Angel and Fu had proud smiles, knowing they picked right when selecting Naruto as their man. As if reading the other's mind, the two begin an intense glaring contest, before turning away from each other. With that taken care of, the team make their way to Kiba no Kuni. Wow, Naruto-kun, that sounds amazing. I can't believe someone so young could help with such a complex system. I didn't know Shunshin could be used like that. Hana says, making a mental note to ask said clan patriarch for said scroll. Naruto chuckles, shaking the back of his head with a sense of pride. Well, to be honest, the Shunshin normally can't be used in such a way, but I got the idea a while ago after reading up on the Yondaime signature jutsu, the Hirashin. You see, it started when Naruto says, telling the story of how the S.U.N. came to be flashback. Naruto 9 years old Apollo, who was heavily bandaged, was busy working on yet another Fuin array. After all, a Fuin master's work is never done. He wanted to tweak the Fuin that allowed him to use the Chijiku Shifudo to allow a faster activation time than 0.4 seconds, to him that was too slow. It should be instant. The minute I draw the Fuin array the dimensional rift should open, but no. There's that shitty delay, in this world 0.4 seconds is all it takes for Amira to catch my ass. As if yesterday wasn't a prime example. Shiver, I didn't even know my scales could be burned that badly. Apollo said with a huff, all he did was ask her to have sex with him on the Hokage's desk. Was that so wrong? Otusan, Otusan. Looky here. Naruto said, holding a scroll with the personal info on the Yondaime Hokage. He was his hero, and after finding out the main was a Fuinjutsu master, it only made him want to be one. Apollo stopped his work to look at what his Masuko was showing him. The Yondaime, huh? Never a finer man walked this earth, no homo. Anyway, is there a reason you're showing me this? Apollo asked with a warm smile. It had only been a year since he adopted the boy, but he already saw him as his Masuko. Naruto smiled brightly with excitement, about ready to bounce up and down from it all. It says here that the Yondaime was the bestest shinobi in the world. He was a master at Fufu Jutsu, he means Fuinjutsu, but he's a little kid and can't pronounce it right, and his Hirashishi, same thing, can't pronounce it, was said to allow him to disappear in a flash of light. It's so awesome. Naruto cheered, practically oozing brow chakra subconsciously. Apollo couldn't help but laugh heartily at his Masuko, not having the heart to tell him bestest Fufu Jutsu and Hirashishi weren't really words, or could he? Well, first of all, the Yondaime was the best shinobi. Bestest isn't a word, Naruto-kun. Neither is Fufu Jutsu, it's Fuinjutsu. Say it with me. Apollo said, not wanting his Masuko to be stupid or made fun of, any more than he already was. It took a while, but Naruto could finally say Fuinjutsu and Hiroshin correctly, though he had to say them slowly. Now then, about Fuinjutsu, it is literally the key to the universe. A lot of your Otosan's jutsu involve Fuinjutsu. In fact, you could think of me as a Fuinjutsu master as well. Apollo said proudly, I mean he did travel through dimensions using Fuinjutsu, not unlike the Yondaime, though his was cooler. Really? Ah man, I have the coolest Otosan ever. Naruto yelled, jumping up and down with excitement. If only you knew how right you are, Naruto. Well, if you really think so, how's about I start teaching you Fuinjutsu? I mean you learned the Kage Bunshin from that root Umbu after only seeing it once, you're a natural for the harder disciplines. Let me warn you though, this will be hard, really hard. I'm talking, oh my Kami, I'm such a failure I could just kill myself, hard. You'll have to work on your penmanship, study different symbols and Fuin arrays, it's a long road ahead. Apollo explained, but Naruto didn't seem to mind. Well, reading sucks, but I'll do my best. Kazan says that if a baka like Otosan can master Fuinjutsu then anyone can. Naruto said, not seeing the dark rain cloud hovering over Apollo. Why does no one respect the dragon? Apollo cried, anime tears pouring down his face. Otosan, are you alright? Naruto asked. Snapping out of it, Apollo put on the brightest smile he could muster. Peachy keen Naruto-kun. Now let's go somewhere so we can begin your Fuinjutsu training. Apollo said, grabbing Naruto disappearing in a puff of smoke, sometimes the best way is the simple way. Naruto was ecstatic. Why you can do the Hiraishin? Naruto asked with beaded eyes. Oh heavens no. That particular jutsu was known only to the Yondaime and it was a secret he took to his grave. No, the jutsu I used is called the Shunshin no Jutsu, it is a D-rank jutsu that allows the user to travel a set distance almost instantly. It's kind of like, super fast mode for ninja, allowing them to move at great speeds to appear to just disappear, using the elements or a smoke bomb to mask their escape or attack. All you need is a mental image of where you want to go and good chakra control and boom. Unlike the Hiraishin, the Shunshin has a limit to where it can go. For example, it can't get you from Konoha to, let's say, Sunagakure. Apollo explained, but from Naruto's titled head and the ever-present question mark above his head, he knew he didn't understand. Why can't it? If you're moving super fast, then why does the distance matter? Why not do what Yondaime did and leave Shiki for the Shunshin where you want to go? Naruto asked. Honestly, it wasn't a bad idea, but there were many flaws to that way of thinking. Well, first and foremost, that would require a lot of chakra to pull off. Not only that, but not everyone can even perform Fuinjutsu. You know what, why not? Yeah, why can't we use Shunshin in that way? I bet it was the stepping stone for the Hiraishin in the first place, I mean the two are similar, the Hiraishin is just a much better version, yeah. Apollo said, pulling out a scroll and getting to work writing the idea down and thinking of all the Fuin arrays he'd have to make to actually make it work. Why, what about my training? Naruto yelled, pissed his Otosan seemingly forgot about him. Looking over his shoulder with a dry look, Apollo tossed him a scroll, some ink and a brush. Get started practicing your brush strokes. Even a small mistake can cause disaster to a Fuinjutsu user. One miswritten Fuin array can cause a otherwise safe Fuin to literally blow up in your face. Apollo said, getting back to work. Now what should I call this? The Super Shunshin, Super Body Flicker? Nah, that's lame, I've got it. The Shunshin Underground Network, genius. Since underground is in the name, I'll have to start burying Shiki underground, having my clansmen do the same wherever they're located. Now how will I go about getting this network established in Konoha? I'm not teaching all active shinobi/kunoichi Fuinjutsu to make the Shiki themselves maybe, Apollo thought out loud, pondering his next big Fuin project end flashback. While the team listened to Naruto's story, they had traversed Hai no Kuni's thick, luscious forests and made their way to Kiba no Kuni surrounding mountains and traveled by the river towards their destination, Fong Mountains, where the daimyo compound resides. Wow, Naruto-kun, to think you were so imaginative even at such a tender age. My Imatu was busy begging Kazan to give him his own familiar at that age, until she finally caved. Hana says with a small giggle, remembering the day Kiba and Akamaru became partners. Naruto couldn't help but blush and rub the back of his head at the compliment. Gee, thanks Hana-senpai, I mean it was more the fantasy of a young boy to teleport around Konoha and cause trouble, but I'm glad Otusan ran with it. Anyway, I think it's best if I leave a Shiki in Kiba no Kuni, just in case we have to return here. Naruto says. Looking up at the sky, Hana sees the sun beginning to set for the night. That sounds like a decent plan, besides I doubt the daimyo would like having Shinobi appear in his office out of nowhere. You can place it here and Fu-chan and I will set up camp for the night. Angel-chan, you have first watch. Hana instructs, getting mock salutes from the three genin. Naruto unseals an orange-furred scroll and slams it on the ground, before channeling chakra through it. Shiki and Fuin arrays begin to pour from the scroll and bury themselves underground as Naruto patiently waits for the Fuin process to be done. Meanwhile, Angel unseals an orange popsicle and proceeds to suck on it feverishly, putting the entire thing in her mouth before pulling it out, sucking on it the entire time. Such actions causes a bit of blood to leak from Naruto's nose. Do you honestly have to eat it like that? Naruto asks, why are you asking that? You should be encouraging. Wait a second, she has a tongue ring, the Kyuubi roars, noticing the shiny metal sticking out from her tongue every time she takes an extra long lick. Does it bother you, Naru-kun hm? Thinking perverted thoughts, I see, such a bad boy. But yes, I do have to eat it like this. No matter how you go about it, you can't eat a popsicle in a non-dirty way, believe me, I've tried. So I just go with eat it quickly. Angel says, sticking her tongue out for Naruto to see the yellow and white swirled ball on her tongue. Just seeing that ball made blood leak from Naruto's nose, the things she could do with that tongue, shaking his head of such thoughts, Naruto gives the Fuin his undivided attention. The Kyuubi stays in his scroll form, until he picks up a scent deep in the mountains, lizards? I wonder, letting his curiosity get the better of him, the Kyuubi shrinks to the size of a mushy before he races towards the mountains. Don't wait up, Kit, I'm going hunting, the Kyuubi says via telepathy. Naruto just waves absently, finally finishing the SM hookup to Kiba no Kuni. That makes 6 countries accessible with the S-U-N, Naruto says with a grin. Good thing his Otusan wasn't out for world domination, with the S-U-N he could go anywhere essentially. Back in Konoha at the Hokage's office, it was back to work for the Sandame, who was head deep in paperwork. Maybe letting Apollo-kun and Naruto-kun beat the shit out of the civilians wasn't my best idea. Most of the paperwork were hospital bills from the recent Kyuubi reenactment, along with grievances from many of the civilian council. If not for the injuries they all sustained, then they'd probably demand a meeting, not that that would have gone in their favor. After all, burning crosses outside someone's home, even if it's miles away, is a hate crime and can be punishable by jail time. Though, the ass-whooping they got was punishment enough, especially Shinko. His injuries were the worst by far. Having literally every bone in your body broken is no laughing matter, even for a shinobi. Luckily for him, he would recover, but he wouldn't be at any meetings for a while. After making a Kage Bunshin to reject all paperwork involving Apollo pay not only for countless hospital bills, but also for pain and suffering, the Sandame, his self, looks over the letters he sent to the other nations concerning the Chunin exams, on top of his on head of the Hokage monument. Well, I can't say I'm surprised really. IWA, Kyumo, and Kiri all refused to send genin to the Chunin exams this year. This is definitely a problem, seeing as the Chunin exams are a sign of peace and hospitality among the nations. Many will see their refusal as a sign of war, and tension will only grow from such thoughts. The Sandame sighs. May I make a suggestion? Amira asks, having come to the monument for some private training. The forest behind the monument was literally reduced to ash, but that wasn't something Fu and Yamato couldn't solve with a little Mokuton later. Sure, so long as I can make one of my own. That being you finding another training spot, because I'm sure Yamato won't be able to pass regrowing a forest as Mokuton training to Fu forever, the Sandame says with a sweat drop. Honestly, didn't she know the meaning of restraint? I guess you have a point. Anyway, why not host the Chunin exam somewhere natural to all shinobi nations? That way, not even that old midget Inoki could bitch. Amira asks, pulling out a stick of gum to chew, candy. The Sandame thought about her suggestion for a while. You know, that might just work. I have the perfect place in mind too, Tetsu no Kuni. The Sandame says, preparing to make a Kage Bunshin to relay the message to the one in his office, but is stopped by Amira. Hell no. That place is way too cold. Phoenix and cold don't mix well. I want to see my Musuko kick ass, not freeze my ass off. I have a better place in mind, Benesu Shima, Crimson State Islands. Amira cheers. Having been to said island with Apollo, she knew it was the perfect place to host the Chunin exams. Benesu Shima is made up of about 14 islands that make up the entire country. Don't know if this is accurate, but just go along with me here. Sounds awesome, no? It's certainly big enough to host a Chunin exams. And they even have an arena we can use. Yes, this could definitely work. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the Sandame says, summoning forth a legion of 12 Kage Bunshin. Each of you are tasked with notifying the other nations that wish to participate of the changes in location. Only one of you will contact Benesu Shima and ask if they will be willing to host the Chunin exams. We have a month to prepare for this, and I suspect it should take 2 weeks to contact everyone and get word back from Benesu Shima. Amira-chan, I'd like for you to ask Apollo-kun to head to Benesu Shima as soon as possible, through normal means, to be our envoy. Also, I'd like to hear your ideas on what the exams will be able this year, the Sandame instructs. All the Kage Bunshin salute before they shunshin to do their tasks. Well, I have been thinking about it. I guess brainstorming ideas couldn't hurt. Your office, around noon every day? Amira asks. The Chunin exams promise to be quite the event this year. It is nighttime in Konohagakure and the crescent moon illuminates the blank, dark skies above. Many villagers were out and about, either eating at one of the many restaurants or simply enjoying the night breeze. Shinobi used the night to blend in and move unseen by the untrained civilians, all but one Kunoichi. Now where could that pesky Hibi-chan be? Amira asks with a huff. She had been to her apartment, the dango shop, pretty much everywhere Anko would hang out, and she couldn't find a single trace of her. Amira glides on the rooftops of New Konoha, getting scowls from the civilians below, but ignoring them easily. After all, it wasn't like they could harm her or anything. Just a bunch of weak-minded people doing the only thing they could do to show their hatred of her, make faces. What were they, children? Well, compared to me, they might as well be. While searching for Anko, Amira couldn't believe her so-called best friend agreed to deflower her Naru-chan, clan tradition or not. She could have at the very least told her. I mean, sure, Amira would have probably slapped her with a katan, hukabinta, fire release, arson bitch slap, but that was better than what she had planned now. Oh ho, when she got her hands on that hussy. Picking up the faint scent of Hibi coming from the west side gates, Amira vanishes in a flaming spiral and reappears just as Anko entered the village. Anko was beyond pissed. Not only did she miss Naruto's birthday party, but she had to run all the from Taki. Not to mention her S.U.N. scroll was stolen. When she got her hands on that little bitch, well, if it isn't my best friend, who tried to fuck my Musuko behind my back. Amira says, the apparition of a blazing phoenix roaring from her hair menacingly. Anko had enough sense to gulp, sweating bullets from not only the heat, but the sheer terror on Amira's face. Those gleaming violet eyes, her bared fangs in a scowl and her blazing phoenix-shaped hair, she didn't even know hair could do that. There's really a good and funny. Explanation for all this, Amira-chan. Just hear me out, please. Anko asks, knowing better than to piss off a cousin, even an adoptive cousin, concerning her Masuko. Wanting to hear what she had to say, Amira calms down, her eyes revert back to pink, but keeps the blazing phoenix hair. You have 5 minutes. Amira says. Well, after the Kyubi reenactment, Anko recalls, telling her side of the story flashback. Yesterday, after watching Apollo and Naruto leave the area, Anko walked from behind a tree, a solemn look on her face. With a sigh, she pulled out her S.U.N. scroll and wrote accept in her blood. Amira-chan is going to kill me for this, but I guess you can't help who you're hot for. Anko said to herself, before she picked up the scent of one, Alexandros Fu. So you're the one Apollo Dano tasked with taking Naruto-kun's virginity. Even though you know it will put a strain on your relationship with Amira Dano, you're willing to risk that? Fu asked, appearing via Mizu Shunshin. Well, when you say it like that, it makes me feel like I'm stabbing her in the back. I'm woman enough to at the very least tell her before I do so. I mean, if Kit-kun wants me, and I'm sure he does, and I want him, then there's not much she can really do. Kit-kun is 13 now. According to Konoha laws, he is officially an adult, a grown man, well, a young man anyway. Anko said, rubbing the back of her head with a sheepish grin, that didn't make what she had to do any easier. You're right, I guess I don't know, I wanted to be the one, but clan laws and all. Anyway, I want to help you. Fu said with a gentle smile. Anko gave the girl a critical look, not buying her words for a second. So the girl that wants Kit-kun is trying to help the woman who is about to have sex with him? Do I look like a genin, because last I checked I haven't been one since 12. Anko said, giving Fu her patented Hebe glare. To her credit, Fu didn't even flinch, though a little sweat was evident on her brow. I meant no harm, Anko-sensei, it's just that, well, Naruto-kun means a lot to me. Being a Jinchuriki like myself, I see him as a kindred spirit and want the best for him. You're Konoha's #1 seductress, if anyone could make this a day to remember, it's you. Besides, I only wished to pass an idea to you, it's up to you to take it or not. Fu said, her hands in a defensive gesture. Anko couldn't help the inflated head she got when Fu praised her seductress skills. After all, it wasn't an easy trade to master. Alright, Mushi-chan, I'll humor you. What's this idea you have? Anko asked with a cocky grin. Well, why don't you wrap yourself up as a gift from you to Naruto-kun? The best gift you could give him is yourself after all, right? Fu asked. Anko was taken aback by the idea. It was, simply put, genius. You know, that's not a bad idea. I'm ashamed I didn't think of it first. I'll need someone to deliver me though. You wouldn't know anyone, would you? Anko hinted. I'll personally see to it that you're at the right place at the right time. Fu said. With that taken care of, Anko unsealed a wooden human-sized coffin, before hinging it into a giant present with an orange bow and climbing inside. Flashback ends. The next thing I knew, I was in Takigakure. I don't even know how she was able to drop me off there, but when I tried to use the S.U.N., the freaking mushi from Taki swarmed my scroll and went underground with it. Anko growls, even more pissed than before having to tell someone a genin managed to trick her so effectively. All the rage left Amira's face by the end of the tale, as she fell on the ground inside splitting laughter. PFFFFFT bwahahahaha ahahahaha I hahaha I'm gonna pee my pants hahaha. Aw man, Fu-chan, you prankster. Not only did she get rid of her competition, but she even managed to take Naru-chan's virginity too. Amira laughs, enjoying the irony of it all too much to be mad. Anko's face burned red, but from embarrassment or fury wasn't clear. What? She took it, that bitch. Anko roars, multiple giant tick marks bulging from her brow. That cunning little worm. She took our prize away, the inner seductress roars, beyond pissed she didn't get to indulge in essentially popping Naruto's cherry. Amira calms down before patting Anko on the back with enough force to send her face first into the ground. Ah, don't be mad, Anko-chan, at least you avoided having to see one of my Jigaku, hell, up close and personal. The fact that you were going to tell me makes me happy. I don't like the idea of you dating my Naru-chan, but that baka Otto, husband, of mine has plans for you. Plans I can't necessarily get in the way of. I will say this though, if you hurt my Naru-chan, I won't leave a single trace of you behind. I'll reduce your body to ash and then keep your soul to use as my personal fuinjutsu punching bag. Amira says sweetly, the ever-blazing phoenix hair roaring behind her. Having been on missions with Amira and witnessing her do exactly what she said, Anko nods her head fervently. Good, you were one of the first people to accept me in this village. I'd hate to lose you, Anko-chan. Now how's about we go to my clan grounds and chat over some tea? Rose-chan recently got some jasmine tea imported from Chamise in Cha no Kuni, tea country. Amira offers cheerily. Anko smiles at how easily Amira forgives her for seemingly wanting to fuck her Masuko. Whatever you say, Amira-chan, whatever you say. Anko says with a big grin. For a second, Amira sees Naruto in Anko and can't help but sigh with a smile. Who am I kidding? Those two were made for each other. In Kiba no Kuni, with the camp set up and the fish full caught over the fire pit, Team Hana enjoys the peace the night brings. Suddenly, a chill races down Fu's spine, causing her entire body to tremble. Are you cold, Fu-chan? Hana asks, seeing the girl tremble. By her side were her trusted Nin-ken, fighting over a huge piece of steak, much to her amusement. It's mine. Each of them growled, tugging on separate corners of the steak, before they finally ripped it into 3 pieces and quickly devoured it. I'm alright, something tells me my return to Konoha will not be pleasant. Fu says with a sigh, in retrospect, it was totally worth it. Well duh, you are a Jinchuriki. Naruto says offhandedly, it was common knowledge. That's not it, Baka. Sai, remember how Anko-sensei wasn't at your birthday party? Fu asks, getting a sad nod from Naruto and Angel's interest as well. Hana wished she could have gone. She heard it was a blast. She had clan duties she was obligated to do at the time, but that didn't stop her from getting him a little something. Well, it was kinda of my fault she didn't come. See, I kinda shipped her off to Taki and stole her S.U.N. scroll so she couldn't just shunshin home. Fu says sheepishly. Naruto didn't know whether to laugh or be pissed, maybe both. That reminds me, happy belated birthday, Naruto-kun. Hana says cheerfully, handing Naruto a whistle with the same flower mark as the one on Hana's right arm. Naruto was touched by the gesture, especially since he didn't know that much about her. She seemed rather nice and a bit more laid back than Kiba was, not to mention she was smoking hot. Wow, what is with me lately? Has having sex made me into a pervert? Is that a bad thing? Wow, thanks Hana-senpai. Kiba sure is lucky to have an oneshin like you. Naruto flirts, getting a giggle from Hana, which puts a goofy grin on his face. A grin that is wiped off his face once he feels the oppressive aura radiating off of Angel, as well as hearing the roar of a jungle cat. How in the hell can Kunoichi do that? Don't mention it, Naruto-kun, we are all Konoha shinobi/Kunoichi no matter what clan or race we are. You can think of that whistle as an alliance with myself, for it is a specialized whistle that only my Nin-ken and I can hear. Whenever you need me, just give me a whistle. Hana explains with a wink, that puts a mild blush on Naruto's face. When the Hokage suggested that she pick a team to embark on this mission with, Naruto was the first person she selected. It was mostly out of curiosity sprung from their first encounter. She wanted to see how he handled himself on the battlefield. The reports were one thing, but seeing was believing. Besides, she had to see if that primal sense she got from him was real or not. Once the fish were thoroughly cooked, the team enjoy a nice meal in comforting silence, one of many perks of being shinobi/kunoichi. The calm before the storm, enjoying a nice almost camp-like experience with your fellow villagers outside in the crisp elements of nature on an early October night. It was at the moment, the Kyuubi returned to his spot as one of Naruto's scrolls. Yo Kurama-kun, where you been, man? I know it didn't take you that long to find some fresh game, hell I saw a couple of deer run by not too long ago. Naruto asks via their mind link. Oh, I found much bigger game, a lot more dangerous, Kyuubi warns, retelling Naruto what he say in the mountains flashback. A couple of hours ago the Kyuubi went unseen by the group of draconian troopers up in the mountains. He knew their stench anywhere after their attack on the Alexandros and his Jinchuriki. Now what are you ugly lot up to? The Kyuubi asked himself as he continued to spy on the group of 8 troopers. You all know the plan, we are only here to kill the 3 Alexandros children. Athens-sama made it clear that no one else is to die, we must neutralize them before the traitor can bestow even more Shinsina knowledge onto the mortals, the lead trooper instructs. Right leader Sama, to think the Kanton no Ryu, Dragon of Chaos, held as the King of Dragons, would fall so low. Bestowing any knowledge of the Tenrai plane is strictly forbidden. One of the troopers roared furiously. That is why Athens-sama gave us this. The very seal used on the first Tenshi, who bestowed the mortals with the art of using chakra, the Keiji no Fuin, seal of revelation. With this, even lower Tenshi like us can defeat the Kanton no Ryu, the lead trooper said with a crazed look on his face. In his hands was a small black orb, with pure white kanji orbiting around it. The Kyuubi didn't need to hear any more. Racing over to them, he transformed into his horse-sized form and devoured the strange Fuin before he shunshin back to Naruto. Flashback ends. I say we have about 2 minutes before they come here. Ugh man, that Fuin is really fucking with my gut, the Kyuubi groans, not recognizing the strange chakra as anything it ever experienced before. Naruto was on alert, knowing the enemy of his clan was on their way. Heads up gals, looks like we'll be having company soon. Naruto says, catching the scent of lizards closing in fast. As if on cue, the troopers surround Team Hana, only this time they weren't in their true forms. Each had an average-looking human face, with the basic shinobi attire. The only thing abnormal about them was their Sento lizard and the Hitayate around their heads, which had 7 circles in a vertical pattern. This scent it's the same as the ones from the failed invasion, but I've never seen those Hitayate before. Hana analyzes, swiftly rising to her feet along with her Nin-ken. She was surprised Naruto knew they were coming even before she did, and looking over at him, she could practically feel the chakra radiate off of him. These are shinobi from Saikategakure, they must be after members of the Alexandros clan. Angel explains, knowing all too well about Apollo's cover story as did Fu and Naruto. Accepting the answer, Team Hana prepares for battle. But before they can even begin their series of hand seals, the troopers summon their bows and fire beams of light too fast for them to even Kawarimi. His will to protect his team activates the mark of his right wrist as rays of solar plexus chakra pours from and projects a cross that shields all of them from the assault. Impossible, that's the Kago no Kusan, rays of divine protection. You mean this child can use Tenrai Jutsus? The lead trooper asks in utter shock. Even Naruto was surprised by the development. Don't ask because I'm just as confused as you are. Naruto says, stopping the bombardment of questions he knew the ladies would have, which were only stacking up once his right hand was enveloped in even more solar plexus chakra. Ye who has been graced by the hand of Kami and who has the will of light, use this power in the name of Kami to protect those precious to you. Call forth the power of the Kami no Ishi, will of God. A voice echoes in Naruto's mind, before an image flashes in his mind, showing him exactly what to do. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but if this does what I think it does, I'm not complaining. Kami no Ishi. Naruto roars, thrusting his right hand forward, an enormous yellow, glowing silhouette of his hand projects out and catches 4 of the troopers by surprise, completely destroying them down to their souls. The solar plexus chakra fades from Naruto's hand and the mark on his wrist dims, rendering it useless for the moment. Hana couldn't believe her eyes, she didn't know what to make of the strange power Naruto displayed before her very eyes, but she soon snapped out of it. Alright team, their numbers have been halved, Naruto and Fuyuto take 2 of them while Angel and I handle the leader and his crony. Hana instructs, getting nods as Fu and Naruto shun Shin away as two of the troopers give chase. I want them both dead, especially the blonde child, the leader demands, having witnessed 2 Tenrai jutsus being performed by a mere mortal. What was worse, even he hadn't achieved such Tenrai jutsus. With Naruto and Fu, once the two appear a good enough distance away, they each assume odd hand seals. Fu lets the tips of her thumbs and index fingers touch, concentrating on her root chakra as bloody red chakra begins to coat her body. Unlike her Bija chakra, this chakra wasn't wild or bubbly, but calm and raging. It twirls around her like a drill. Naruto puts his hands above his stomach, just below his solar plexus, letting his fingers join at the tops, all pointing away from him, and crosses the thumbs, but nothing happens. Damn, that last jutsu must have completely drained me of solar plexus chakra. I won't be able to use the lower chakras until I get some rest. Naruto says, cursing his luck. He could always use Kurama's yokai, but he didn't want to rely on it. He'd just have to stick with Fuinjutsu. Before they could even begin hand seals, the two troopers catch up to them, releasing the henge from their backs, revealing their wings. One trooper pulls out a blazing sword of fire. You picked the wrong bitch to fuck with. Takigekiryu, Mizukiri no Yaiba, waterfall style, water-cutting sword. Fu roars, using her root chakra to further enhance her jutsu, only instead of a sword of water, a blade made of spiraling winds forms in her hand. Correction, Furyu, Kaze Katingu Gatana, Fu style, wind-cutting sword. Remember, due to the Saiken no Gazu Suru, some of Naruto-kun's jutsus are now yours, but that also means you lost some of your jutsu in the process. Not only that, but some of his Futon chakra was passed on to you as well. So it seems you lost the Mizukiri no Yaiba and now have the Kaze Katingu Gatana. Noel explains, knowing the inner workings of the Saiken no Gazu Suru, since all older generation, Alexandros members were familiar with it. I can't use this against that. Fu yells, but the swordsman trooper doesn't give her time to dispel the jutsu as he glides over to her with his sword at the ready. Channeling the root chakra into the blade turns the white winds into a blazing red as the two clash for dominance. The wind strength the swordsman trooper's blade as he overpowers Fu and slashes her arm, before shoulder/wing tapping her, sending her flying. The other trooper summons his bow and unleashes a bolt of light at Naruto, who finishes his series of hand seals, Kaze Shuriken. Naruto chants mentally, forming a shuriken, but instead of wind, splashing, whirling waves of water, the size of a golf ball, is formed in his hand. Not having time to think about it, he hurls the now Uzumaki shuriken at the bolt, which easily tears through the weak jutsu and races towards Naruto. Thinking quickly, he pulls out his crystal orb and focuses high levels of chakra into it as it absorbs the bolt of light, but the recoil leaves him open for the trooper to fly in a dropkick him in the chest, sending him where Fu landed. This is just perfect. I have no idea which jutsu I gave you and you gave me. Naruto roars. The two troopers combine an arc of flames and a bolt of light into a blazing bolt of fire that soars towards them. Please work, Doton, Rakasharata, Earth Release, Rock Shelter. Fu roars, slamming her hands on the ground and combining Nanabai's Doton chakra with the earth below. From the ground, 4 Kabutamushi-shaped boulders surround her and Naruto in a protective wall. The Kabutamushi walls hold strong against the collaboration jutsu, but falls once the blazing bolt is put out by the dirt of the walls. Well, that's new. Fu says, never being able to make such a defense before. Normally a dome of earth would surround her and the people close to her. Say hello to the Doton, Nanabai Asushiarudo, Earth Release, 7-tailed Earth Shield. Thanks to the Saiken no Gazu Suru, our bond has become even more of a symbiotic relationship than before. I'll allow Noel to explain further, the Nanabai says, giving the floor to Noel. The two trooper break off into solo, going after either Naruto or Fu. The swordsman unleashes a diagonal slash, that Fu ducks under and performs an uppercut, that the swordsman evades by flying high into the sky. The Saiken no Gazu Suru is different for everyone. In Naruto's case, it enhances his futon affinity and allows him to summon the Kyuubi. In your case, you gain easier access to the Nanobai's Doton affinity and all your jutsu take his form, plus you can summon him just like Naruto can, although, that will require training. I wouldn't advise trying to summon him right now. Noel explains, just as Fu dodges a swipe at the legs and counters with a flying snap kick to the swordsman's side. The blow doesn't send him flying, but it does give her space to think. Alright, so Suiton Justice are a no-go since I don't know whether it'll be Futon or Suiton. That leaves me with Doton. Nanobai, I'm counting on you. Fu says mentally, you can count on me. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the defensive, evading swipes and wing strikes from the other trooper, jumping, twirling and even using the trees to avoid injury. His battle was taken into the surrounding woodlands, neutralizing the trooper's flight ability and rendering him land-based. Once the flight was taken care of, Naruto Juryoku, gravity, Fuin tags around his fists and launches himself from the trees above down on the trooper. Juryoku Henma, gravity hammer. Naruto roars mentally, slamming both fists onto the trooper's throat. The Juryoku Fuin seep from the tags and onto his neck as they intensify the gravity around his neck and send him face first into the ground. Damn, I should have increased them by at least 2. Naruto curses, seeing the trooper get up from his attack. Maybe using level 2 wasn't enough. Before he can pull out more Juryoku Fuin, the trooper converts his wings into pure chakra and shapes them into long spears. Tenrai Ryu, Tenshi no Ikari, Divine Style, Angel's Fury, the trooper roars, sending the spears of light raging towards Naruto, who swiftly pulls out a Huin scroll and opens it in front of him, channeling chakra into it. The Tenshi no Ikari easily slices through the Fuin paper and stabs Naruto in the right arm, left thigh, left shoulder, left foot and right hand, before exploding in a burst of Tenrai chakra, sending him flying deeper into the woods. Blood spews from his wounds as even the Kyuubi has trouble healing the wounds. Fu is busy dueling with the swordsman, using Doton, Kengan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock technique, to coat her hands in rocks in the shape of Kabutomushi horns to clash with the swordsman's blazing sword. The excess root chakra gives her a boost in both power and speed, allowing her to keep up with the superior Kenjutsu user. Each time the swordsman chipped away at her Kengan no Jutsu, Fu would just slam her hands into the ground to recover and jump back into the fray, blazing flames meeting cold hard rock as sparks and dirt flew everywhere. Doton, Raging Kabutomushi no Hashira, Earth Release, Rising Kabutomushi Pillars. Fu chants mentally, focusing Doton and root chakra into her foot and stomping it on the ground, causing a tremor to rock the area. From the ground, Kabutomushi horns shoot from the ground in an attempt to impale the swordsman, who slashes as many as he can with his blazing sword before he is overwhelmed and forced to fly into the sky. To his shock, the Kabutomushi horns expand and continue to follow him as he ducks and weaves through the many protruding horns. Once the onslaught ceases, the swordsman searches for Fu, but can't seem to find her anywhere. Suddenly, Fu's Kengan no Jutsu pierces through his chest as root chakra begins to pour from the wound. Looking behind him, he sees Fu with half her body sticking out of one of the pillars. Snake. Doton, Kengan Shiku no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock Execution Technique. Fu whispers in his ear, molding the Kengan into multiple Kabutomushi horns that impale the swordsman from the inside out, causing root chakra to pool from his torso and mouth, just before he fades into nothing. With the threat neutralized, the protruding pillars recede back into the ground as Fu takes a moment to rest. Phew, using even one of the 7 chakras is draining on the system. I wonder how Naruto-kun's doing. Fu ponders, too tired to provide backup at the moment. It felt like her chakra system had been dipped in lava and baked in the sun. Obviously she needed to train more in their usage. Meanwhile, Naruto lies against a tree, the blood starting to stop flowing from his almost healed wounds. Fuck this shit. Naruto yells, having enough of this outsider manhandling him. Boar, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Saru, monkey, Hitsuji, ram. Kuchios no Justu. Naruto roars, wiping the blood from his chest onto his hand and slamming it on the ground, resulting in a plume of smoke to surround the area. The trooper was blinded by the smoke, even his sense of smell was dulled by it, until he smelled flames closing in on him. Katan, Dangon Ryujingu, fire release, raging bullet. Saiku roars, unleashing a huge fireball at the trooper, who just flew into the air to evade, right into Naruto's hands. Futon, Detapa, wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto roars, unleashing a stream of winds from behind the trooper, sending him crashing towards Saiku, whose cheeks were bulged with Katan chakra. Katan, Basakaka no Bakudan, fire release, berserker bomb. Saiku roars, unleashing an enormous sphere of fire roaring towards the trooper, who couldn't dodge due to the wind from Naruto's Detapa. Collaboration jutsu, Basakaka Dia Bear. Saiku and Naruto roar together as the flames mix with the wind, engulfing the trooper in a sea of flames that reduce him to nothing. Ayo Naruto shunin, boy, you shoulda called me sooner ya fu. Saiku scolds, bopping Naruto on the head. I can handle myself just fine, Saiku baka. Naruto roars, holding his aching head with some tears stinging his eyes from the blow. That's Saiku-sama to ya shunin. Saiku yells, giving Naruto a sorrow call as the two glare at one another. Meanwhile, with Hana and Angel, Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique. Hana proclaims, enveloping her entire body in chakra and lowers herself down to all 4 of her limbs. Unlike others in her clan, Hana has enough proficient with the jutsu to choose whether or not to enlarge her canines and nails, skill she shows by not taking on a more animalistic appearance. Gaitna, Fong rotating Fong. Hana roars, her and her Ninken trio, rotate at ferocious velocities in a buzzsaw-like shape and rage towards the leader, who closes his wings around him to defend himself. The 4 buzzsaws deliver beast-like attacks on the leader's wings, gradually ripping them apart. Seeing the damage down to his wings, the leader opens his wings powerfully, tossing the 4 of them off of him. Hana and her Ninken trio backpedal to gain some distance for another jutsu, but the leader beats them to it. Tenshi no Megumi, Angel's Grace. The leader chants, before channeling Tenrai chakra into his mouth and discharging it into a thin beam of light that races towards Hana. Getsuga. Hana roars, her and her Ninken trio spin at ferocious speeds in a drill-like pattern that twirls around the beam, barely avoiding getting struck by it and roaring towards the leader, who waits until the last minute to put up one hand in defense. Kami no Ai, God's love, the leader calls out, projecting a barrier of Tenrai chakra that holds strong against the 4 drills. Realizing the attack isn't working, Hana's and her Ninken trio stop spinning and backpedal just in time. Ten no Ishi, will of the heavens, the leader calls out, pointing to Hana. Not even a second later, the ground beneath her lights up as she dodges just in time to avoid being consumed in a geyser of Tenrai chakra. Deciding staying stationary was a bad idea, Hana and her Ninken run around in a zig-zagging fashion to throw off the leader, who just continues to unleash geysers of Tenrai chakra from the ground. As if reading her mind, the Ninken trio break up into 3 solo packs, each coming at the leader from different sides. 2 of the Ninken perform the Getsuga from both sides of the leader, who flies into the air to evade, only for the 2 drills to soar into the air after him. Using the Kami no Ai, the leader projects a shield, that the 2 drilling Ninken strike before coming to a stop. To the leader's surprise, Hana and the other Ninken reveal that they were essentially riding the drilling brothers, and with his shields down, the other brother performs the Gaitna, while Hana expands her nails, that race towards the leader. Thinking quickly, the leader uses his wings to defend himself, the single buzzsaw cutting his wings up, but not enough to rip them off as he opens them to fling the Ninken off him, but in doing so leaves himself wide open. Chuja no Tsum, claws of longevity. Hana roars, using her chakra to extend her nails to insane lengths, easily piercing the leader, but for some reason she's not able to completely pierce through him, feeling her nails stop against hard scales? Is it some kind of Kekiai Genkai, or maybe a clan jutsu much like my own? Is that why they reek of lizard? Hana ponders, landing gracefully back on the ground along with her Ninken. I've had enough of you mortal. Grande finale, grand finale, the leader roars, his entire body is consumed in Tenrai chakra, producing a silhouette of his true lizard-like form made of chakra as he skydives down at Hana, who won't go down so easily. Tengaku Torapurufangu, Heaven Quadruple Fang. Hana roars, chakra erupting from her and her Ninken as all of them performed Tsuga, passing Fang, before combining to form one enormous drill that rockets towards the skydiving leader, using their chakra to literally rocket them into the sky. The force behind their jutsu tears even the clouds to shreds as they make impact with the glowing leader in a display of dazzling chakra. The leader tries to outpower them, but their combined jutsu outpowers him and tears him to shreds from the torso down, leaving the head, but only briefly before it too is reduced to shreds. With their foe vanquished, the 4 members of the Inuzuka clan stop spinning and land on the ground, this time with signs of tiring evident. Looks like I need to get out more. I used to be able to use that jutsu at least 4 times a day. Hana says with a sigh, before she sniffs around for her team scents. Judging from the lack of 2 lizard scents, she knew Naruto and Fu had killed their enemies. Speaking of Naruto, the chakra and jutsus he used were well breathing-taking. The power behind them, that primal look in his eyes when he used them, if not for the threat at hand, she honestly could say it would have turned her on a bit. What the hell are you thinking, Hana? He's the same age as Kiba for Kami's sake. Hana tells herself, shaking her head to try to get rid of the perverse thoughts circulating through her mind. Who cares, girl, you saw that power. Oh, he can take me Inu style any day of the week. How many makes our age can do what he just did? How many males our age can emit such a primal scent? The inner hound inside her asks. Hana could only blush. Even from this distance she could smell Naruto's primal scent, and it had to be one of the strongest scents she ever smelled. Hell, even some of the Inuzuka men couldn't match his level. Are you done, Hana-senpai? Angel asks, having finished her enemy rather quickly. All she did was use a genjutsu called Phantoma no Gazu, Phantom's Image, to create the illusion that he hit her, when in reality, he was hitting thin air. Once he was caught in her illusion, it was child's play to simply cut off his head with a Fuma shuriken. Slightly embarrassed of being caught, Hana put on her poker face. Ahem, yes, alright, once Naruto-kun and Fu-chan arrive, we'll set out for Fang Mountain first thing in the morning. From there the daimyo's compound is but a stone's throw away. No need to take shifts, my Ninken and I can keep our senses sharp even in sleep, so if another enemy comes we'll be ready for them. Hana instructs. Angel just yawns and stretches her body before she goes to her tent to rest. Once Naruto and Fu arrive, Hana tells them the plan and both are ready to call it a night as Team Hana rests for the night. Back in Konoha, the Sandaime yawns, using a candle to light his dark office. With the Chunin exams drawing near, he found himself doing even more work than he was accustomed to, but it was all worth it. True, he could have had a Kage Bunshin do this, but he wanted to do this personally. He had gotten word back from Apollo saying that Benesu Shima had agreed to host the Chunin exams this year and couldn't be happier. When he asked the man how he got there so fast, he simply said he ran, because the boat was talking too long. That sounds like something he'd do too. Now all that was left was to inform all the other nations of the change in location and see what happened next. Needless to say, this Chunin exams would be like none the Shinobi world, maybe even the universe, had ever seen. The next day, once the sun rose above the mountains of Kiba no Kuni, Team Hana were up and about, racing across the fields to reach the daimyo's compound by noon. While scenery was great, each one, except Fu, had reasons to return to Konoha. Hana had to watch over her veterinary. Naruto couldn't wait to start training in not only Fuinjutsu using his crystal orb, something brought to his attention after last night's attack, and finding out what jutsus he had and lost due to the Saiken no Gazu Suru. Fu also wanted to see what jutsu she received from the energetic blonde, though she really hoped it was the Kage Bunshin. Even though she's seen him and others do it repeatedly, she never could get it down just right and no one was willing to teach her. Something about not knowing enough about the Nanabai's yokai and her own chakra sync, which could cause a disturbance during the jutsu activation stage. Alright, calm down Angel-chan, just because she got him first doesn't mean she'll be his last. There's nothing in the Alexandros clan laws that forbids me from being with him. Poor Hina-chan, there's no way her Otusan would allow her to date the village pariah. Oh well, I need to be planning my own special night with Naruto-kun. It has to be flashy, with plenty of lights and winds. I wonder where we'll be going for the Chunin exams in 3 weeks. Angel ponders, mind going a mile a minute, why do women have such strong affinities to the brow chakra? I mean they can think 7 different thoughts in a single thought, if that even makes sense. Team Hana finally arrive at the daimyo's compound. It is located at the base of the river which runs through the country. Armed guards are stationed around it. Behind the 4-story Eastern-style compound, with the top floor being a single room in a pyramid fashion, is Kiba no Yama, Fang Mountain. 2 huge mountains that jut up from the landscape in the distance, with 2 waterfalls running down each of the mountains. The guards, Rounin from Chunin to Jounin, watch the team like hawks, getting the respect of the fresh genin. Hana calmly walks through the compound to the daimyo's office. Typical non-shinobi village. There are way too many windows in this compound. Any Chunin could easily break in and out of this place with minimum levels of detection. Hana analyzes, she was raised during the aftermath of the Third Shinobi War. Her mind was programmed to analyze every possible escape route, every possible weakness in foreign countries. It wasn't something one just turns off. Entering the daimyo's office, the team are greeted by a tan-skinned man, with brown bushy brows and a pointy beard, dressed in pointy hat uniform of all daimyo. Ah, you must be the team from Konohagakure. I must say I didn't expect you all to be so young, the Kiba daimyo says with a light chuckle. He holds his right hand up in a sign of not wanting to offend the young shinobi/kunoichi. I can assure you daimyo-sama, my team was more than enough for such a mission. We have package right here. Hana says professionally, pulling out said envelope from between her bust, much to joy of all males in attendance. I wonder if all kunoichi have some kind of kyoku, storage, fuin in between their breasts. I guess I'll just have to look for it next time. A perverse smile and mild blush smear Naruto's face at the thought of exploring a few kunoichi to find out. I wonder what's in the envelope. Angel says to Naruto via linking sacral chakras. Due to the rated mature thoughts going on in the blonde teen's head, she was able to easily sync her sacral chakra with his and form a telepathic link. From what I can remember about Kiba and Tsum no Kuni, the 2 nations are on the brink of war, so perhaps it's some kind of information vital to avoid war. Naruto replies, always the optimist of any group he's in. Or it could be a declaration of war. After all, you said it yourself, they're not that far away from all-out war. Angel says. Before any more can be said, the daimyo opens the envelope to reveal hastily written faux addition to Ika Ika titled, Sumashogi no Uikwapu Denwa Suru, Tsum's wake-up call. Team Hana face faulted, half expecting war to break out any minute. Either this is the Tsum's daimyo's way of declaring war or there was a slip-up in our mailing room. Konoha is going to get such a backlash from this. Hana panics, eyes swirling from the thought of how badly they failed this mission because of one lazy civilian. After all, they were in charge of mailing. The Kiba daimyo eyes blaze with flames, causing many of the genin to gulp. Had they failed their first mission? Ha 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 ha, a fellow fan of Ika Ika. It's simply brilliant. I had no idea that Tsum daimyo was such a man of great taste. I have to invite him to the compound to talk over Ika Ika. Oh, and the peace treaty, of course. Thank you Shinobi/Kunoichi for your wonderful services. You team of youngster just prevented war, the Kiba daimyo says, booming with laughter. He couldn't wait to read it. Perhaps the author would even be willing to finish it. Team Hana just sweat drop. Yeah, we'll just be going now, Hana says, but can tell the daimyo is too engrossed in Ika Ika to hear her. Angel huffs, wishing she had read the faux manuscript to give her ideas for her own Ika Ika, Kinpatsu no Kaminari, Blonde Lightning. It started a female lead, a strong kunoichi searching for a shinobi that can challenge her. She finds him, only to lose him to the Jidobyataru, Jade Beetle, at least for now. Naruto sees the gleam in Angel's emerald eyes, the thin trail of blood leaking from her nose but for a second before she wipes it off. That Angel-chan is a bigger perv than I, yeah, but you love it. Think about all the things such a mind can do. With their jobs done, and the daimyo signing their contract, Team Hana used the S.U.N. to disappear in a tunnel of winds, before reappearing where the campsite used to be. Knowing that to cover the distance between Konoha and Kiba no Kuni was a chakra drainer, even for him, Naruto focuses shots of Kyuubi's yokai throughout his system and prepares a series of hand seals. Due to the distance, Naruto has to use hand seals in order to get the visualizes for the jump or shunshin to work. Angel explains to Hana, sticking her tongue out at Fu, she knew Naruto better than anyone. Rat, Tora, tiger, I, boar, Tori, bird. Jikuken ninjutsu, Shunshin underground network transit, Konoha mission hall. Naruto chants, slamming his hand on the ground, bright yellow, orange, and red Fuin arrays rise from the ground and spiral around the group in a literal sun-like pattern, before a burst of flames sends them soaring through space and time in an instant. Next thing Hana knows, they're back at mission hall, her hair a mess, along with her Nen-ken. Ah, I see Team Hana is back, a mission complete I'm sure, the reception says, more than used to members of the Alexandros clan appearing in and out of her in their Shunshin variants, the clan sure was creative. Hana shakily hands over their mission scroll, before turning to her subordinates. Well done team, you can pick up your pay at the front desk. I'll handle the mission report, so you all can go home, maybe do some training. It's clear you need it, after all there's no such thing as the perfect shinobi/kunoichi. You're all dismissed for the day. Hana says, using her hands to comb her hair as straight as possible, before shunshining to the Hokage's office, finding it strange how easy it seemed to be now. Well ladies, I have a crystal orb to gaze into, stay breezy. Naruto says, disappearing in a gust of wind. With the object of their affection gone, the remaining kunoichi glare at one another before leaving to do their own thing. Needless to say, everyone had plans for the upcoming Chunin exams 21 days before the Chunin exams. It was one of those days in Konoha where even the trees seemed to be sweating. It was a scorcher of a day, the heat. Keeping everyone inside, everyone except the shinobi/kuniochi of Konoha, both old and new. Fu walks down the street, looking over her shoulder, but not for bigot villagers. How she wished it were the case. Everywhere she turned, the hissing of snakes echoed all around her. She had been avoiding Anko for the past 2 days and it was driving her insane. Aw, what's wrong Mushi-chan? I get the strangest feeling you've been avoiding me, and with that, her fate was sealed. All the color drained from Fu's face, despite the intense heat, chills still shook her body to the core. Slowly turning around, Fu comes face to face with a smirking Anko, the Sen'i Tajashu, many hidden shadow snakes, in full effect. Hundreds of snakes slink from her sleeves and entangle a terrified Fu tightly. Before Fu can call for her mushi, Anko applies a chakra danatsu, repression, Fuin on her chest, sealing her ability to use chakra. I had Amira-chan wipe that up for me. It'll last so long as you have chakra to repress. Hisses, oh we are going to have so much fun Mushi-chan. Anko says with a sweet smile that sent fear into Fu. Would it make you feel any better if I told you it was the best experience in my life? Fu asks hopefully. It only served to piss Anko off even more, after all it was supposed to be her experience. With her prey captured, Anko shunshined to her playhouse for a little fun. Meanwhile with Naruto in one of the training grounds of the Alexandros clan grounds, Naruto and hundreds of his Kage Bunshin were hard at work. 12 groups of Kage Bunshin were each focusing on a certain task. Group 1 were tasked with making senpumari, whirlwind balls, of various sizes. Group 2 were hard at work with the futon push-ups. The resulting plumes of smoke showed him he wasn't anywhere near mastering the exercise. Group 3 were tasked with trying to increase the size of the Mizu Shuriken, using scrolls with water inside of them. Group 4 were tasked with making futon, senbon, some were long while others were numerous. Groups 5 and 6 were split into two separate groups, Group 5 tasked with making futon, Anshi Taikiyatsu Shuhiki, wind release, anti-cyclone barrier, and Group 6 were tasked with making Taikiyatsu Shuhiki, cyclone barrier, trying to increase its range. Group 7 was tasked with channeling Kitsune Kijutsu, fox magic, which cloaked their bodies in a mystical sky blue and red orbs of chakra. Group 8 were tasked with throwing shuriken and using futon, rapushu, wind release, gale palm, to amplify their speeds. Groups 9, 10 and 11 were tasked with using the Meshidesu Tetsuka, Shishin, to summon familiar, trance, to try to increase the time they can use it. The final group were tasked with meditating in order to find out which jutsus Naruto received from Fu. So far he knew he had the Mizu Shuriken, Suiton, Uzumaki, Whirlpool Ball, and the Suiru no Jutsu, Water Prison. The original Naruto is standing on top of the nearby lake, trying to become familiar with the force of water itself. He figured having Kage Bunshin try to learn the jutsus given to him by Fu was somehow insulting to her, so he would learn them himself. Alright, according to Rose Obasan, water is ever flowing, it moves in waves and has no set form, whatever the hell that means. Ugh, I have no idea how to train in using Suiton. Naruto roars, frustrated with his lack of training. I do. Zabuza says, appearing via Mizu Shunshin, causing Naruto to fall into the water out of shock. Dude, don't do that shit. Naruto yells, resurfacing from the deep lake, only he could sneak up on people via Shunshin. Zabuza could only chuckle at the blonde genin, still finding it hard to believe inside of his gut housed the Kyubi no Yoko. Zabuza's arm is wrapped up, prepped for the surgery to attach the customized Kebikiributsu. Look, do you want Suiton training or not? Zabuza asks. He did have better things to do, like training with Amuri. Alright, so what will this training be like? Will I have to make water bubbles with Suiton, or maybe split the lake in half? Naruto asks, strangely excited about the thought of learning Suiton. Zabuza just chuckles darkly, not exactly, Suiru no Jutsu. Zabuza proclaims, using his good arm to trap Naruto in a sphere of water. Naruto tries to speak, but finds he can't due to the water filling his lungs. All you have to do is escape the Suiru no Jutsu by releasing enough Suiton chakra to disrupt the flow of my chakra to dispel the jutsu and just to make sure you don't go anywhere, Mizu Bunshin. Zabuza proclaims, forming a Mizu Bunshin to keep the Suiru no Jutsu going. With that taken care of, Zabuza leaves the lake and a silent screaming Naruto behind. Running out of oxygen, Naruto meditates in order to become in tune with the Suiton chakra Fu gave him. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the minute Naruto entered his mindscape, he finds himself nearly drowned by all the raging water in the sewer-like space. Inside the Fuin cage containing the Kyubi's chakra, the hollow husk of chakra effortlessly floats atop the water. Trying to use the Suimen Hoku no Ju, water surface walking practice, proves futile, the Suiton-based chakra too wild to stand on properly. Mizu Shuriken. Naruto roars, forming a surfboard-sized shuriken of water, that he rides on. Catching his breath, Naruto tries to navigate through the raging waves and find a solution to his current problem. How the hell am I supposed to break out of a jutsu that even Kakashi-sensei couldn't get out of without help? Naruto asks furiously. Sure, he was a Wisum at shape manipulation, but wait, I can use the water from the Suiru no Jutsu to shape two Mizu Shuriken. One going vertical and the other horizontal. Naruto realizes, gasping once he sees himself fading out of existence, which could only mean he was almost out of air. Back in reality, opening his eyes, Naruto channels Suiton chakra into the Suiru no Jutsu, forcing some of the water to drip into the lake. Once his Suiton chakra was in the lake, Naruto shapes two shuriken from the water and swiftly adds depth and length to them by adding more Suiton chakra. Once the Mizu shuriken are formed, Naruto whirls one above the water prison and the other at the sides. Not being able to hold his breath anymore, water fills his lungs as he swiftly strikes the prison with his Fuma-sized Mizu shuriken, that results in a great splash of water, freeing him from his prison. Coughing out the excess water from his lungs, Naruto jumps for joy. Sure, he may not have Master Suiton, but at least he managed to increase the size of one of his Suiton jutsus. Not to mention he had a new training exercise for Suiton. That just left one thing to take care of. Zabuza, you're a dead man. Naruto roars, several tick marks bulge from his brow as he summons 4 Fuma-sized Mizu shuriken and Shunshins to where Zabuza lived. The clan grounds were ripped asunder and filled with girly screams, but not from Zabuza. Never challenge one of the Kiri no Shinobi Gatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, to a fight, especially using Suiton Jutsu 15 days until the Chunin exams. It was midday in Old Konoha and Naruto was once again busy training his Suiton Jutsus. Inside a self-made Suiru no Jutsu, Naruto had made some progress in his training. He could form a dozen normal-sized Mizu shuriken with only a pitcher of water. On land, he had his 12 groups of Kage Bunshin working on the same jutsus as before. None of them made much progress, much to his ire. The futon push-ups were nearly impossible, even with 100 Kage Bunshin practicing it. More Kage Bunshin were dispelling than actually doing a single push-up. Cutting a leaf in half was proving tougher than he thought it would, and increasing the time of his Meshidesu Tetsuka, Shishin was slow and steady. Remember Naruto-kun, I help you increase the defensive properties of the Suiru no Jutsu and you help me with Futon Jutsu. Angel says, one hand on her hip and the other gripping her combat machete, 16.5, overall with a 11.25, curved, tipless, blade. Not being able to talk, Naruto merely nods his head in agreement, and with that, Angel is off. Torai, bird, Tora, tiger, Mi, serpent, Uma, horse, Inu, dog, Tora, tiger, Tori, bird, Jintan, hyper-res-shu, swift release, hyper-laceration. Angel chants mentally, disappearing in blur, before reappearing in front of Naruto with her machete oozing Jintan chakra. With a horizontal swipe, the chakra-enhanced machete slashes a gash in the Suiru no Jutsu and sends Naruto rolling away. You call that defense? I could have cut your head off just now. Angel says, bouncing her machete on her shoulder in a bored fashion. Using his signature jutsu, Naruto creates 2 Kage Bunshin and has them repair the Suiru no Jutsu by applying Suiton chakra to it, only for Angel to appear in front of them once more. Jintan, Suifuto IQ, swift release, swift impact. Angel chants mentally, both fists cocked back and packed full of Jintan chakra. Slamming both of her fists into the 2 Kage Bunshin, results in them being dispelled, but she wasn't done yet. Performing the necessary hand seals in a matter of seconds, she grips her machete and unleashes another hyper-res-shu that completely shatters the Suiru no Jutsu and leaves Naruto defense. To end their little training session, Angel places her machete at Naruto's neck with a triumphant smirk. Now then, about that futon training. Angel says, removing her machete from his neck and sealing it away, before helping Naruto to his feet. With a sigh, Naruto and Angel walk off of the water and to a clearing. To avoid causing damage. Alright, Angel-chan, listen up. Naruto says with authority, causing Angel to squeal in delight. I love it when you're all bossy, Naruto-kun. Angel says, causing Naruto to blush. Anyway, in order to master Futon chakra, all you have to do is cut a leaf in half. Naruto says, but before he can finish, Angel unseals her machete and slashes a tree in half, causing Naruto to sweat drop. With Futon chakra alone, Naruto finishes, causing Angel to chuckle sheepishly, before she yanks a leaf from the fallen tree and tries to cut it in half. To her ire, the leaf burns to ash due to her Jintan manipulation. I thought that might happen, that's why I'm going to show you an exercise to help you learn to separate your Futon and Raiton chakras. Naruto says before he goes through some hand seals. Torai, bird; Tatsu, dragon; Tori, bird; Futon, Soyakase, wind release; Zephyr. Naruto chants, channeling Futon chakra into a gentle twister in the palm of his hand. Angel stares in awe at the skillful wind manipulation, feeling the gentle winds blowing in her face and causing her hair to dance with it. The key to this jutsu is gentleness. Don't try to force it or overpower it, you just want to make a small twister in your hand. This is a D-rank jutsu, mostly used to distract your enemy or to ignite a katan jutsu. Naruto says, feeling weird about teaching someone. Aren't you going to teach me a more kick-ass jutsu? Like your Kaze shuriken or something? I hear Fu can use it. Angel says with a huff. Alright, just for the record, I didn't teach her that, she kinda of just developed it from experience, I guess. Naruto says with a blush. There was no way he was going to tell her Fu learned it through having sex with him, he wasn't a fool after all. He could tell there was some kind of love triangle going on between him, Fu and Angel. They did know he was looking for a polygyny relationship, right? Well, why stop the show? It was entertaining. Angel looks at Naruto sternly, trying to decipher what he meant, before she just shrugs and gets to work on her training. Trying to separate her Raiton and Futon chakra was so hard. She kept on making a swirling vortex of Jinton. This was going to take some time. With Angel occupied and Fu strangely missing for the past few days, Naruto decides to visit Haku. Walking over to Zabuza and Amuri's cabin, Naruto knocks and awaits a response. Oh, hello Naruto-sama, what can I do for you? Haku asks. Naruto face palms himself. How many times did he have to tell the boy not to call him that? First, you can drop the sama crap, okay? Second, I was wondering if you'd be up for helping me with my training. Kazan says the Chunin exams are right around the corner and I need to brush up on a few things. Naruto says. Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt. Haku says, following Naruto to the lake, where Angel was still trying to form a twister using only Futon chakra and failing miserably. Once there, they both walk on the surface a good distance away so as to not disturb her. What are you working on, Naruto-sama? Haku asks, earning Naruto's ire. I'm trying to strengthen my Suiru no Jutsu. I figure having people try to break through it will be the best form of training it. Naruto says. Hizen Makyu Hyushu, flying demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku proclaims, forming his trademark crystallized mirrors. With a thrust of his hand, the mirrors literally fly towards Naruto, who summons a Suiru no Jutsu around him in a protective bubble. Once the crystallized mirrors strike the water sphere, it shatters, but the force of the impact sends Naruto rolling backwards like a hamster in a ball. Hisatsu Hyusu, certain kill ice spears. Haku proclaims, using the shattered mirrors and the lake below to form giant spears of ice. The ice spears easily pierce through the Suiru no Jutsu and impale Naruto, luckily nowhere lethal. I can see why you wanted to practice the Suiru no Jutsu. If it were Zabuza-sama, the Suiru no Jutsu would have held strong and he wouldn't have moved an inch. Haku says coldly, not intently of course. It is hard to live up to Zabuza in Suiton Jutsus after all. Gee, thanks for the feedback Haku-san, Naruto groans, slowly and safely pulling the ice spears from his body. He had a newfound respect for Hyuden, he could literally feel it invade his insides and chill him from the inside out. Needless to say, training with Haku would be painful, even for him. 10 days before the Chunin exams deep within the Forest of Death, Naruto was briskly training with Anko in taijutsu. Figuring he needed to brush up on his taijutsu, since he relied too much on fuinjutsu and ninjutsu, Naruto found Anko and asked for the help. Boy did he regret it. Sweat drenched his entire body, as he and Anko sparred together. Throwing a skilled right hook, Anko easily countered him with her Nan no Kaizu, soft physique modification, to not only wrap her arm around his, but also slam an open palm strike into his chin, sending him flying into a tree with a loud thud, even knocking some spit out of his mouth. Not one to give her foes a break, Anko rushes him and throws an axe kick, that Naruto swiftly catches by her ankle. Before he can capitalize, she uses her Nan no Kaizu to twist the limb around his hand and flings him away. Come on Kit-kun, don't tell me you're all Fuin and Jutsus. Shouldn't a man know how to fight with his bare hands? Anko taunts, having way more fun than she should have been. Naruto rights himself in the air and once he lands, crouches onto all fours and rushes Anko, much like a wild beast. Just when he's within range, he stops on a dime and randomly leaps on one of the trees to give himself a springboard. Launching off the tree, Naruto adds chakra to his nails to lengthen them into claws and swipes at her, only for Anko to sidestep the attack. Blowing a stream of air from his mouth, Naruto changes his direction mid-air and launches a flying snap kick at Anko, who has to duck to evade. Using another stream of air, Naruto put some distance between him and Anko and just in time to avoid an uppercut to the chin. Landing on all fours, Naruto rushes Anko, who stands tall in her Hebe stance. Skillfully dodging Naruto's swipes, snap kicks, axe kicks, and flying thrust kicks, Anko grabs his thigh after a missed kick and can't help but mess with him by twisting her arm along his leg and feeling his package. My, who would have thought fighting turned you on so much, or is it just me? Anko says suggestively. Despite his newfound experience with women, Naruto can't help the blush that reddens his face. Now she had him. Raising her arm, and thus Naruto, high into the ground, she slams him hard into the ground. If you want to make Chunin and get a piece of this ass, you're gonna have to practice more than just your ninjutsu Kit-kun. That guy clone is a beast in taijutsu and if your jutsu can't hit him, all you'll have is your fists, which are much softer than his. Anko says, dusting her hands off. Around 4 days ago, after a friendly game of Tag a Naruto with Shuriken, in order to train his evasive skill, Anko decided to give the blonde another reason besides his career to make Chunin. Besides, training the blonde was much more fun than training Sakura or Sasuke. She was fair, for the past 10 days she had trained each member of Team 7 separately and even though training Dantes was fun, she despised training the other two. It was the reason she didn't want to take up a team in the first place. Naruto made it all worthwhile though. She knew at the very least Naruto, Dantes and Sasuke were ready. Sakura was another story. I want you to spend the next 7 days training your taijutsu, while under a Jushin Zoan, gravity zone, in order to build up muscle. I have a lot of positions in mind for you that will require you picking me up for a certain amount of time. Plus what woman doesn't like hot, toned muscle on her man? Now get to it. Anko demands, placing Jushin tags all around Naruto, watching with sick glee as Naruto crashed face first into the ground, maybe setting the seals to 10x Earth's gravity was pushing it a bit? Nah. Anko says, laughing as Naruto tries to pick himself up 7 days before the Chunin exams. Following Anko's advice, Naruto was vigorously practicing his taijutsu, while inside the Jushin Zoan, only he set it to 5 so that his bones weren't liquefied. He practiced each of his katas to his own taijutsu style, the Daitan Ken, Daring Fist. The style mixed Naruto's natural street brawling with his ability to form limbs out of chakra, only increased when under the influence of the Kyubi. With each jab he threw, a sky-blue silhouette of a bigger fist followed it. He even had combinations worked out. Practicing one of the taijutsu combos he called, Mukumazu no Buku, Daredevil's Assault, Naruto launched a series of right-left jabs, followed by the chakra fists, then a thrust kick, which is mimicked by a foot of chakra and finishes with a backflip kick. Instead of chakra feet mimicking his actions, a pair of chakra arms thrusts from the ground and launches him in the air, where he performs a falling axe kick that slams into the ground, forming a web pattern to tear the ground asunder. From her vantage point, Hinata stares dreamily at Naruto, seeing him in nothing but his pants and well-muscled abs and torso completely drenched in sweat. You know, this is borderline fangirl behavior, Hanabi says, finding herself gazing at Naruto in admiration. She could see what her sister saw in the weird blonde. Hinata, at being caught by her sister no less, eeps. Which gives her position away. Naruto, still in training mode, disappears in a burst of speed and reappears in front of the two, fists primed to knock their lights out, along with two chakra fists. Seeing who it was, Naruto stops, just inches from their faces as they both release their stalled breaths. Hinata-chan? What are you doing in the forest of death? Matter of fact, who's the mini-you? This isn't the place for children. Naruto says, finding it funny since he was technically a child himself. Hanabi took great offense to that and took up her family stance. I am Hyuga Hanabi and I am not a child. I am the heiress to the head branch clan and have been primed since birth for battle. I will not be treated like some common child. Prepare for battle, Alexandros-san. Hanabi says, rushing Naruto in an impressive display of speed, for someone no older than 8. Out of sheer instinct, Naruto sends chakra to his eyes to activate his Shingon and can see the raging flames of Hanabi's soul, finding it kind of funny, seeing as most Hyuga had souls of stone. Using his ability to see chakra, Naruto can see her gather chakra to her index and middle fingers as she prepares to strike him, from his sight, in a non-lethal area and sidesteps the attack. Hanabi couldn't believe he dodged her so easily, even main branch cadets had trouble keeping up with her two-fingered assault. It was something she, herself, developed in order to make up for not having enough chakra to perform the palm strikes. This way, she could still hit Tenketsu and conserve her chakra, plus it made her attacks quicker than a palm strike. Not one to give up so easily, Hanabi rushes him again, only to have her wrist grabbed firmly by Hinata. That's enough, Hanabi Imuto. Attacking a shinobi of Konoha is strictly forbidden unless during a spar, and I don't remember Naruto-kun agreeing to this. Hinata says, shocking her sister by the stern tone in her voice. It honestly reminded her of their Otusan. It's cool, Hinata-chan. I could tell she wasn't going in for kill shots, so I just let her have her fun. She's kind of hot-headed, but that's better than the normal stoic personality Hyugas are known for. Naruto says, walking over to his clothes and putting them on, much to the disappointment of Hinata and even Hanabi, though she'd never admit it. I apologize, Naruto-kun, I mean san. I allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment. I won't happen again. Hanabi says, bowing out of both respect and to hide her blush. Was that like a genetic thing among the Hyuga females? I hope it does. It was a lot of fun. Naruto cheers, flashing a goofy smile at the young kunoichi-to-be, who blush gets even darker. If her Otusan ever found out she was so rash. Back to the matter at hand, why are you girls here? I know you must have had to fight your way through hordes of spiders to get here. Naruto asks, curious as to why they were here. Perhaps they were training like him. It was Hinata's turn to blush now, having finally been caught by her crush, that is until she came up with the perfect excuse. Spending as much time with Angel as she did affected her in ways she didn't realize. I just wanted to know if you saw what was in the envelope I gave you. Why on your BB birthday? Hinata asks. Now that she thought about it, she did want to know really. At the mention of an envelope, Hanabi grew curious as well. What could she have given him? I was simply following my Wunshin to ensure she wasn't hurt while venturing into this place. I remember Otusan telling me never to come here and wanted to know why she was venturing in this place. I can see why he didn't want me coming here. I had to slay at least 24 spiders to get here. Hanabi says with a shiver, though she couldn't deny it was wonderful practice. Naruto couldn't help but whistle, damn that many huh? Anyway, to be honest, I kinda forgot about it. What with the Chunin exams a week away, but I can check it out now. Naruto says, unsealing the envelope, much to Hinata's horror. No. I mean why you don't have to look at them now, or ever really. Hinata says nervously, causing Hanabi to look on puzzled. What could be in the envelope that made her Wunshin so nervous? Nonsense, you came all this way after all. Naruto says, opening the envelope and reaching inside to find photos. Once he looks at the photos, blood gushes from his nose and sends him rocketing into the air. In his hand were a series of nude photos of Hinata. Oh my Kami. I knew Hinata was well endowed, but it seems she's developed even more. I mean, are those D cups I see, and how did she even manage to get her pube hair in the shape of a fox? Needless to say, Naruto kept those photos away from Hanabi and stashed away safely. In truth, he always thought Hinata was a nice enough girl, not girlfriend material, but upon seeing those photos he had to reconsider. I mean, any girl bold enough to give him naked photos of herself earned his admiration. Besides, even if they were just photos, actually taking these pictures and then giving them to him took strength. Not even Angel had done something so bold. Well, it's getting kind of late, how's about I escort you two lovely ladies out of here? Naruto says more than asks, grabbing both girls around their waists and disappearing, with them in a whirlwind and reappearing outside of the forest. It's been real, girls, but I have to go cool off after training. Stay breezy, Naruto says before leaving them in a whirlwind. Hinata couldn't be happier with herself. Not only did she conquer her fear of showing herself to Naruto, but he even held her, for a minute, without fainting. Looks like those self-confidence lessons Angel had her take were paying off. What were those photos of? Hanabi asks, giving her Wunchin the infamous Byakugan eye. Hinata just sighs, I'll tell you when you're older, Hanabi. Now we need to talk about you going into the forest of death. Hinata says, giving her sister her own Byakugan eye, which strangely scared Hanabi like no other. What was going on here? Since when was her Wunchin so strong? For days before the Chunin exams, it was 4 days before the Chunin exams, and New Konoha was lit ablaze with excitement. The Sandaime announced 4 days ago the changes made to the location of the exams and the nations participating. In total, 195 genin from all over the 5 great nations were going to be in the exams, 10 teams from Konoha, 5 teams from Taki, 20 teams from IWA. They had to outdo Konoha after all. 15 teams from Kyumo, 3 teams from AIM, 2 teams from the newest Otogakure, 8 teams from Kiri, which was surprising considering the civil war they were in, and 2 teams from Suna. Apparently, Amira's idea of hosting the exams at Benasu Shima caught on with the other nations. This way no one could claim Konoha was being biased or unjust during the exams. No one, besides Amira, Apollo, the proctors and the Kages, had any idea what these exams would be about, and that was what made these exams worthwhile, especially since the entire exam would be televised. With all the excitement, the villagers were nice, even to Naruto. They simply allowed him to walk by, but it could have been due to the square rock following him. Seriously, a square rock? Naruto thinks, annoyed. Out of all the stalkers he had in his life, this was by far the worst. Having enough of it, alright, whoever you are, get the hell out here and stop following me. Naruto yells, honestly, he had better things to do today. In a plume of blue, pink and yellow smoke, followed by several fits of coughing, 3 kids are revealed. I told you that was too much gunpowder, a girl with 2 huge orange pigtails and goggles says through her coughs. So, you say through our disguise, no wonder Aji-san allowed you to sign the Saru contract, a boy with brown spiky hair and goggles says, trying to make, what he thought, was a cool pose, holding his chin with his thumb and index fingers along with a toothy grin. At the mention of the Saru contract, Naruto instantly knew who the kid was. So you're the grandson of Ji, huh? Konohamaru no? Naruto asks offhandedly. He should have known the kid would seek him out eventually. Why today of all days? That's right, and if you know what's good for you, you'll teach me the Kuchios no Jutsu so I can beat the old man and become Hokage. Konohamaru declares. No one dared defy him, or else they'd have hell to pay. He expected Naruto to do just as he said, but when a hard fist connected with his head, the last thing he thought before losing consciousness was, damn, this guy's different, and let that be a lesson to you too. Never demand something from a shinobi unless you're ready to deal with the consequences. It doesn't matter who you are in the shinobi world, anyone can be killed. Naruto says before leaving the 2 kids to tend to their friends. Did you see that, Moegi? He took Konohamaru out with 1 blow. Even Ebisu-sensei takes it easy on Konohamaru. The 3rd kid, a boy with glasses and running nose, says. Wow, that was so cool. Moegi squeals with hearts on her eyes, causing Naruto to stop momentarily and shiver. Is this what it feels like to have a fangirl? Before Naruto could get too far, Konohamaru woke up from his daze. Wait, boss. Konohamaru calls out, only causing Naruto to move a little faster. The three kids follow behind Naruto, who decides it's high time to ditch them. He had no interest in teaching a bunch of kids not even a year into the academy. Why did this remind him of Anko when she first became his sensei? Before he could wind Shunshin out of there, a familiar Hyuga found him. There you are, Naruto-kun. I've been looking everywhere for you. You're rather elusive, even with my Byakugan. Hanabi says with a warm smile. Ever since their encounter in the Forest of Death, she found herself wanting to know more about the blonde. All she could get from her Otosan was that he was basically a nobody. He had a few missions under his belt, but little to nothing was known about his skills except by his teammates, who she didn't know well enough to go up to and ask about him. Based on what she saw in the forest, the blonde had insane amounts of chakra, possibly more than even the Hokage. There had to be more to him than her Otosan was telling. Upon seeing the little Hyuga, Naruto perked up a bit. At least things wouldn't be boring. If it isn't Togarashi, Hot Pepper, Chan. Naruto says with a smile, that only grew when he sees Hanabi go red. From anger or embarrassment he couldn't tell. My name is Hanabi. Hanabi yells, steam shooting from her ears, not really helping since it only added to Naruto's nickname for her. Whatever you say, Togarashi-chan. Anyway, what do you need? Naruto asks, completely forgetting about the group of kids tailing him. Isn't she a bit young to be your girlfriend, boss? Konohamaru asks. Several tick marks bulge on Naruto's brow as he clocks the spiky-haired boy upside his head. You baka, she's my friend Zamuto. Naruto yells, glaring at the Sarutobi with a promise of death should he say anything else stupid. Hanabi giggles at their antics, so this is how common folk are. They're nothing like Otosan made them seem, they're actually rather amusing. I wish to spar Naruto-kun. I'm told the best way to find out about someone is through battle. Hanabi says, entering her family stance and activating her Byakugan. Well, I probably shouldn't do this, but, Naruto says before channeling shots of yokai through his system. Byako Henge. Naruto chants, a plume of red smoke erupts around them, causing everyone, even the civilians nearby, to cover their eyes. Once the smoke dissipates, everyone is shocked to see a little girl with two blonde pigtails and whisker marks on his cheeks. Gentlemen never fight girls, but girls fighting girls is totally okay, the little girl says with a smile, before she crouches on her fours. Hanabi couldn't believe what her Byakugan was showing her. That's impossible. There's no illusion behind this jutsu. Naruto-kun has really transformed into a little girl? Hanabi asks loud enough for everyone to hear. An actual transformation? That's so awesome, you have to show me that, boss. Konohamaru cheers. Sorry, but only I can do this, but maybe I'll teach you all something else. Naruto, no, in this form you will call me Naruko. Okay, Naruko says with a smirk. Shaking her head, Hanabi rushes Naruko and stops once she's in range. You're in my field of divination. Hak Shikusudian Shu, 8 trigrams 16 palms. Hanabi roars, unleashing a volley of 16 finger strikes in a blur of motion. Seconds before Hanabi can make contact, Firisu Mabaroshi, Fearless Phantom. Naruko chants mentally, using her ability to project limbs of chakra to construct a complete replica of her chakra system into a blank bunshin of pure chakra. Hanabi couldn't cancel her attack and watched in awe as she strike actual tenketsu only in a bunshin. 2 strikes, become 4 strikes, become 8 strikes, become 16 strikes that easily dispel the chakra bunshin. To those watching, Naruto dodged the attack and Hanabi was attacking thin air. Futoji no Ken, a bold fist. Naruko chants mentally, unleashing a jab as a chakra fist slammed into Hanabi and forced her back with the force of a bull. To the observers, Naruto simply thrust her fist and sent Hanabi back with nothing but thin air. So learned anything good, Togarashi-chan? Naruto asks, still crouched on all fours, ready should Hanabi be. Luckily for the young Hyuga, she learned plenty. I've learned plenty Naruto-kun. Thank you for sparring with me. Hanabi says, bowing in respect. With that done, Noriko dispels her jutsu and becomes Naruto once more. To say the civilians were shocked was an understatement. They may not know much about the shinobi way, but they did know that henge was supposed to be just an illusion. Konohamaru yells, stars in his eyes, that settled it. Aren't I? Maybe you kids aren't so bad after all. Tell you what, if each of you can tell me why you want to get stronger, I'll consider giving you some training scrolls to mess around with. I'll even throw in the henge jutsu, not my original henge of course. Naruto says, feeling generous enough. I wish to get stronger so that I can become a strong in order to become a strong clan head and end the shift between my family, with my Wunshin's help. Hanabi says with a smile, that surprised Naruto, weren't all head branch cadets supposed to be stuck-up asses? Maybe that was just Hayashi. I want to get stronger to become Hokage. That way everyone will know who I am and not coddle me because I'm the Mago, grandson, of the Sandame. Konohamaru says, boy did that sound familiar. I want to become stronger to show that you don't have to be from a clan to be strong. Miyogi says, blushing now that she heard her goal out loud. Naruto just rubs her head affectionately. I want to get stronger in order to protect myself and others from bullies. Udon says. Alright, based on each of your answers, I've decided to teach you, but only this one time. I'm not a jounin, nor do I have time to babysit kids not even a year into the academy. Naruto says with authority, though the kids were too excited about the jutsu they'd learn. Grabbing a hold of the four of them, he vanishes in a whirlwind, much to the ire of one Ebisu. I cannot allow my team and the Hyuga heiress to be corrupted by that Oni, Ebisu says, fixing his glasses to hide the cold glare in his eyes, before he shunshin to where he thinks they may be. With Naruto and the Konohamaru Corps, plus Hanabi appearing in the forest where his clan grounds used to be, Naruto takes out a sketch pad and begins to sketch, taking occasional look at the Konohamaru Corps. Once he was done, Naruto rips the 3 sketches from the pad and hands one to each of the Konohamaru Corps, who each blush deeply. Naruto Jusher, boss, what is this? Moegi yells, completely mortified at the nude drawing before her. It's your subject, I want each of you to henge into that photo. Hanabi, since you'd never be caught dead using such a technique, I'll be showing you another of my favorite jutsu, the Kawarimi. Activate your Byakugan and watch closely. Naruto instructs. He makes 3 Kage Bunshin to help the Konohamaru Corps with the henge, while he stays with Hanabi. Alright, the jutsu is pretty simple, it's an E-rank jutsu but its uses are versatile and essential for any good shinobi/kunoichi to know. Watch me while I perform it. Naruto says, going through the hand seals, Hitsuji, Ram, Boar, Ushi, Ox, Inu, Dog, Mi, Snake, Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto proclaims, replacing his self with a block of wood. With her Byakugan, Hanabi was able to see the entire process down to how Naruto's chakra fluxed to attract a piece of wood from nearby. With the knowledge stored away, Hanabi performs the Kawarimi effortlessly, replacing herself with Konohamaru. Damn, I didn't think you'd get it so quickly. Then again, Hyugas have near flawless chakra control and you are the heiress, so I shouldn't be surprised in that case. Naruto says with a devilish smirk that scared even Hanabi. He had a plan that would not only make her stronger, but get her out of his hair for at least a few months, if not years. Togarashi-chan, what do you know about nature manipulation? Naruto asks. He knew she wouldn't master it any time soon, but the sooner she started the better really. I know that it's a jounin level skill and that my clan doesn't use it, why? Hanabi asks. Upon hearing about a Jounin-level skill, the Konohamaru stopped their attempts at making henjing and listen. Really, that's a shame really. I believe that adding nature manipulation to your Jukin could result in an even better taijutsu style. Imagine injecting your nature manipulation directly into your opponent's body. Naruto says, gaining Hanabi's attention. The thought was appealing and it wasn't a far cry from what her clan did in the first place. Only difference would be instead of blocking the Tenketsu, she'd be destroying them with nature manipulation. Needless to say, she was sold. Why does she get to learn Jounin-level skills? Konohamaru, henged as an obese brunette with octo lips asks. Naruto just sweat drops at the display. I mean the kid pretty much answered his own question. Because she completed the jutsu I showed her effortlessly, while you on the other hand can't even henge properly. Tell you what, if you three can learn to henge, I'll start you on learning how to manipulate your nature affinity. Just be warned, none of you, not even Hanabi will learn this anytime soon. In fact, you three won't be able to use your nature affinities until A, your chakra reserves increase greatly and B, you learn how to control chakra better. Hanabi, the same goes for you, I'm just showing you how to get started on it. Naruto instructs, getting nods from everyone, though Konohamaru pouts. Alright Hanabi, normally I'd give you piece of chakra paper and have you channel chakra into it to see what nature manipulation you have, but thanks to my Shingon, I already know your affinity is Katan, so we'll skip that and head right to the application. Naruto says, catching a falling leaf and handing it to Hanabi. All you have to do is set this leaf on fire with nothing but Katan chakra. Naruto says simply and watches as Hanabi tries to summon forth her affinity, only to fail miserably. Meanwhile, the Konohamaru Corps were hard at mastering the henge. Konohamaru would turn into a obese brunette, Udon would turn into an anorexic brunette and Moegi seemed to be the closest to getting it, though the boobs were literally bigger than her torso and weighed her down. With his job done, Naruto pulls out his crystal orb and begins to channel his chakra into it, only for it to be rejected. A part of his Fuinjutsu training was to override the Fuin that rejected his chakra and make the orb his own, easier said than done. A few hours later the sun was beginning its descent across the skies, painting it a fine blend of orange, purple and dark blue. Hanabi and the Konohamaru Corps were exhausted, having spent hours trying to master their tasks. Thank Kami Naruto had plenty of chakra and knew the chakra tenso no jutsu, chakra transfer technique. Though, he made sure not to give them any of the Kyuubi's chakra, lest he kills them. Maybe he could use that in a fight. The four young shinobi/kunoichi in training were on the ground, sweating and a complete mess, but only the Konohamaru Corps were smiling. Why you ask? Because they finally did it. Even though they were tired, they each were in completely different forms. Konohamaru was in the form of a beautiful, long-haired, brunette with ample bust, and the sweat only increased the effect, giving the form a shine. Udon was in the form of a stunning, short-haired, brunette with glasses that gave the form a smart yet sexy look. Moegi, being a girl, was by far the most gorgeous of the group. Her two orange ponytails were longer and flowing downward, and her body had a more natural glow to it. Hanabi on the other hand, couldn't even produce a spark. Ha gasp ha, told you we'd get in gasp no time boss. Konohamaru pants, proud of himself, despite how hard it was. If no time means a few hours then I guess you proved me wrong. Naruto says dryly. He was still having troubles with the damn crystal orb. Anyway, why not call it a day? You're all exhausted and need to rest to restore your chakra reserves naturally. I won't be around to give you chakra, you know. Besides, you all need to increase your reserves through hard work, sweat and a little blood if you're unlucky. Remember, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, truly stronger. Naruto says, sealing his orb away and getting ready to shunshin them back to Konoha, only for his senses to pick up on something whizzing through the air. On instinct, he kawarimis with a block of wood, just as a kunai impales it. Tell me what you've done to my team and the Hyuga heiress and I'll make your death as painless as possible. Ebisu threatens darkly, giving off the same hateful aura as everyone else in New Konoha. Despite their exhaustion, all four of the child in question appear in front of Naruto. Naruto-kun has done nothing but help us. I'll have to ask you step down, if you know what's good for you. Hanabi says, activating her Byakugan and entering the Juken stance. Ebisu would have laughed, if not for the naked and sweaty forms of his team. Dispel those henges immediately. Such jutsus are worthless and disgraceful for someone of your upbringing, honorable grandson. Ebisu roars, a slight blush creeps on his face. And yet you're seconds away from a nosebleed, Hanabi says dryly, causing Ebisu's face to go even redder. Silence. As if some 2-bit jutsu would affect me. I'm the elite of the elite, a grand shinobi of Konoha. With my tutelage, the honorable grandson will reach Hokage in no time. I have all the shortcuts necessary for you to reach your goal. Ebisu says, fixing his glasses. They could make fireballs shoot out of their mouths, but not glasses that didn't fall down from time to time. Alright, I've heard enough. You know, it's shinobi like you that really piss me off. Naruto says coldly, his eyes flash red for a brief moment. Sensing the small traces of the Kyuubi's yokai, Ebisu shunshin behind Naruto and stabs him with a kunai. Boss/Naruto Kun, the four children scream in horror, only to see said blonde burst into yellow paint. Son of a bitch. Ebisu yells, falling for Naruto's Nuru Kawarimi, paint substitution. What was with the blonde and graffiti anyway? Appearing behind Ebisu, Naruto touches his back and uses his chakra to shape the paint into several kanji for gravity all around his body and activates them, causing Ebisu to crash into the ground. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. There are no shortcuts to getting stronger, and there definitely no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Man, GG really needs to evaluate some of his shinobi, if you're an elite. You can't even see the fact that a bunch of first-year academy students performed a henge, an E-rank jutsu not taught until the final year of the academy. Naruto says, adding insult to injury by using the Kage Bunshin and his Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy technique, to form Harimu no Jutsu, harem technique. An army of beautiful, fully naked blonde women with pigtails surround Ebisu, from his vintage, sees everything. The nosebleed he suffers rockets him off the ground and back into New Konoha, where he passe out from the blood loss. What a loser, the army of Narukos say, before they all dispel, leaving the original Naruto alone with the four children. Still, I must say my newest jutsu is pretty awesome. I mean, the guy had Jushin Fuin all over him and he still managed to fly so high. Hell, even I would be hard-pressed to move with all those Jushin Fuin on me. Naruto admits, before he returns his attention back to the four children. They were prepared to defend him from the guy, even if he didn't need it. Awesome, boss. I knew I chose right when I decided to make you my rival. Just you wait, I'm going to improve so much, you won't have a choice but to allow me to sign the Saru contract. Konohamaru says with determination. While you're improving, read these scrolls on chakra control. It has a few exercises that should help in Togarashi-chan. Here's a scroll that should help increase your reserves. Don't push yourself. Now come on, I don't want the Hyugas hunting me down because you're missing. Naruto says with a chuckle, causing the others to laugh. With that taken care of, Naruto grabs a hold of them and leaves in a whirlwind day of the Chunin exams. It was the day of the Chunin exams and everyone was in an uproar. Parents kissed their children good luck and watched as the 10 teams from Konoha walked out of their village gates in formation. The older genin were in front, with the younger genin flanking the back. All the genin were getting cheers from the villagers, all excited for the soon-to-be Chunin. After all, Konoha only produced the best of the best. Can you believe we're going to get promoted our first year as genin? Kiba asked smugly, knowing his team would make it all the way to the top, no matter what the exams would hold. His reward was a slap upside the head by Angel. We don't even know what the exams will be about. What did Kurenai and Genma-sensei tell you about getting too cocky, underdog? Angel asks, pressing Kiba's buttons. From behind Team 8, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Looking behind her, Angel waves at him with a suggestive look on her face, until Hinata elbows her. Keep your eyes focused on the path ahead, Angel-chan. This is hardly the time to be flirting. Hinata says, only to wink at Naruto herself. He was starting to like this new Hinata. After their encounter in the Forest of Death, Hinata would come around him more often than she used to, dressed without her bulky coat. In fact, Hinata was dressed in a form-fitting lavender tank top, with a long-sleeved fishnet underneath it and violet capris, showing off her gorgeous figure. Even her walk was tantalizing. All in all, Angel was both proud and pissed at her transformation. What the hell happened between those two? Leading the pack of genin to their destination, was none other than Apollo himself. Once they were a good distance away, Apollo creates 4 Kage Bunshin and positions them north side, south side, east side and west side of the pack of genin. Alright, let's show the other villages why Konoha is the best. Shushin Underground Network, the Apollos chant, slamming both hands on the ground and surrounding the genin in a circle of Fuin arrays that glow yellow, orange and red, before transporting them to the port that'll take them to Benesu Shima. Border between Cha no Kuni and Hai no Kuni. All the other participating villages, Iwa, Kyumo, Oto, Kiri, Taki, and Suna were all in attendance at the port city that led to the eastern seas. Since most of these villages were further from the port, they came a few days in advance in order to make it on time. It figures those Konoha bitches are the last ones here. A bald genin from Iwa spat. Among the 20 teams from Iwa, the ones to stick out the most, not saying the other genin weren't interesting, were 2 genin. All of the Iwa genin gave these 2 a good breath of space, so as to not upset perhaps their strongest genin. She has short, black hair and pupil-less, pink eyes, and are accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corners. She wears the standard attire of the Iwa nin, consisting of a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg, the brown Iwagakure flak jacket, fishnet tights and a skirt over them. She also wears regular shinobi sandals and a pair of gloves. She carries herself in a dignified and yet powerful way, not afraid to show off her femininity by placing her hands on her hips. Next to her, stands a large boy with dark eyes and hair that spikes out at the back from underneath his hitai 8, which he wears like a bandana. He also has big cheeks and a plump nose. He wears the red Iwagakure uniform which has both its sleeves, underneath his flak jacket in addition to a yellow scarf that adorns his neck. I'd be ashamed if they decided not to send anyone. I mean, without the home field advantage, they'd never stand a chance, the pink-eyed girl says smugly. Now Kuratsuchi, where's the fun in that? I mean, if they chicken out, we won't be able to pummel em into the ground now, will we? The large boy says childishly, no real malice in his tone. Akatsuchi, you're such a child. Even though Konoha is our sworn enemy, all you care about is having fun. Kuratsuchi says with a huff. Before any more can be said, rays of yellow, orange and red shoot from the ground as the entire 10 teams from Konoha appear, much to the ire of the Iwa genin. Greetings genins from all over the 5 great shinobi nations. I, Apollo Alexandros, will be your guide to the first of 4 tests that will push you to the limits. Apollo says. Once the Iwa genin look at the teams from Konoha, they all see the blonde, spiky hair of one Naruto, and the entire port is filled with Ki aimed his way. Did you say Alexandros? That accursed clan that killed my father? One of the Iwa genin roars, pulling out a katana and rushing Apollo. Before he can even get close, Apollo appears in front of him and slams his palm into the genin's face and slams him into the ground with such force, the ground crumbles beneath him. Wanting to discourage any more roughhousing, Apollo summons 144 Tamago, spawn, that roar and unleash intense waves of heat. Needless to say, the gathered genin from all the nations were scared shitless. This is not the time for pity squabbles. In this world, we cannot choose our battles, all we can do is end them. If anyone else wants to get some stupid revenge on me, you're welcome to try, but I won't be responsible for your death before the exams. Now then, any questions? Apollo asks, all the color drained from his face, giving him a dark and evil aura. Seeing as no one stepped forward, Apollo recalls the tamago, only adding to his scare factor as the tamago entered through his pores. Now then, the first test of the exam is designed to test your information gathering and sabotage. All you genin will board one of the 65 boats and head to Benasushima. The goal here is to find the right island out of 14 other islands of the same size and location. Apollo explains. What a minute, how are we supposed to get here if we don't know where it is? A blonde kunoichi, with 4 spiky ponytails, from Suna asks. I'm glad you asked, this is where the sabotage aspect comes in. On each boat there is a piece of a map to the right location. In order to not only thin out the thread, but also pass this test, you must collect 7 pieces in total in order to find the right location. Out of the 195 genin here, only about 65 of you will advance. Apollo says nonchalantly. What? That's bullshit, you mean this test will eliminate 130 of us? A kunoichi from Kiri asks outraged. Pretty much, I suggest you get going, because you only have 2 days to get there or you fail anyway. Apollo says with an evil grin. Rabbit, ushi, ox, inu, dog, me, snake, utun, sekijаю no jutsu, lava release, quicklime congealing technique. Kuratsuchi proclaims, expelling a large quantity of quicklime from her mouth, aiming for Naruto, who disappears in a whirlwind just in time to evade. Unfortunately, some of the other Konoha genin were caught in the attack, screaming as the quicklime burned them. Realizing time was running out, the remaining genin all board their boats and take off in their own way. Kuratsuchi uses the Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, water trumpet, to expel a jet of water from her mouth in order to jet her boat forward. Team 7 relies on Naruto's futon, Kazurappa, wind release, wind trumpet, to spew a stream of wind from his hands at the boat sails. Team 8 relies on Hinata's Suetun manipulation, as she waves her hands around in a full circle, creating waves that carries their boat. Team Guy relies on Lee's insane strength as he grabs onto the boat and kicks his feet rapidly like a motor boat. From the port, Apollo could only smile. Yep, things were definitely going to get fun. Yo Amira-chan, are you set to start filming? Apollo asks seemingly no one. As if on cue, Amira appears on top of a blazing phoenix with a video camera in hand. You bet I am, when do you think the bets will start? Amira asks, ready to take off any minute. As soon as you start recording, this is history in the making, my dear. Apollo says with a grin. With that, Amira's phoenix soars into the air, before she creates over a dozen Kage Bunshin, each riding a phoenix and camera in hand and take off to record perhaps the greatest chunin exams of all time. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. If you want early updates, check out Patreon. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off.